Chapter 51 The pressure will not disappear. Shiro and Karin also saw the light balls surrounding Shinji at this time and were amazed. Shinji fell into thought. This dream construction is undoubtedly the ability of nightmares, and dreams belong to the spiritual realm, which fits his One Hanami Sharingan. Due to lack of guidance, illusion has always been his weakness. With the dream construction, perhaps this can be made up, so he didn't think much about it and decided to accept this trophy himself. What really made him a little embarrassed was the small drum and speed. The small drum is a physical entity. If he carries it with him, his identity will be exposed, so this small drum can only be awarded to Shiro or Karin. The same goes for speed. If he accepts it himself, he can only use it when responding to invasions. If he uses it in the ninja school, it will be easy for Shiro and Karin to recognize it. Although the small drum can only be used inside the building and has limited potential, it can be used as a life-saving prop at a critical moment. Let Karin carry it with her, which can give her more protection. As for speed, give it to Haku. He is already good at physical skills, and with this, his physical skills will become stronger. After making up his mind, Shinji first took the light ball of dream construction himself, and then told Haku and Karin, one for each, Haku for the left and Karin for the right. Hearing this, Haku followed Shinji's example and reached out to the light ball. Then, the whole person was stunned for a while, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Karin also grabbed the light ball, and then found that the light ball in her hand turned into a palm-sized drum. Hey, isn't this the drum on that ghost? No, it seems a little smaller. She recognized that this drum was very similar to the drums on the drum ghost before, but it was smaller in size. At this time, Shinji had absorbed all the memory fragments of dream construction, and his face was filled with joy. As he expected, as a nightmare of the dream ghost, the experience of constructing dreams made up for his shortcomings in illusion. Although the improvement of illusion is not achieved overnight, it requires constant practice and constant attempts. But at least now he doesn't have to rely on his own guesses and imaginations like a blind man touching an elephant. After collecting his thoughts, Shinji looked at Bai and Karin. Seeing their happy faces, he knew that they had understood the role of the spoils, so he said in a deep voice, "Now I will tell you another principle, you must remember it. Please go ahead." Hearing Shinji's serious words, Bai and Karin immediately became serious. Shinji said slowly, "Remember, anything related to ghosts, including objects, information, and even memories in people's brains, is harmful to the ninja world." What? Bai and Karin were surprised, and Karin almost threw away the small drum in her hand. Shinji did not appease them, but said more sternly, "So all information about demons must not be leaked. All spoils obtained from demons are limited to personal use and must not be leaked." Karin couldn't help but ask, "What will happen if it is leaked accidentally?" Glancing at Karin, Shinji replied, "Once leaked, those items and information that do not belong to the ninja world will become the chain that anchors the ninja world and the world where demons are, and will continue to spread and become pollution, and finally pull the two unrelated worlds together." Karin swallowed, "And then what?" "Then, the two worlds will go to destruction together." After saying all this, Shinji suddenly felt much more relaxed. Karin was puzzled, If that's the case, why do those ghosts want to invade our world? Wouldn't their world be destroyed as well?" Bai seemed to understand something and said, "Is that why you used illusion to torture the ghost just now?" Shinji nodded slightly, "To be honest, I don't know why ghosts want to invade the ninja world now." Bai and Karin felt a little more depressed. Shinji saw it and thought to himself, "Sure enough, the pressure will not disappear, it will only transfer." Thinking of the ninjutsu he had just obtained, Bai asked worriedly, "Sir, will this information in our minds endanger the ninja world?" Karin also looked at Shinji nervously. Shinji shook his head, "Don't worry, we are an exception. Only we can block this kind of pollution, but the shielding is limited to ourselves. If your spoils leak out, the pollution will spread." Karin clenched the small drum. Shinji looked at her and said, "It's best to keep it close to you all the time." "Yes." Karin nodded hurriedly. She actually quite liked this small drum that could control space, but she didn't know that this small drum actually had such a big risk. Fortunately, the small drum was only the size of a palm, and its appearance was very simple. There was no chakra reaction, so it would not attract attention even if it was carried around. "Okay, remember what I said just now. The memory of ghosts is also a kind of pollution, so now we split up and gather all the survivors in the town. Shinji gave the order. Bai and Karan already knew the seriousness of the matter, so they had no objections and quickly acted according to Shinji's instructions. The town was not big, and after being ravaged by 6 ghosts, there were only more than 100 survivors left. Fortunately, all these people fell into the dream of the dream ghost, and Shinji and his team didn't spend much effort to find everyone and gather them together. Looking at the more than 100 survivors lying on the street, Bai asked with a trembling voice, "Sir, what should we do with these survivors?" Karan turned her head away with some reluctance. If memories are all contaminated, then the only solution is obviously to eliminate all survivors with ghost memories. Seeing that Bai and Karan had misunderstood, Shinji said calmly, "What are you thinking? Ghosts can leave memories in their brains, and I can take away those memories." After that, he activated the Mangeki Sharingan. In an instant, Shinji sneaked into the dreams of these survivors, and used the illusion of the Mangeki Sharingan to seal the memories of ghosts in the survivors' spirits one by one, and then implanted a false memory that the town had suffered a fire tonight. After exiting the dream, he covered his eyes and gasped. Sealing the memories of hundreds of people at the same time, and then implanting a false memory with illusion, even for the Mangeki Sharingan, is an extremely heavy burden. Just paying some pupil power can avoid dirtying his hands and slaughtering hundreds of innocent people. He thinks it's worth it. Shiro and Karan noticed Shinji's abnormality and asked with concern, "Sir, are you okay?" If before, they were afraid of the leader who threatened them to join the mysterious organization, or even disgusted, then at this moment, their feelings for the leader turned into dependence and trust. Shinji waved his hand, "Get ready to finish," said. Shinji pointed to several areas and ordered Shiro and Karan to set fire to create the same fire as the false memory he implanted in the survivors' dreams. There must be a reasonable explanation for so many people to die in the belly of the demon in order to maintain the illusion implanted by Shinji. Fire is a good explanation. Shiro and Karan took action immediately. After a while, the town shrouded in darkness was set on fire. Rewards being calculated. Rating, A. The sound of light sounded in Shinji's ears again. The first update is here. Keep rolling for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The new book has 100,000 words. Students who can follow it, please try to turn to the last page. Those who can see my words seem to have turned to the last page. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Encounter. Rating, A. Privileges are upgraded, and the number of Ninja World gifts has increased to 3. Get Ninja World gifts: Chakra, a small amount; Natural Energy Affinity, a small amount; A-level Ninjutsu, random. Please select one. Achieve A-level evaluation, you can give up Ninja World gifts and get random rewards. The voice of the lamp came slowly in Shinji's ears. After listening, he thought, is it also an A-level evaluation this time? This time, he actually killed the ghosts very quickly. Most of the casualties in the town occurred before he arrived. So he suspected that under normal circumstances, the highest evaluation that could be brushed would probably be A-level. Evaluations above. He felt that unless he could intercept the invading ghosts in advance and destroy them the moment they invaded the ninja world, or destroy the stronger and more powerful invaders, it would be possible to brush them out. Then, he considered the 3 options given by the ninja world. Let's not consider chakra for the time being. He doesn't lack ordinary chakra now. What he lacks is high-quality Yintun chakra that he cannot refine. Random A-level ninjutsu is not needed for the time being. His current Mangeki pupil techniques are enough to deal with various situations. What he lacks is the in-depth development of his own pupil techniques. So among the 3 options, the only one that caught his attention was the Natural Energy Affinity. This natural affinity should be able to offset the erosion of natural energy on my body and increase the success rate of my cultivation of immortal arts. In the ninja world, whether or not you can successfully master immortal arts actually has traces to follow. The essence is that the stronger the body's tolerance, the more chakra it has to dilute the erosion of natural energy, and the greater the probability of successfully mastering immortal arts. For example, the first generation in Naruto. So this natural affinity given by the ninja world is still quite exciting to Shinji. But after careful consideration, he decided to give up the gift from the ninja world and draw random rewards. Because he felt that improving his authority was the most fundamental thing. As long as the authority was high enough, the future rewards would only become richer and richer. If he was greedy for the immediate improvement and gave up the long-term plan, if he encountered the mysterious lantern bearer in the future, he would probably suffer a great loss due to insufficient authority. So he made a decision: I choose to give up the gift from the ninja world. Random rewards are being generated. Achieved merit value, 25 points. Total merit value is being calculated. Total merit value, 46 points. I didn't expect to draw 25 merit points this time. It seems that the merit value of random rewards is not fixed. He secretly calculated. This time, the random reward he received was 25 merit points. If the 5 points of A-level evaluation are added, it is equivalent to him getting 30 merit points at once. According to this trend, if he does it twice, he can improve his authority again. At this time, Bai and Karan had put out the fires that had been deliberately set just now, and disguised the scene where the town was on fire. The townspeople worked together to put out the fire, and then were stunned by the smoke. Shinji looked around and made sure that nothing was missed, so he prepared to return. But at this moment, Karan suddenly said, "My lord, I..." Seeing Karan hesitate, Shinji asked, "What's wrong?" Karan pointed, looking at a forest in the distance. There seems to be a very hidden chakra in that direction. I wonder if it is a ghost. What? Shinji frowned and looked over. The direction that Karan pointed to was a dense forest. Even though he had the Mangeki Sharingan, he could only see the layers of tree shadows. Baiya became alert and asked, "Karan, are you sure?" Karan shook her head, "I can't be sure. The chakra appears and disappears from time to time. It feels a bit like a ghost to me, but not a bit like a ghost. Let's go and see." Shinji jumped and rushed directly in the direction that Karan pointed. He did not believe that all the ghosts were eliminated because of the settlement of the lamp reward. Because this involves other lantern bearers, and because his authority is too low, his lamp may be interfered with by the other party. For this reason, when he selected the waiter, he chose Karan, who had the Kagura heart eye. In his mind, the perception of the light and Karan need to be verified with each other, and there is no saying that one is more reliable than the other. Soon, the three of them went deep into the dense forest. According to Karan's continuous perception, they adjusted their direction several times, followed all the way, and finally came to a somewhat dilapidated temple. Shinji looked at the temple in front of him and asked, "Inside?" Karan frowned, and seemed unable to make a judgment for a while. Bai, who went around the other side of the temple, hurried back, "Sir, there is candle light inside. Follow me." Shinji ordered, and then walked into the temple first. But as soon as he entered the main hall of the temple, he suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face changed. Bai and Karan, who followed behind him, didn't understand why, and they all stopped subconsciously, and then looked at the yellow-haired boy sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. The yellow-haired boy with a ponytail in the hall also noticed Shinji and the other two who entered the hall and looked them up and down. "Hey, who are you three guys dressed like wandering ninjas?" Shinji was a little confused. He recognized the yellow-haired boy in front of him as Deidara, the proud disciple of the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village and the rebellious genius boy. But he didn't expect to meet Deidara in such a place and at such a time. He hasn't joined the Akatsuki yet. Looking at the somewhat familiar temple hall and Deidara, who was alone in the hall, Shinji suddenly understood. Obviously, Deidara has not been recruited by the Akatsuki yet, but it should be soon. Because after Uchiha Taka joined the Akatsuki, he did several things, namely assassinating the fourth Mizukage, forcing Orochimaru who attacked him out of the Akatsuki, and recruiting Deidara for the Akatsuki. Thinking back to the original time and space, Itaka was the one who recruited Deidara in the temple. So Shinji speculated that Itaka was probably on his way to recruit Deidara, and it might even be a matter of 1 or 2 days. After all, Deidara couldn't stay in an abandoned temple for too long. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why did you come here in the middle of the night? And you're all wearing masks. You weren't sent by the old man to take me back." Deidara raised his lips, as if he had found something fun, and put his hands into the clay bag on his waist. "What should I do?" Shinji secretly complained. Deidara had seen the three of them looking like members of the Akatsuki organization. Even if they turned around and ran away now, the Akatsuki organization would know that someone was impersonating them after recruiting Deidara. At that time, the Akatsuki organization would definitely track them down throughout the ninja world. His purpose of using the Akatsuki organization as a shield would not be achieved. At this time, Deidara took out 2 balls of detonating clay from the clay bag. "I just got an inspiration, let me show you my art." Knowing that there was no way to end it peacefully, Shinji had to bite the bullet and step forward, saying lightly, "Deidara, I'm here to invite you to join us." Deidara frowned and said, "Who are you?" "Akatsuki. The second update is here. Continue to ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Please." Chapter 53 Inner Circle Members. "Akatsuki? I haven't heard of it. Don't bother me with your organization of wandering ninjas. Let me show you what art is." As he said, Deidara needed a ball of detonating clay. In just a moment, a lifelike clay spider was born in his hands. "Boring stuff." After a pause, Shinji continued, "If I win, you will join us." Deidara was furious and threw out the clay spider in his hand. Boom! The violent explosion instantly swallowed Shinji and the other two, and the hall was also affected and collapsed in half. Deidara stood in the damaged hall and laughed, "With only this little strength, you still dare to look down on my art? What a ridiculous organization." Suddenly, a vague voice came, "Is this your art? It's really boring." Deidara was struck by lightning when he heard this, and looked around with sharp eyes. Although he is only 12 years old this year and has just reached the age of ninja school graduates, his strength has actually reached the level of Jonin. In terms of destructive power and mobility alone, even many elite Jonin are not as good as him. So he immediately noticed something wrong, and his face showed an expression of surprise that could not be suppressed. "Is I under an illusion?" At this time, Shinji's figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. Then, the hall that had just been blown up by him was restored brick by brick in front of him. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal, as if the explosion had never happened. This time, Deidara was sure that he had been hit by an illusion, but his face was still full of doubt. "When did I get hit by an illusion?" Shinji said lightly, "When you see my eyes, you have already lost." Deidara looked at Shinji, staring at the red eyes under his mask that were shining with a bewitching light, and suddenly said, "Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Looking at the doubtful Deidara, Shinji suddenly thought of something, and then the idea came to him. In an instant, a dazzling light appeared behind him, so bright that Deidara could not look directly at him at all, and could only subconsciously reach out to cover his eyes. Shinji then said, "You and your art are not worth mentioning. Want to know what is truly brilliant? Join us." While speaking, Shinji continued to use his eye power. The detonating clay in Deidara's hand turned into ashes, even the clay bag on his waist was no exception. Looking at all this, Deidara was stunned. His artistic view is his ninja way, an explosion is justice. But now in front of Shinji's Sharingan, the explosion he was proud of has become a boring play that can be deleted, modified, and repaired at will. He couldn't even control the detonating clay in his hand. Everything about him, even his persistence and faith, became ridiculous. Is this the real art? No, how can there be art more brilliant than explosion? Damn it! He stared at his hands in pain. Seeing Deidara start to waver, Shinji said, "Only by joining us can you see greater things." Okay. Deidara was unwilling, but he was willing to accept the defeat. As he nodded, he suddenly felt dazed. When he came to his senses, he found that the temple was still the same temple, and the three people in front of him were still the same three people, and even the position they stood in had not changed. He lowered his head again, and saw that the clay spider that should have been thrown out to blow up the temple was still in his hand. Everything was the same as before, as if the scene just now was just a nap. Looking at Shinji and the other two, Deidara's feeling at this time was completely different from before. Even the red cloud cloak that he didn't care much about before now looked like a mysterious artistic style. Shinji said, "From now on, you are a member of the inner circle of our Akatsuki organization." Inner circle? Deidara was stunned. Not to mention Deidara, even Shiro and Karin standing behind Shinji were a little surprised. Shinji continued, "Later, members of the outer ring will come to recruit you. You join them and monitor their every move." Deidara was a little unhappy. "Hey, I don't want to stay with some trash." Shinji still said in a flat tone, "Those people in the outer ring, although their strength is not very good, they are not trash. You will understand after getting along with them for a while." Deidara curled his lips, feeling a little aggrieved. Shinji ignored Deidara's little mood. "Some people in the outer ring have been a little abnormal recently. You must be careful when you lurk among them and don't expose your identity as a member of the inner ring." Deidara asked, Then how can I contact you? Contact a ghost. After complaining in his heart, Shinji casually said perfunctorily, don't worry, I will contact you. Okay then. Deidara sat back on the ground, but his eyes glanced at Shinji from time to time. Shinji stopped talking nonsense and turned to lead Bai and Karan out of the hall. When they came to a deserted place outside the palace, Bai asked, Sir, just now. Before Bai could finish his words, Shinji shook his head, signaling him not to ask more questions. Bai immediately understood and fell silent. Shinji looked at Karan again. The chakra you sensed before, was it him? Karan shook her head, I'm not sure, the feeling just now has disappeared now. Shinji pondered. Now that the clues are broken, if they continue to stay here, they may bump into the real Akatsuki members who come to recruit Deidara. If they are not careful, they may be wiped out. Seeing Shinji pondering, Karan said apologetically, Sir, I'm sorry, maybe I sensed it wrong just now. This kind of thing has actually happened before. Shinji waved his hand, you are only 7 years old. It is normal even if there are mistakes. Don't worry too much. After hearing this, Karan felt less guilty. After looking at the sky, Shinji said, okay, we've been delayed long enough this time, let's go back. It's not safe to leave the apartment for too long. After all, the three of them either have bloodline limits or have immortal bodies. They are the focus of the village's attention. It is possible that the Anbu will suddenly inspect their residence. Swoosh! In an instant, the three disappeared in the woods. At this time, a black shadow poked its head out from a bush not far away, with fear on its embarrassed face. It turns out that they can track chakra. It's worth it that I gave up half of my flesh and blood and all the chakra I took away. I was almost caught by them. Then, the black shadow looked at the temple and thought, Akatsuki organization? The Lantern Master who controls this world, is he the leader of this organization? I want to pass this information back. The first update is presented. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 54 Grandma's Manjiki. After returning to the apartment, Shinji immediately removed the Manjiki Sharingan, then endured the discomfort from his eyes and put away the mask and the red cloud cloak. Then, he took a shower, removed all the smells on his body, and then lay down on the bed. It started again. This time, the discomfort in the eyes lasted for a long time. Although it was not as painful as before, the intensification of the discomfort reminded him that his pupil power was too much. Ah! He sighed. Obviously, he had worked very hard. During the time he traveled here, he was either studying or practicing. He had no time to spare. But with an 8-year-old body here, his basic strength was only so much. Facing the ghosts with all kinds of strange blood demon arts, he could only rely on the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. He had no choice. And every time he fought against the invasion, he needed to release multiple Manjiki pupil techniques. This time, he used Susanoo and Amaterasu repeatedly. Although the effect was excellent and the battle was resolved cleanly, the price was a huge consumption of his eye power. And this time, he also consumed his eye power to seal the memories of hundreds of survivors. Just now, he relied on the eye power of the Manjiki Sharingan to force Deidara into a dream. You should know that Deidara is not an ordinary small-town resident. If you want to force him into a dream, the consumption of eye power is very huge. After all, Shinji is not proficient in the construction of dreams, and his use of illusions is still at the stage of great strength. We must find a way to obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan as soon as possible. He made up his mind secretly. Even if he now controls 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, his eye power can still support it for a while, but if he does not consider the long term, his eye power will be exhausted one day. The next day, Shinji came to the ninja school as usual. Although they had experienced life and death together, he found that Bai and Karan were very cautious. Even though they were in the same classroom, they did not talk to each other the whole morning. It was just that the hidden communication between their eyes could not be hidden from Shinji, who was observing intently. After the morning cultural class, Shinji asked Irika for a leave, and then came to the Konoha archives alone. Seeing Shinji coming, the administrator thought he wanted to borrow the scroll of the shadow clone technique, but Shinji asked about the genealogy of the Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, everything in the clan was confiscated by the village, including the genealogy that recorded the 1000-year inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Shinji really had no idea about the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, so he wanted to look through the genealogy to see if he could find any clues. Genealogy. After checking the storage records, the administrator took out a large volume from the archives and handed it to Shinji. Thank you. Holding the genealogy of the Uchiha clan, Shinji found a seat and sat down. Turning over the pages of the genealogy, his fingertips gently slid across the names one by one, and finally landed on Uchiha Shinji. Found it. After finding his own name, Shinji looked up along the blood inheritance of his lineage. Mother Uchiha Emiko, father Uchiha Kang. It was clearly marked on the genealogy that his mother Uchiha Emiko did not open her eyes, and although his father Uchiha Kang had a 3-Magatama Sharingan, he died in the Third Ninja World War, and even his body was destroyed. He sighed softly, alas, the path of blood relationship really doesn't work. Although he had given up hope, he still turned another page. Grandfather Uchiha Geniki, 3-Magatama. Grandmother Uchiha Yuri, unopened. Grandfather Uchiha. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, and his sight, which had already passed by, suddenly returned to the name of his grandmother Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri. At first glance, he didn't think much of this name. But after thinking about it carefully, he found that this name was exactly the same as the female Manjiki Uchiha who created the forbidden technique Izanami in his memory. No way. He looked at the family tree carefully again and found that there was very little description about Uchiha Yuri in the family tree, only a short introduction about her joining the police force. There was no mark of Uchiha Yuri's opening details at the end. Generally, if there is no additional description of the opening details, it is assumed that the clan member has not awakened the Sharingan. After all, even in the Uchiha clan, not everyone can awaken the Sharingan, so only those who have awakened the Sharingan will have additional marks. But this became a point of doubt in Shinji's eyes. If you are not a ninja, you are not qualified to join the police force. If you have joined the police force, you have no details of opening your eyes, and combined with the name Uchiha's Hilly. These doubts, in comparison with the memory in his mind, Shinji suddenly had a guess. Could it be that my grandmother is the developer of Izanami? Following this line of thought, Shinji carefully recalled the kaleidoscope pattern of Uchiha's Hilly. Although the memory was a little fuzzy, he still roughly recalled that the kaleidoscope pattern of this woman, who was probably the only one in the history of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, seemed to be 3 petals arranged in a triangular-shaped case. Then he thought of his own kaleidoscope pattern, which was 3 ink circles intertwined and arranged in a triangular shape. No doubt. There is another pair of kaleidoscopes in this world that are connected to my blood. A pair of powerful kaleidoscopes that once developed Izanami. Shinji stood up suddenly, overturning the chair. The administrator in the distance looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Shinji quickly suppressed the excitement on his face and shook his head, "I'm sorry, I was a little excited when I saw so many victims in the family tree." The administrator stared at Shinji seriously for a while and said, "Be gentle, this is the archives." Shinji nodded and lifted the chair. Feeling that the administrator's eyes had left him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully closed the Uchiha family tree, returned the family tree to the administrator, and quietly left the archives. Suppressing his excitement, after confirming that no one was following him, he returned to the apartment and started the summoning technique in the bathroom. Bang! A burst of white smoke rose, and Coal Ball came out cautiously. Without waiting for Coal Ball to speak, Shinji asked anxiously, "Did you see Uchiha Chiri's Sharingan in the secret vault of the root base last time?" Coal Ball was a little confused by Shinji's question. After recalling, he shook his head and said, "It seems not." "No." Coal Ball thought about it again and was more certain, "Well, no. There are only 20 or 30 pairs of Sharingan in Danzo's collection." Coal Ball looked at them one by one when he was looking for Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. He can be sure that there is no jar marked with Uchiha Chiri on the display shelf of Danzo's secret vault. The second update is here. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and follow-up reading. Chapter 55. Why did you come just now? The third update. No? How could there be no? Shinji frowned fiercely, then changed his mind and clapped his hands. No is right. Those with names were obviously marked by the medical team for easy identification after they removed the Sharingan of the victims of the night of the genocide. Uchiha's Hilly was a contemporary of the first and second generations, and had long since passed away. Even if her Manjiki Sharingan was preserved by the family, it would not be specially marked with a name. After figuring this out, Shinji turned his head and asked Mikhail, "Are there any Sharingans without names in Danzo's secret vault?" If the family really preserved Uchiha's Hilly's Mangeki, then this batch of precious family property would probably have been confiscated by the village and then fell into Danzo's hands. This time, Cole Ball didn't think about it and answered directly, well, some jars are not labeled with names. Shinji excitedly picked up Cole Ball, what kind of jars? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Cole Ball was a little curious, but still answered Shinji's question seriously, those jars look a little old, and the eyes inside may not be usable. Old. This information once again confirmed Shinji's guess. The Uchiha clan has the habit of recycling Sharingan, which can be seen from Uchiha Madara and the fact that someone in the Uchiha clan once advised Fugaku to recycle Kakashi's Sharingan. So compared to those old jars, the ones in them may be Sharingan recycled by the Uchiha clan themselves. But at the same time, Shinji also became worried. Just like Cole Ball said, it's hard to say whether it can still be used after soaking for so long. After all, eyes are also organs. After losing the nourishment of the body's chakra, it's hard to say how long they can remain active. Besides, the Uchiha clan was all obsessed with the development of eye techniques, and few people would focus on biotechnology. So their preservation methods could not be compared with Uchiha Madara, who had been secretly studying the first-generation cells, or Orochimaru, who had developed various forbidden techniques. We must get them as soon as possible. After a pause, Shinji emphasized, get them all. There is no doubt that his goal is not just his grandmother's pair of Mangeki. Because of his grandmother, he thought of a secret of the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Madara left in anger, the Uchiha clan had a brief civil strife. At that time, several Uchiha elites who survived the Warring States period awakened the Mangeki Sharingan one after another, and because of Madara's anger and departure, the position of the clan leader was vacant, so they started a bloody competition. The forbidden technique of Izanagi was abused at that time. In order to eliminate the civil strife, Uchiha Yuri painstakingly developed Izanami that could restrain Izanagi, and finally quelled the civil strife. In other words, in addition to the brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, there were several elites with Mangeki Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. It was just that the first generation at that time was too dazzling and dominated the world. Even the Uchiha with Mangeki Sharingan pales in comparison to the first generation, so these Uchiha elites did not dare to be too ostentatious, so as not to cause the fear of the first and second generations. This can be seen from the fact that there is no mark on the opening of Uchiha Yuri's eyes in the family tree. You must know that outsiders cannot see the family tree. Even so, the Uchiha at that time did not leave any flaws, which shows how much they feared the first and second generations. However, Shinji suspected that the second generation might have seen through the Uchiha clan's secrets, so he was afraid of the Uchiha clan. The foundation of the Uchiha clan has always maintained a contradictory attitude towards the Uchiha clan, trying to win over the Uchiha clan while suppressing them. Even Shinji suspected that the second generation had secretly attacked the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why Danzo, a disciple of the second generation, mastered the forbidden technique of Izanagi before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and relied on this forbidden technique to attack Shisui, breaking the balance of power between the village and the Uchiha clan. Where did Danzo's Izanagi come from? From Shisui's reaction when he was attacked, Shisui did not expect that Danzo would know Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. So the Uchiha clan was unaware that Danzo knew Izanagi, which means that Izanagi was likely stolen. It is precisely this mutual fear with the village that makes Shinji think that the Uchiha elites who have awakened the Mangeki may keep their Mangeki Sharingan for future use. So those relatively old jars in Danzo's hands may contain Mangeki Sharingan, or even more than one pair. Oh no, I stole Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki from Danzo last time. Will he be suspicious and check all the Sharingans? Thinking of this, Shinji suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He felt that he must take the Sharingan from Danzo as soon as possible. If it takes too long, Danzo might discover the secret. Temple. Uchiha Itaki, Biwajozo, and Scorpion of the Red Sand slowly walked into the hall. Looking at Deidara in the hall, Scorpion said in a hoarse and low voice, "Is the partner assigned to me this yellow-haired boy? Why does he look short-lived?" Clang. Putting the beheading sword into the floor, Biwajozo leaned on the sword and smiled, "Don't underestimate this guy, he is a frequent visitor on the wanted list of several nearby countries." Itaka looked at Deidara and took a step forward, "We are here." Before Itaka finished speaking, Deidara scratched his ears with an impatient look on his face, "What are you doing? Why are you here just now?" Even Itaki, who never showed his emotions, was slightly stunned when he heard the words. Deodara looked at the three of them and said in his heart, "These three are ugly at first glance. No wonder they are from the outer formation. They are far worse than us in the inner formation." Pipajozo asked, "Do you know us?" "Akatsuki." Deodara said, "Where are my cloak and mask?" Scorpion said in a deep voice, "Do you know we are here to recruit you?" Deodara asked back, "Why else are you looking for me?" Scorpion was choked and a little annoyed, "Kid, watch your tone if you don't want to die too early." Pipajozo smiled and said, "This kid is interesting, saving us a lot of trouble." "Itaki, what do you think?" Uchiha Itaka didn't say a word of extra nonsense, and directly threw the prepared red cloud suit to Deodara. After taking the red cloud suit, Deodara was a little confused. "No mask. The third update is here. I'm trying my best to write, please read it. This is very important. Don't keep reading. The more you read, the higher the chance of getting a good recommendation. Please." Chapter 56 Wilderness Survival. Ding ling ling. At the bell, Irika walked into the classroom and announced to everyone, "Today, the ninja school will organize a wilderness survival training." Wilderness survival. Shinji, who was distracted, frowned when he heard it. On the podium, Irika continued, "This wilderness survival training will be conducted in the death forest next to the village. There will be teachers accompanying you throughout the whole process, so don't worry too much." Someone raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Irika, can I bring food?" "Yes." Irika nodded. "What about the barbecue grill? Can I bring pets? I want to wear new clothes." The crowd suddenly became noisy. With teachers accompanying them, there is no need to worry about safety issues, so everyone quickly regarded this wilderness survival training as a wild camping trip. Irika put his hand on his forehead and knocked on the table. "There are other classes participating this time. There will be some competitive events, and the losers will be punished." Tenten smiled and said, "Teacher Irika, do you think our class will lose?" She looked at Shinji and Niji with a smug look on her face. Irika shook his head, "The outdoor environment is completely different from what you imagined. If you participate in survival training with this mentality, you will definitely suffer. Okay, now disband, and gather at school at noon." Everyone rushed out of the classroom. Shinji also returned to his apartment and counted the ninja tools. Although it sounded nothing, he always felt that this so-called outdoor survival training was a bit strange, so adhering to the principle of being prepared, he meticulously prepared various ninja tools. At the same time, he was still planning in his mind how to take all the Sharingan from Danzo's hands. As he got to know more about the Susanoo no Temporaire, he had a vague feeling that if his Mangeki Sharingan could successfully evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The power of the Susanoo Sun's lantern may also be further improved. How can we get Danzo to divert his attention from the Sharingan and distract him from other things? What does Danzo want most now? The answer to this question is actually very simple. Danzo probably wants Sasuke most now, so he goes back to the Sharingan. Shinji stroked his chin. From Danzo's secret study of the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan to his body transformation and transplantation of a large number of Sharingans, it can be seen that his obsession with the Sharingan far exceeds that of others. It is very difficult to divert Danzo's attention from the Sharingan at this time. Are we going to force our way in again? He shook his head quickly. From the battle in the original time and space, when Danzo challenged Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, under the threat of Obito, Danzo's strength should not be underestimated. In that battle, if Obito had not threatened him, Sasuke might not have won. After all, in order to deal with the more mysterious Obito, Danzo has always kept the power of Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. If he used Kota Amatsukami directly on Sasuke, Sasuke would probably fall flat on his face. Shinji asked himself, he is no match for Sasuke at that time. And Danzo in the root base is not alone. In addition to his own subordinates, other forces in the village will also support him once things get out of hand. This rise and fall. If Shinji insists on breaking into the trap set by Danzo, the end will definitely not be good. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Shinji forced himself to calm down. If possible, he will do everything he can to fight for it, but if it is obviously impossible, he will not be stupid enough to force it. At noon. After gathering at the ninja school, the two classes participating in the outdoor survival training set off for the death forest. Shinji glanced at the team and found that in addition to his own class, the other class participating in the outdoor survival training was actually Sasuke and Naruto's class, and Naruto, who had recovered from his injury and was discharged from the hospital, was also among them, so he was shocked. What's going on? Why are our two classes the only ones participating in the training? He felt that something was really wrong. Perhaps because of the campus fight yesterday, many people in the two classes knew each other, so everyone talked and laughed along the way, and did not take the survival training seriously at all. Many people even shared snacks with each other, just like a group outing. Not long after, under the leadership of teachers Irika and Mizuki, everyone entered the Death Forest. Wow! Look, what a big tree! There seems to be a snake over there. Many students entered the Death Forest for the first time, so they were instantly attracted by the scene in the Death Forest and gave all kinds of praise. Shinji had come here secretly once, so he didn't feel anything. Sasuke was also surprised, but after seeing Shinji's indifferent expression, he quickly concealed the expression on his face. Ninkai opened his Byakugan and observed the surroundings. After walking about 1 or 2 kilometers, Irika said, "Okay, let's camp here." Everyone immediately got busy. Some set up tents, some set up barbecue grills, and some collected firewood everywhere. While directing everyone, Irika loudly reminded them, "Everyone stay nearby and don't go deep into the forest alone." "Got it." Everyone responded in unison. Shinji walked to Ninkai at this time. "Did you find anything?" Ninkai seemed to have not expected Shinji to take the initiative to talk to him. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "It should be because there are so many of us, and the wild animals have taken the initiative to avoid us." Shinji said, "Be careful." Ninkai was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Shinji was so cautious even though he had a teacher leading the team, but he still nodded and said, "I know." Sasuke saw Shinji and Ninkai whispering to each other, pretending not to care, but his body inadvertently leaned towards them, as if he wanted to hear clearly what they were talking about. Shiro and Karin took the opportunity to get together and work together to set up the tent. Naruto, Kaiba, and Lee were noisily picking up firewood. Shikamaru and Koji set up a barbecue grill. Sakura, Hinata, and Ino were surrounding a wild rabbit. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Irika smiled. Then he jumped to Mizuki who was on guard on the tree, and said helplessly, "It seems that this wilderness survival training will probably become a wilderness camping." Mizuki smiled and said, "It's not bad to let the children relax." Irika was still a little worried, "But this is the Death Forest after all, I'm worried that something might happen." "Don't worry, don't we still have us?" After a pause, Mizuki continued, "And the Anbu responsible for protecting Sasuke is here too." Bang! Just as Irika was about to answer, a muffled sound came from his ear. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw an Anbu falling from the sky, hitting the ground hard, his life or death unknown. The first update is here, please vote for recommendation, monthly votes, and follow-up reading. Chapter 57 Mysterious Man. Ah! The Anbu who fell from the sky and whose life or death was unknown immediately caused a cry of surprise from the students. Swish! Irika and Mizuki immediately came to the Anbu, one was responsible for vigilance, and the other squatted down to check. Just then, a figure slowly walked out of the forest. Mizuki shouted, "Who is it?" Before he finished speaking, Mizuki was stunned, because the figure who was just dozens of meters away, at this moment already in front of him. "You!" The man kicked Mizuki instantly. Bang! As a chunin, Mizuki didn't even have the chance to resist, and was kicked away, hitting a tree hard, and passed out with his head tilted. Irika, who was squatting on the ground to check on the Anbu, was horrified and shouted to the students behind him, "Everyone, run!" Then he took out a kunai and protected the students. The opponent's instant body technique was definitely not something he, a chunin, could resist, so he just hoped to delay it a little to give the students more time to escape. However, the next second, the opponent just casually made a hand knife, and Irika's body softened and fell to the ground. How? How is it possible? The teachers are chunins. The students were all scared and forgot to run away. After dealing with Mizuki and Irika, the figure continued to walk towards the students. In the crowd, Shinji's face darkened slightly. Could it be Orochimaru? Although the mysterious man's face was covered with bandages and his appearance could not be seen clearly, he vaguely guessed his identity from the extremely fiery eyes he looked at Sasuke with and his tongue sticking out. Sasuke stood up at this time and shouted to Shinji and Niji, "It's just right, we can have another match." Shinji glanced at Suzuki and thought to himself, you are really brave. Ningji, who opened his Byakugan, looked solemn and reminded, don't be careless, the amount of chakra on his body is more than 10 times more than any jonin I have seen. What? Suzuki was surprised. Shinji thought to himself, is it really Orochimaru? The chakra that can be more than 10 times more than that of an ordinary jonin is at least at the level of Kage, and the identity of the person who came can be basically confirmed. The mysterious man licked his tongue and said to Suzuki in a hoarse voice, did you infect the Nine-Tails kid? Suzuki opened his Sharingan at this time and stared at the mysterious man, if you want to cause trouble, you may have found the wrong person. Ha ha ha. The mysterious man slowly opened his arms and laughed. In an instant, an extremely fierce chakra, accompanied by murderous aura that seemed to be able to condense into a solid, spread rapidly around with the mysterious man as the center. Under the impact of this fierce chakra and murderous aura, many students were frightened and sat on the ground, dumbfounded. Suzuki and Niji also felt a tremor from the depths of their hearts, as if they were cast into a fixed body technique and their bodies were out of control. Among the crowd, only Shinji could resist the murderous intent of the mysterious man, but he was also shocked. The opponent's might, which was a mixture of chakra, murderous intent, and momentum, made him clearly feel that the opponent was a level higher than other ninjas he had seen. The mysterious man continued to move forward, admiring the double Megatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets as he walked, his eyes full of obsession. Suzuki, realizing that something was wrong, bit his tongue and barely broke free from the shock of the other party's power by relying on the pain, and shouted to Naruto not far behind him, idiot, run. Shinji also turned back and shouted to Bai, take everyone away. Bai hesitated for a moment, but finally obeyed Shinji's arrangement and began to organize everyone to escape. The mysterious man did not make a move to stop the students from escaping. He looked at Suzuki and Shinji with a playful expression on his face. Shinji had figured it out by now. If the other party was really Orochimaru, he must have been attracted by the news that Suzuki had awakened the Sharingan and subdued the Nine-Tails. And at this point in time, Orochimaru might have just been defeated by Itaki and had a strong interest in the Sharingan. After figuring this out, he felt it was very difficult. He and Suzuki are the only two remaining Uchiha remnants in the ninja world besides Uchiha Itaki. Orochimaru's target is most likely them. Soon, the other students stumbled away, leaving only Shinji, Suzuki, and Niji to confront the mysterious man. Shinji knew that running away was useless, because the other party was coming for him. Suzuki and Niji, who were known as geniuses, felt that they had to stand up in this situation. The mysterious man nodded, you dare to stand in front of me, you three little brats are great. Shinji didn't waste time talking to the mysterious man, and said directly to Suzuki and Niji beside him, you two cover me, as long as we make a big noise, the village will soon find out that there is something wrong here. Suzuki and Niji's eyes lit up when they heard this. Swish, swish, swish. Shinji immediately took action, threw several kunai at the mysterious man, and then began to seal with his hands. The mysterious man didn't care at first. He smiled and tilted his head to easily and accurately dodge the kunai thrown by Shinji. However, before he could fully raise his mouth, his expression suddenly froze. Because he suddenly found that the kunai he dodged were tied with inconspicuous steel wires, and at the end of each steel wire, there were detonating tags that had been ignited and made a sizzling sound. Boom boom boom. Instantly, continuous explosions sounded around the mysterious man. The mysterious man jumped up and rushed out of the smoke of the explosion from above. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Shinji, who had just finished the seal, aimed directly at the top of the explosion and released the fire escape ninjutsu. The mysterious man had just landed on the branch of a big tree, and the huge fireball that illuminated the entire forest came as expected. Hey! The mysterious man was slightly surprised, and then he was completely swallowed by the fireball. This! Looking at the fire that seemed to burn half the sky, Suzuki and Niji were stunned. Of course they knew that Shinji had mastered the great fireball technique a long time ago, but they never expected that Shinji's great fireball technique was so powerful. This kind of power is not the great fireball they know at all. Shinji, who completed the first stage of the offensive, did not foolishly wait for the result to be revealed, but turned around and fled directly. In fact, even if the mysterious man had not jumped up, his great fireball technique would have aimed upwards, because his purpose was not to kill the other party, but to ignite the treetops above the forest, let the smoke rise, and attract the attention of the village. When he passed Suzuki and Niji, he saw that they were still staring blankly at the treetops with flames rising to the sky above their heads. Shinji had to grab them one by one and shouted, "Why are you standing there? Run!" After a while, the mysterious man walked out of the smoke and dust, looked at the direction where the three people fled, licked his tongue. How interesting. The second update is here. Please recommend. Monthly votes. Follow-up reading. Chapter 58. Don't worry about the rest. Third update. Why should we run? Didn't your ninjutsu hit him? Suzuki was a little puzzled, and more unwilling in his heart. The sense of superiority he built up from his dazzling deeds such as opening his eyes at the age of 7, subduing the 9 tails, saving the village, etc., was always ruthlessly slapped in the face again and again when facing Shinji. This made him very depressed. Shinji, who was escaping in the front, ignored Sasuke's complaints. He couldn't expose his Mangeki Sharingan yet, because once it was exposed, the village would investigate his previous break-in into the Anbu building and the root base. By then, he would either defect or let the village decide. Once he chose to defect, it would be much more difficult for him to take back the Uchiha clan's Sharingan from Danzo. Ningji suddenly said, "The other party is catching up." What? Suzuki was a little surprised, that kind of fire escape can't burn him to death. Shinji counted the remaining ninja tools in the ninja tool bag on his waist, then thought about it and said, "We can't run away like this anymore, we have to find a place to set an ambush." Suzuki and Niji nodded. The three of them were obviously not as fast as the other party, and if they continued to run like this, they would be caught up soon. Instead of fighting hastily at that time, it is better to find a place to set up now, at least it can increase the chance of winning and delay a little longer. Shua. Accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, the mysterious man fell from the air. Just now, Shinji's great fireball technique did not seem to hurt him at all. He still had a smile on his face and looked unhurried. Looking at the footprints on the ground extending into the bushes in front, the mysterious man walked along the footprints. But just when he was about to step into the bushes, he suddenly stopped. In the bushes on the other side. Seeing the mysterious man about to step into the trap, but stopped at the last step, Suzuki nervously shouted in his heart, "Hurry up and step in. Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Shinji knew that the other party had seen through his trap, so he waved the kunai and cut the steel wire on the side. Thump. 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 As the steel wire next to Shinji was cut, a chain reaction was triggered instantly. The steel wires arranged in different directions were broken continuously, and then entangled in the air, weaving into a huge steel wire net, covering the mysterious man. At this moment, let alone the mysterious man, even Suzuki and Niji, who saw Shinji arrange the steel wires with their own eyes, widened their eyes. What is this operation? The next scene moved them even more. While under the steel wire net, several other steel wires were pulled. These pulled steel wires were quickly pulled back, pulling out a long string of detonating tags, wrapping around the mysterious man from all directions. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the mysterious man with no way to escape was engulfed by the huge explosion. Without waiting for Niji's white eyes to confirm, Suzuki stood up from the bushes. Success. Hey! Before he finished speaking, a gust of evil wind came from behind him. After all, he had opened the Sharingan, so he reacted immediately and turned around to elbow. However, the elbow hit nothing. Before he could recover, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he was kicked out and hit a big tree in the distance. The mysterious man twisted his neck at this time, and his eyes moved from Suzuki to Shinji. "Can you reach this level before opening your eyes?" Shinji frowned. In the ambush just now, he used the silk thread manipulation obtained from the ghost and the Uchiha clan's ninja tool throwing to the extreme. But because he couldn't open the Mangeki Sharingan, he still left a flaw, which was discovered by the mysterious man and easily cracked with the instant body technique. This is an absolute gap in strength, which can't be easily eliminated by an ambush. Suzuki covered his stomach and struggled to stand up. "Damn, you guy!" Swish! The mysterious man flashed in front of Suzuki in an instant. Suzuki was stunned at first, and then he was hit hard in the stomach. Puff! Suzuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person curled up in pain on the ground like a shrimp ball. He was only 7 years old, and even if he had awakened the Sharingan, he was no different from a baby in front of the mysterious man. Ninkai said, "He is very strong, let's go together." Shinji calculated the remaining ninja tools while rushing out with Ninkai. The mysterious man didn't even turn around, but just glanced back at Shinji and Neji, with a playful look on his face. Ninkai knew that the other party was powerful, so he skipped all the temptations and came up with the strongest soft fist bag with 32 palms he had mastered. However, the mysterious man just chopped and picked with his right hand, breaking his soft fist and hitting his lungs, making him unable to breathe and falling to the ground. Shinji did not go forward to fight with the mysterious man in close combat, but threw several kunai, and then rushed into the bushes beside him without waiting for the mysterious man to counterattack. Seeing that the tails of these kunai were still tied with steel wires and detonating tags like before, the mysterious man shook his head slightly, then flashed and jumped to a big tree in the distance. But the expected explosion did not happen. Not only that, 2 more kunai were suddenly shot out from the bushes, hitting the previous kunai and changing the direction of the kunai. The mysterious man standing on the tree suddenly fixed his eyes. These kunai passed through the gaps between Sasuke and Niji's legs from tricky angles, and tied the steel wires behind them to their legs one by one. Then, with 2 swoosh sounds, the other end of the steel wire exerted force, pulling Sasuke and Niji's legs tied by the steel wire, and dragged them into the bushes together. The mysterious man on the tree raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a weird smile. In the bushes. After arranging the remaining detonating tags and steel wires, Shinji carried Sasuke and Nisi on his shoulders and continued to flee without looking back. He knew very well that his physical skills were not much stronger than Sasuke and Nisi. If he really had to fight the mysterious man in close combat, he would probably be knocked down in a few moves. After running for a while, Nisi said with difficulty, "Put me down, I can walk by myself." Sasuke also shouted hurriedly, "I can walk by myself too." Shinji put the 2 down and then gasped heavily. Just now, in order to escape, he almost used the breathing method to the extreme, and now his lungs are still burning. Sasuke asked Nisi with lingering fear, "Is that guy chasing us?" Just as Nisi was about to open his Byakugan to observe, he was knocked unconscious by a figure that fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, another figure fell and knocked Sasuke next to Nisi unconscious. Shinji quickly jumped back and became alert, then found that the 2 ninjas dressed as Root had knocked out Niji and Sasuke. Danzo was involved. He had always thought that this incident was planned by Orochimaru, but he didn't expect that Danzo also got involved. But in an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If he was deliberately caught by Danzo's subordinates and taken to the Root base, wouldn't it save the trouble of sneaking into the Root base? Besides, this incident has become a big deal. The 3rd generation will definitely come forward, and Danzo will definitely give priority to dealing with the 3rd generation at that time. At this time, he was taken back to the base by the Root ninja, and he could use this opportunity to take back all the Sharingans in Danzo's hands from the inside of the Root base. So, when the Root ninja attacked him, he pretended to be unable to resist, was hit, and fell to the ground. "Hey, I'm such a genius." He was secretly happy when he fell to the ground pretending to be unconscious, and was waiting to be taken back to Danzo's lair by the Root ninja. At this time, he heard the voices of 2 Root ninjas talking. One of them said, "Take Uchiha Sasuke back." The other pointed at Shinji and Niji, "What about the remaining 2? Don't worry about the rest." Shinji was stunned, his mind full of question marks. Here comes the 3rd update. I haven't written anything for a day, and I will continue to update 3 times. Please recommend, vote, and read. Please everyone. Chapter 59. Why don't you take me away? What the hell, I'm also Uchiha, why don't you take me away? Shinji was very annoyed. He had already started planning in his mind how to pack up the Sharingan in Danzo's secret vault after being taken into Danzo's lair. Unexpectedly, these 2 Roots ignored him. How unreasonable. At this time, Sasuke, who was held under the armpits of the Root ninjas, suddenly woke up slowly. "Who are you?" "Hey." The 2 Root ninjas were a little surprised. Obviously. Sasuke, who had awakened his double Megatama Sharingan, was unable to dodge the sneak attack of the Root ninja just now, but he still noticed it in advance and slightly adjusted his body shape, so that the opponent did not hit the area with the most dense nerves and blood vessels. At the same time, the Root ninja received an order to take Sasuke away, and the force of the sneak attack was not very strong, so Sasuke woke up quickly. Seeing this, Shinji also pretended to wake up and stood up and shouted, "Stop, I won't let you take Sasuke away." The 2 Root ninjas frowned and then looked at each other. One of them understood, flashed and rushed in front of Shinji, and a hand knife fell. Bang! Shinji fell down in response. It's solved, let's go. The root ninja turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as he took a step, he found that his ankle was grabbed by Shinji. He looked back and saw Shinji crawling up from the ground again. Put down Sasuke. You little brat. The root ninja's face sank. Sasuke, who was caught under the armpit of another root ninja, also shouted, Shinji. Bang. Another hand knife. Shinji fell down again. The root ninja did not turn around immediately this time, but looked at Shinji on the ground for a few seconds, and then turned to his companion and said, Uchiha's little brat is really difficult to deal with. Sasuke struggled desperately, damn it, my sister's face is so ugly, let me go. The root holding Sasuke didn't give in and punched him twice. Sasuke, who was hit by 2 heavy punches, felt that his gastric juice was about to vomit and he was unable to continue struggling. But just when the 2 roots were about to leave, the voice that gave them a headache rang again, put down Sasuke, otherwise, I won't let it go. The 2 turned back and looked at Shinji, who got up from the ground again, and frowned, this brat. Sasuke was moved to tears, Shinji, don't worry about me. Shinji, who was hit several times, was quite helpless and said in his heart, you 2 bastards, if you don't take me away, it will be impolite. You won't let it go. After a pause, the root ninja grinned and said, then take you with you. As he said that, the root ninja picked up Shinji and left together. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after the root ninja took Shinji and Sasuke away, a team of Anbu followed the trail and rushed here, and found Ninkai fainted on the ground. After waking Ninkai up, an Anbu wearing a dog-faced mask asked, who attacked you? Do you know where Uchiha Sasuke is? Ninkai shook his head and recalled, I didn't see the people who attacked us clearly. We. The Anbu with the dog-faced mask stared and asked, who else was with you at the time? Ninkai saw that Shinji and Sasuke were no longer around him, and immediately realized something, saying, Shinji and Sasuke were with me. Then, he briefly told the Anbu about the process of the 3 of them being chased by the mysterious man. Swish. Another Anbu landed next to the dog-faced masked Anbu, the other children have been found. Really? Then there are only 2 Uchiha missing. After saying that, the dog-faced masked Anbu sighed softly, report to Lord Hokage. Inside the root base. Looking at the familiar spiral staircase deep underground, Shinji silently remembered everything along the way. The structure inside the base has changed a lot since his last visit, and many places can be seen to have obvious signs of reinforcement. The structure of the spiral staircase is also more complicated, and there are several corridors he has never seen before. This place has been rebuilt. Shinji secretly paid attention. Soon, he and Sasuke were thrown into 2 adjacent prisons at the bottom of the base. The 2 roots searched all the ninja tools on them, and then locked their hands and feet with chains forged from fine steel. Don't think about escaping, stay here obediently. After giving another warning, the 2 roots left. After the 2 roots left, Sasuke said to Shinji through the cell wall, Shinji, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. At this moment, Shinji's mind was full of thoughts on how to act, so he casually said, we are the last Uchiha, don't say such things. Sasuke fell silent. Shinji's words reminded him of the night of the genocide and the person he had to kill with his own hands. After carefully checking his cell, Shinji found that there was no surveillance equipment here. It should be just a temporary detention area, not the kind of cell that holds serious criminals for a long time. Then he struggled with the chains on his hands and found that no matter how hard he tried, the chains did not move at all. It seems that the root ninjas who imprisoned the 2 of them have considered that with their physiques of 7 or 8 years old, it is impossible to break free from these chains without any ninja tools. Sitting back on the ground, Shinji estimated the time. More than an hour has passed since they were attacked. The death forest is right next to the village. Even if the village is slow to react, it should have discovered the abnormality in the death forest and started to investigate. Sasuke is also the focus of the village. His disappearance will inevitably cause the direct intervention of the 3rd generation. If the 3rd generation is not tripped up by other things, he should have started negotiations with Danzo now. The result will be known in half an hour at most, and I don't have much time left. After making up his mind, Shinji immediately formed a seal and activated the shadow clone technique, creating a shadow clone. Then he bit his finger and summoned Coal Ball. What's going on? Seeing that Shinji was chained, Coal Ball, who had just been summoned, was frightened and subconsciously wanted to run. Shinji's shadow clone twisted him up. Shinji pouted unhappily, darling of the night? Moon elf? Shadow domination? Famous in the ninja world? That's it. Coal Ball shrank his head, don't I want to go back and ask for help? Shinji, who was in a hurry, didn't waste any words and told Coal Ball the plan directly, and then reminded, remember, take all the Sharingans away this time. Mikhail was a bit troubled, there are so many, how can I take them? Shinji asked, don't you have things like sealing scrolls? Mikhail replied, of course, but they are all filled with ninja tools. Very valuable. Shinji waved his hand, I will compensate for the loss of ninja tools. In short, you must take away all the Sharingans this time. When Mikhail heard this, he smiled immediately, and then, according to Shinji's instructions, he blended into the shadows, sneaked out of the cell, opened the cell door from the outside, and then set off with Shinji's shadow clone. Seeing that his shadow clone and Mikhail had gone far away, Shinji summoned his second ninja cat again. It was not enough to rely on Mikhail and the others, he also needed to create chaos to cover the actions of Mikhail and the others. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 60 Touched. Hey! Princess Fengji walked out of the white smoke and looked at the dark cells around her with disgust. Then she tiptoed and jumped onto Shinji, as if she didn't want the floor of the cell to dirty her white hair. Shinji stretched out his hands and spread the chains, quick, use wind escape to help me cut these chains. In terms of cutting, wind style is the strongest. High-level wind style can even cut through the defense of Susanoo. Fengji was somewhat dissatisfied, you summoned me here just to do this kind of rough work. Shinji knew that the white cat was very proud, so he coaxed and lied, this is to save my life. You don't want me to die with only a single-digit lifespan, do you? Fengji raised her head, then I will save your life. Then she quickly formed a seal and shouted at the chains that locked Shinji's hands, wind style, shock wave. Swoosh! Instantly, a wind blade spit out from Fengji's mouth and shot towards the chain. Then, the wind blade collided with the chain, making a sharp sound of clang, and then the wind blade disappeared, and the chain remained. Shinji didn't say anything, but gave Fengji a shy and handsome look. Fengji was immediately furious. She formed a seal again, then gathered chakra on her claws and pounced on the chain, wind style, cat's cut. Clang! A sharp scream sounded, and the chain broke. So strong! Shinji said secretly. After cutting the chains that locked his legs, Shinji asked Fuji to perform a wind escape on his cell door, pretending to break through from the inside, and then rushed to Sasuke's cell next door and opened the door. Sasuke looked puzzled, Shinji, you... Shinji did not rush to explain to Sasuke, but said to Fuji, quick, cut his chains too. What a trouble! Fuji complained, but her claws were very sharp, and she cut the chains that locked Sasuke in a few strokes. Seeing the white cat cut off the chains that he couldn't break with all his strength in a few strokes, Sasuke's eyes were wide open, and then he asked Shinji, is this cat your summoning beast? Just now in the next door, were you talking to her? Well, let's not talk so much for now, let's run away. Shinji called Sasuke to escape from the prison area together. During the escape, Sasuke kept an eye on the white cat on Shinji's shoulder. Obviously, he didn't expect Shinji to be so comprehensive. Not only did he surpass himself in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tool throwing, but he even had a summoned beast before graduating from the ninja school. A sense of urgency spread in his heart. In his opinion, his only advantage now was the Sharingan. If even this was caught up by Shinji, he would lose completely. Shinji naturally didn't know what Sasuke was thinking in his heart. He was calculating the timing at this moment. In the original time and space, in order to take back Yamato who had mastered the wood release from Denzo, the third generation personally led the Anbu to raid Denzo's base. So when the third generation could rush in at any time, he had to disrupt the situation as soon as possible to create opportunities for his own shadow clones and coal balls on the other side. So he deliberately led Sasuke past an alarm he had discovered. Beep beep. In an instant, the alarm sounded loudly in the root base. Listening to the sharp alarm sound in his ears, Sasuke was a little panicked, oh no. Shinji's expression did not change, if we encounter enemies later, I will stop them, you find a way to escape, and then find the Hokage to save me. Sasuke did not argue, but nodded unwillingly. Because he knew that Shinji's plan was correct. If he was the one to stop the enemy, it was very likely that neither of them would be able to escape. Soon, several root ninjas blocked the two's way. "Kid, how did you escape? Is it that ninja cat? I was careless. I should have sealed him." After seeing the wind girl on Shinji's shoulder, several root ninjas immediately guessed how Shinji escaped, and they all looked embarrassed. Danzo was very strict with his subordinates. If such a mistake was made, they would all be punished. Seeing several root ninjas approaching, Shinji stood out and said to Sasuke, "You go first, I'll stop them." Sasuke's eyes were full of emotion. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back to save you." Shinji felt a little guilty. I dare not look back at Sasuke. Because the direction he stepped aside happened to be the direction leading to Danzo's secret vault. Sasuke, who was fleeing towards Danzo's secret vault, looked back from time to time. Seeing Shinji's resolute back, his eyes gradually moistened. "Damn it, why? Why can't I always help?" The root ninjas were obviously more concerned about Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke escape, they hurried to chase him. At this time, Shinji shouted to Fuji, "You use wind escape, I use fire escape." While making a seal, Fuji said, "You have to be careful. If you burn my hair, I will terminate the contract with you." Although the two cooperated for the first time, they had a tacit understanding. Shinji quickly completed the seal, fire style, great fireball technique. After the fireball was completely shot out, the wind princess on his shoulder immediately released her own ninjutsu, wind style, great shockwave. Boom! The wind helped the fire, and in an instant, Shinji's great fireball expanded by more than twice, almost filling the entire corridor. This! How is it possible? The root ninjas all changed color. It's not that they haven't seen such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, but they never thought that this level of fire style was from the hands of an 8-year-old ninja school student. Knowing that they couldn't resist, several root ninjas had to give up chasing Sasuke and dodged. However, Danzo's root base is a circular deep pit with a downward direction, and its structure is like a huge chimney. So under the blessing of the chimney effect, Shinji's great fireball became more intense and gradually turned into a huge fireball. Boom boom boom! In an instant, a huge explosion echoed inside the base. Even the originally piercing alarm sound seemed so insignificant in this series of explosions. No one expected that a ninjutsu could cause such a momentum. Several root ninjas present, even Shinji, the caster, looked at each other in surprise. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, with a series of wind-breaking sounds, figures landed on the spiral staircase. Shinji looked over and saw that the leader was the third Hokage wearing a Hokage robe, and behind him was a large group of fully armed Anbu. And with the third Hokage appeared Danzo with a sullen face. He glanced at Shinji with a bad look, and then asked his subordinates, "Where is Uchiha Sasuke?" A root ninja hurried forward and pointed in the direction of the secret vault. "Sir, Uchiha Sasuke is running in that direction." Boom! An explosion interrupted the root ninja's report, and the direction of the explosion was exactly the direction of the secret vault he pointed to. The second update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 61 Bitterness. Anbu Building. Interrogation Room. An Anbu looked at Shinji and asked slowly, "Is this all the story?" "Yes." Shinji nodded honestly. Except for what he shouldn't say, he said everything. Anbu asked, "According to your description, the mysterious man's strength should be far superior to yours, why can you escape so easily?" Shinji shook his head, "I don't know. This is the truth. If the mysterious man continues to chase them, none of them will be able to escape." The Anbu didn't dwell on this question and continued to ask, "Is that ninja cat a main spirit beast?" "Well, I made a contract with the cat village not long ago. The pass to leave the village was issued by Irika-sensei. He can prove it for me." The Anbu glanced at Shinji and said, "We will verify it." Then, the Anbu pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you found any abnormal behavior of Uchiha Sasuke?" "What abnormality?" The Anbu carefully chose his words and asked slowly, "For example, on the way to the root base, was his panic an act? Or, when you escaped together, was he using you to resist the pursuit of the root ninja?" Shinji frowned. He realized that the Anbu was suspicious of Sasuke. This was not a good thing for him. No matter how many suspicious points there were on Sasuke, as long as he hadn't done it, he could investigate it clearly in the end. So if he followed the Anbu's suspicion and put the blame on Sasuke, he would definitely suffer the consequences in the future. So he answered, I was responsible for the rear guard. It was a strategy that was discussed at the beginning. He didn't use me. The Anbu emphasized, didn't he induce you? No. After shaking his head firmly, Shinji asked, why do you ask that? Because Shinji was also one of the parties involved, the Anbu did not hide it, the place where you were before was a secret facility in the village. Just when you were escaping, a theft occurred there, and we found Suzuki not far from the scene. Shinji asked, what was lost? Lost. Halfway through, the Anbu suddenly got stuck. What was stolen from the root base was the Sharingan, and Danzo was furious. All the Anbu present at the time knew it. But he really couldn't say that the lost item was the Sharingan in front of Shinji, an Uchiha. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shinji thought, could it be the mysterious man who attacked us in the Forest of Death? Hey! The Anbu was stunned. Shinji continued to make up stories, after attacking us, he suddenly disappeared. Maybe he followed us to the facility. We can't rule out this possibility. After a pause, the Anbu said, okay, you can go. Shinji nodded and before leaving the interrogation room, he asked again, where is Suzuki? The Anbu waved his hand, don't worry about him, he's in the Hokage building. After sorting out Shinji's confession, the Anbu also left the interrogation room. Another Anbu guarding the door saw his colleague coming out and asked, how is it? The Anbu who interrogated Shinji smiled and said, this kid doesn't know anything. It seems that he was kept in the dark the whole time. I heard that his performance this time was very eye-catching. The Anbu who interrogated Shinji shook his head, it's a pity that his eyes have not been opened yet. In terms of potential, he can't compare with Uchiha Suzuki. Shinji sighed. When he went downstairs, he happened to meet Ninkai who had just finished the investigation. The two nodded and walked out in silence together. Shinji was silent because he was sorting out this action and checking whether he had revealed any flaws. Ninkai was silent because today's incident hit him too hard. He didn't expect that his soft fist, which he was so proud of, was so vulnerable. It was like a joke in front of the mysterious man. At the same time, he had to admit that Shinji's response was better than his when facing a strong enemy. In this way, the two walked out of the Anbu building together. They are out. With a loud shout, the students who were waiting outside greeted Shinji and Niji. Looking at Haku, Karin, Tenten, Lee, and a large group of people in Sasuke's class, including Naruto, Shikamaru, Koji, Hinata, etc., Shinji asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Tenten said, if it weren't for you three, we might have been in trouble. Shikamaru also said, you saved our lives today. Naruto looked into the Anbu building, where is Suzuki? Suzuki is still in the Hokage building. After a pause, Shinji said, we are all fine, don't worry. Shin, who came out of nowhere, suggested, let's go to eat barbecue to celebrate. Shinji and Niji couldn't resist the kindness of their classmates, so they were dragged to the barbecue restaurant. Everyone was eating barbecue and chatting, and they talked about the mysterious man who appeared in the Forest of Death today. Everyone still remembers the horror of the mysterious man. Many people present were descendants of bloodline families or secret arts families. They had seen many powerful ninjas on weekdays, but none of them could be compared with the mysterious man who appeared today. The other party was the kind of strong man who could scare everyone to the ground with his momentum. It was precisely because of the mysterious man's terror that Shinji, Ninkai, and Suzuki, who dared to stand up to resist the mysterious man, became idols in everyone's eyes. Shin said to everyone carelessly, I'm right, Shinji is very strong, stronger than all of you. Shinji had a dark face, hey, you were not here today, don't talk nonsense. After being told by Shinji, Shin shouted regretfully, I didn't expect your ninja school to be so fun, I want to go to ninja school too. On the other side, Hina came to Ninkai, brother Ninkai, thank you for saving me today. Ninkai's face was cold, I can't bear the thanks from the lady of the main family, and I didn't mean to save you today. Brother Ninkai. Hina was a little at a loss. The classmates beside him started to whisper. What's going on? Aren't Niji and Hinata from the same family? SHH, don't talk nonsense. Hinata is the main family of the Hyuga clan, and Niji is from the branch family. What's the difference? Doesn't Hinata still call Niji brother? Anyway, Niji doesn't like to mention family matters to others. Listening to the discussions of others, Niji subconsciously reached out to touch his forehead, but his hand reached halfway in the air, and he clenched his fist and put it down. Main family, branch family. Maybe it's just a name in the eyes of others. But only when you are in it, you will understand the bitterness of being a branch family. Although Niji is young, he has tasted too much of the bitterness of the branch family. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Without waiting for everyone to respond, he got up and left. Looking at Niji's departing back, Shinji was thoughtful, and said in his heart, the caged bird's reincarnation I. The third update is here. I will continue to update 3 times. I am working hard, right? Please give me some recommendation votes, monthly votes, and follow-up reading. Please everyone. Chapter 62 Exciting. In the dark underground palace. The mysterious man who attacked Shinji and others in the Death Forest before was sitting on a stone chair at this moment, quietly staring at a severed hand on a table not far away. On the little finger of the severed hand, there was a ring with the word empty. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi walked out of the shadows and pushed his glasses. Lord Orochimaru, did you gain anything from your trip to Konoha this time? No doubt, Shinji's guess was right. The mysterious man who attacked them in the Death Forest was not someone else, but Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. As if thinking of something happy, Orochimaru smiled. Uchiha always brings me unexpected surprises. Kabuto asked, oh, is it the Uchiha Sasuke who opened his eyes at the age of 7 and subdued the runaway 9 tails? Orochimaru nodded. Although Sasuke did not put up any resistance, he dared to stand up and being able to maintain his will under the influence of his murderous intent. This alone was enough to surprise Orochimaru. After all, the other party was only 7 years old. What fascinated him even more was Sasuke's Scarlet Sharingan. Since he was defeated by Uchiha Ataka's Sharingan not long ago, Orochimaru's interest in Sharingan has been growing day by day. Before the fight, he never thought that he would be defeated by Ataka's eyes. That battle made him experience the charm of Sharingan firsthand, a charm that makes people feel fearful but obsessed with it, and can't extricate themselves. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes glowing, Kabuto asked in confusion, why don't you bring him back? Orochimaru shook his head, he is still too immature. In comparison, the other Uchiha is more alert than him. Uchiha Shinji. Yeah, a very smart kid. With a smile, Orochimaru said indifferently, but this level of smartness is useless. An Uchiha who can't open the Sharingan is worthless. I remember he is only 8 years old. Maybe he will have a chance to open his eyes in the future. I will help you keep an eye on him. Kabuto pushed his glasses again. He knows Orochimaru. If he really doesn't care at all, he won't give any comments. For Orochimaru to make such an evaluation, it means that Uchiha Shinji is very satisfactory to Orochimaru except that he can't open his eyes. He turned his eyes to the severed hand on the table, and Orochimaru pondered for a moment, saying, we can no longer let Uchiha Sasuke play ninja games leisurely in the ninja school, as that will waste his talent. What do you mean? Orochimaru smiled and said, go and arrange it, give him some stimulation. Hokage's office. The 3rd generation said in an unquestionable tone, don't provoke him anymore. Danzo's gloomy face was about to drip with water, you have all been deceived by that brat. His existence is a threat to the village. Yudin Koharu said, he is only 7 years old. Danzo's eyes swept over fiercely, that's why we have to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he has that kind of eyes one day, it will be a disaster for us. Mito Kato-en on the other side coughed, ahem, I must remind you that not long ago, it was he who subdued the runaway 9 tails. Yudin Koharu echoed, yes, this time he also protected the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Danzo swept everyone present with a sinister look, you tried to use that brat, but I have seen through him. He is not the kind of Uchiha who will honestly let his sister take his use, so you will regret your decision today. After that, he left the Hokage building angrily. After returning to his base, the gloom on his face gradually dissipated. The anger in the Hokage's office before was actually deliberately expressed by him, because even he began to doubt whether there was someone else who stole the Sharingan. In other words, if it was really Uchiha Sasuke who stole the Sharingan, then he was more concerned about why Uchiha Sasuke did this. He was eager to know what unknown secrets were hidden in those Sharingans that could not be found through various instruments. So he didn't really want to execute Sasuke, and his strength in the Hokage's office just now was just to cover up his hidden thoughts. At this time, he waved his hand. Swish! Two root ninjas flashed and landed in front of him, half knelt and saluted, "Sir." Danzo gave a cold order, "Raise the level of surveillance on Uchiha Sasuke. I want to know who he has seen, what he has done, and what he has said every day. No details can be missed." The two root ninjas quickly responded, "Yes." Danzo asked again, "Have all the losses been counted?" One of the root ninjas swallowed secretly, except for the batch of Sharingan being scanned by the instrument in the laboratory, all other Sharingan are lost. Waste. Danzo used the retracting rod in his hand to instantly pierce the throat of the root ninja. Pa! The root ninja whose throat was pierced fell to the ground, and his eyes gradually became blurred as the blood flowed away. The root ninjas next to him did not dare to move, and did not even dare to reach out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Danzo said, "Failure to do your job will be punished." "Yes." The remaining root ninja looked respectful. Danzo looked around the base at this time, and remembered the fire release ninjutsu that Uchiha Shinji had released here before, and his face became gloomy again. The reinforced base was not damaged by a fire release. What really annoyed him was that a mere Uchiha remnant dared to perform fire release in his territory, which was a contempt for his authority. "You dare to shout in front of me, a weed-like thing." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke has too many secrets hidden in him, and there is also Uchiha Itachi protecting him. Even if the third generation does not stop him, he will not really kill Sasuke. But for Uchiha Shinji, who has no one to love and no one to protect him, he has no scruples. And because of the previous performance in the Hokage's office, neither the third generation nor the other two advisory elders are willing to conflict with him on unimportant matters. So as long as he doesn't touch Uchiha Sasuke and doesn't go too far, there shouldn't be much resistance from the village's top leaders. At this point, Danzo said, "Have you restored the portrait of the mysterious attacker in the Forest of Death?" The root ninja nodded and said, "Yes, we have restored the other party's height and appearance based on the description of the witnesses. However, the other party may have disguised himself, and no useful information has been found yet." Danzo said coldly, "It doesn't matter, let someone disguise himself as the mysterious attacker and bring back Uchiha Shinji's head. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read." Chapter 63 Come Again? Taking advantage of the opportunity when Tiantian Enshin officially broke out the Second Settlement War, Shinji quietly slipped out of the barbecue restaurant. Walking on the busy streets of Konoha, he looked solemn. The last message sent back by the Shadow Clone was to cover up Cold Ball and destroyed the trap hidden in the secret vault by Danzo at the cost of himself. So even if he was the one behind the scenes, it was not clear whether Cold Ball really succeeded. But no matter how curious he was, he couldn't immediately summon Cold Ball to confirm the situation. This operation seems to be going smoothly, but it is actually very risky. Because there are too few suspects, except for Sasuke, there is only him who entered the root base with Sasuke, and the mysterious man who can barely be related. 3 suspects alone will not hinder the village from investigating at the same time. It seems that Sasuke is the most suspicious at present, but he is afraid that he has entered the vision of the village's top leaders and has received attention. Will the village conduct mental torture on Sasuke? Shinji is also a little uncertain at the moment. It stands to reason that mental torture involves the spiritual realm, and the slightest carelessness will damage the brain of the tortured person, so in the absence of hard evidence, the village will most likely not take such radical measures against Sasuke. But it is better to be safe than sorry. If the village really disregards its reputation in Uchiha Itachi, and lets the Yamanaka clan use secret techniques to sneak into Sasuke's brain, then Sasuke's suspicion will be cleared immediately. At that time, the remaining suspects will only be him and the mysterious man. If even Sasuke is tortured mentally, the village will definitely not let me go. He knows himself well. If it really comes to that, he will most likely not escape the village's mental torture. At that time, he will only have 2 choices, either to defect directly or to use his Manjiki Sharingan to compete with the Yamanaka clan's spiritual secrets. It depends on whether the Yamanaka clan's spiritual secrets can see through his brain, or whether the dream he built can deceive the other party's perception. In short, this step is very risky. Of course. As long as the Cold Ball succeeds, it is worth taking any risk. What does this step between the Manjiki Sharingan and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan mean? Others don't know, but Shinji knows. Only when he obtains the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his power is his own. Otherwise, it is just a temporary experience card. Just then, he saw Sasuke with a cold face in the crowd. Suzuki also saw him, his expression changed, and he quickly came up to him. Shinji, are you okay? I'm fine. Shaking his head, Shinji looked Suzuki up and down. Are you okay? He was very surprised. He didn't expect the village to release Suzuki so quickly. Suzuki raised the corner of his mouth. What can happen to me? The village still depends on me to deal with the 9 tails. Shinji was speechless. He had calculated everything, but he missed this point. However, thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Now Konoha has lost the ability to suppress the 9 tails. Although Yamato has mastered the wood release, it is really a world of difference compared to the first generation. Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, is young and at risk of going berserk at any time. Even for the sake of suppressing the tailed beast, the village must treat Suzuki well. I didn't expect that a misunderstanding at the beginning would help me solve a big problem. Thinking of this, he secretly rejoiced and sighed. Soon, the two walked side by side, but they both fell into silence. Suzuki was very touched by Shinji's help today, but he was particularly concerned about Shinji's strength, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. After all, Suzuki doesn't need friends, he needs revenge. The two of them were silent all the way, and soon passed through the busy streets and came to the deserted river. Hey! Suzuki suddenly let out a light hey. Shinji looked up and saw a lonely figure standing by the river. That figure was none other than Ninkai, who had hurriedly left the barbecue restaurant before. Hey, Ninkai! Suzuki waved his hand. Ninkai turned around and saw that it was Shinji and Suzuki, and asked curiously, "Why are you together?" Suzuki replied, "We met on the road." "Are you going to go first?" Pointing to the river, Shinji said, "Is this your business?" After being teased by Shinji, Ninkai smiled and shook his head. It must be said that fighting against the mysterious man today has established a special friendship between the three of them. They feel that they are both opponents and teammates. The three of them sat by the river and watched the gurgling river quietly. After a long time, Suzuki suddenly said, "Who is that guy today?" Ninji shook his head. "I asked the Anbu in the village, they have no clue, but it is certain that the opponent is very strong." Yes, even Iruka-sensei and the others were easily defeated. Sasuke's mood suddenly dropped a bit. Ninji also sighed, "Ah." The pride of both of them as geniuses was shattered by the mysterious man today. Until now, when they recall the mysterious man, they are still terrified. Shinji did not join their sighs. Because he vaguely guessed the identity of the mysterious man, he was not surprised at all by today's embarrassment. He is now thinking about what Cold Ball has gained today. If everything goes well, he can look forward to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. By then, his pupil technique Susanoo Suntio Yu-chan may be able to go further. He may can control more and stronger eyes. Looking at Suzuki and Niji beside him, he gradually scattered his thoughts. He has Fugaku's pair of Mangeki in his hand. If Suzuki can open his own Mangeki in the future, he can help Suzuki fuse the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. If Cold Ball can get an extra pair of Mangeki this time, he can also exchange Mangeki for Mangeki, exchange Sasuke's pair of Mangeki, and fuse the eternal Mangeki Sharingan himself. In this way, he will have 2 pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for Suzuki, he can use the power of the Susanoo no Tempera to replenish Sasuke's Mangeki regularly in the future. Wouldn't the effect be the same as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Thinking this way, it's a win-win situation. As his thoughts spread, he glanced at Niji again. Controlling a pair of Byakugan doesn't mean much to Shinji at the moment, but if he can control a pair of Samsara eyes, it will be completely different. In terms of attack and killing, Samsara eyes are the most powerful. Once the Samsara eye chakra mode is turned on, it can be used to attack even when there is no one reaching the 6 paths level. He can condense the Seeking the Way Jade, a powerful weapon that restrains those below the 6 paths level. It can be said that he can kill any god who stands in his way. However, the opening of the Samsara Eye is much more demanding than the Mangeki Sharingan. In Shinji's opinion, he may have to go to the moon to find clues to open the Samsara Eye. The Hyuga clan should have a way to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and maybe they can start with Niji. Just as Shinji's thoughts were getting more and more free, he suddenly felt a murderous intent behind him. Who is it? He turned around suddenly and saw the mysterious man standing on a big tree not far away, staring at him with cold eyes. Suzuki and Niji also saw the mysterious man and looked embarrassed. Again? The second update is here. Please vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, and follow me. Keep fighting. There will be updates in the evening. Chapter 64, Acquiescence, Third Update. In the dim light of the evening, the mysterious man standing on the tree looked even more terrifying than during the day. However, Sasuke and Niji were both trembling. Only this time, their trembling was not fear, but excitement. They knew that if they didn't dare to look each other in the face and were timid, then this shadow would be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, entangled in their lives. I won't let you win so easily this time. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and his ink-colored eyes instantly turned scarlet. Ningji opened his Byakugan and frowned suddenly. Swish. Just as Niji tried to say something, the mysterious man suddenly moved, and with a sharp whistle that broke the wind, he rushed straight to Shinji, who had quietly retreated behind Sasuke and Niji. All focused. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, Shinji used the breathing method to the extreme and used the only kunao left in the ninja bag to meet him. Clang clang clang. Instantly, a series of harsh metal collision sounds, accompanied by the fire from the collision of kunao, shone by the dim river. No, he is not Orochimaru. How could it be? In the fierce fight, both Shinji and the mysterious man were secretly surprised. Shinji thought the person was Orochimaru, and was ready to use his Manjiki Sharingan as a last resort, but once he got started, he found that although the opponent was very strong, he was far less powerful than the mysterious man during the day, and was obviously a fake. The root ninja pretending to be the mysterious man was also surprised at this moment. During the day, he easily knocked Shinji down several times, so after receiving the mission, he didn't think much about it at all, thinking it was just a trip. Unexpectedly, after the fight, the little ghost who was obviously solved by a knife during the day turned out to be so difficult. He is Danzo's man. He hid his strength during the day and was deliberately brought back to the base by me. In a flash, the two people who fought understood a lot. Don't be afraid, he is not the mysterious man during the day. Ninkai threw down a sentence, and then, regardless of whether Sasuke dared to go up or not, he rushed forward and forcibly joined the battle. Through the huge difference in chakra, he had already determined that the other party was a fake. I don't care whether he is real or fake. Sasuke was unwilling to fall behind, and also rushed into the battle. In an instant, the original two-person fight turned into a melee of 4 people. Shinji, who was fully operating the breathing method, became the main force among the 3, bearing the greatest pressure from the enemy, while Sasuke and Niji each used their own eye techniques to cooperate. With the cooperation of the 3, the situation was temporarily deadlocked. And this was undoubtedly a great encouragement for the 3. They had originally made the worst plan, but they didn't know that after the real fight, they could barely maintain the situation. Although the price was Shinji, the wounds on his body were increasing. Blood loss made Shinji's breathing gradually disordered, and the maintenance of the breathing method also fluctuated. The opponent's target is only me, Danzo wants to kill me. But why? Am I exposed, or is he just killing me to vent his anger? Although the situation is getting more and more critical, Shinji is still analyzing the current situation because he has a trump card. In his opinion, the reason why Danzo attacked him is probably just to vent his anger, because if he is really exposed, Danzo will definitely capture him alive and torture him for his secrets, instead of sending someone to assassinate him directly. After fighting for so long, Sasuke and Niji naturally realized that the mysterious man's target was Shinji. They thought that it was because Shinji was the strongest that he was targeted by the mysterious man, and a nameless anger gushed out of his chest. Ningji was a little better, knowing that he could still suppress his anger in the face of a strong enemy. Sasuke, who was full of anger, didn't care about that and shouted directly, "You bastard, don't underestimate me." Damn it! The root ninja disguised as a mysterious man secretly groaned at this moment. He really didn't expect that in addition to Shinji, who obviously hid his strength, Sasuke and Niji's progress was so obvious. During the day in the Death Forest, these two people would deform their movements and overreact because of nervousness, fear, and other emotions. But at this moment, all these mistakes were gone. Ningji's soft fist became more neat, and each move was seamless. And Sasuke's physical skills also made visible progress, and even looked a bit like Shinji. He knew that he couldn't continue to waste time, so he got ruthless and took a soft fist from Niji, knocking Sasuke, who had been protected by Niji, out, and then repelled Niji. After temporarily solving the two obstacles, he pounced on Shinji, ready to fight quickly. From Shinji's rapid breathing, he knew that Shinji was almost at his limit. After all, the physical limit of an 8-year-old child is so much. Shinji didn't expect the opponent to be so cruel. At the cost of losing an arm, he eliminated Sasuke and Niji so quickly, so he flashed and fled to the grove by the river. Want to escape? Where can you escape to? The root ninja snorted in his heart and immediately chased after him. Shinji can't stop him alone, I'm going to help. Ningji, who got up from the ground, called out, and then followed the two into the woods. Because Sasuke's moves were open and closed, his offensive was fierce, and there were many flaws. He was hit in the ribs by the root ninja just now, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while. But looking at Shinji, Niji was still fighting fiercely. His pride did not allow him to lie on the ground alone, so he gritted his teeth, endured the huge pain, got up from the ground, and staggered into the woods. In the grove, Shinji was thinking about countermeasures while running. Although the place he was in was remote, it was still in the village after all. As long as he could make a loud enough noise, he would soon attract the ninjas in the village. He looked back again and saw that the root ninjas following him were getting closer and closer and were about to catch up with him. He said to himself, "Don't panic. I will use fire style after I get out of the forest, which will definitely attract other ninjas." Suddenly, his eyes fixed and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Just now, two Anbus stood on a big tree he passed by. They looked at him indifferently, watching him being chased by the root ninjas, but they were indifferent. At this moment, Shinji realized that Danzo's actions might have been tacitly approved by the village to some extent. He didn't know the reason. It might be that the village leaders wanted to exchange for Danzo not to pursue Sasuke, or it might be that the village leaders wanted to appease Danzo whose secret vault was stolen. In short, the village leaders did not strongly intervene in Danzo's venting of anger against him, but chose to pretend not to know. The two Anbu in the forest were most likely responsible for protecting Sasuke's safety, so they had to appear nearby. After understanding this, Shinji quickly gave up his previous strategy and no longer hoped for the support of the village. He turned around and shot the only remaining kunai in his hand at the root ninja behind him. Clang! After the root ninja blocked the kunai shot by Shinji with his own kunai, he laughed secretly. Did this kid see the two Anbu just now, and guess what? Ha, just a remnant of Uchiha, dared to disobey Lord Danzo, and now let him go. Swish! The root ninja suddenly stopped thinking, and then he was surprised to find that his head was separated from his body. In his gradually blurred vision, he noticed that a silk thread was horizontally placed where he had just passed. If it weren't for his blood hanging on the silk thread, he wouldn't have found it. Was it that thread that cut off my head? With the last thought, the root ninja closed his eyes. The third update is here. Please recommend, vote, and follow me. There will be a fourth update soon. Chapter 65 Growth, fourth update. Shinji slowly walked to the body of the root ninja and glanced at it. Then he shook his wrist, retracted the spider silk, shook off the blood on it, and then wrapped it back around his wrist. The situation just now was too critical. If he didn't use the Mangeki Sharingan, he could only use the spider silk as a killer. So in the final, after he had counterattacked, he quietly tied the spider silk hidden on his wrist to the kunai, and then with the help of the kunai, he quietly placed the spider silk on the path that the root ninja had to take when he pounced on him. In the dim light of the forest, the spider silk was difficult to detect. Besides, the root ninja was still moving at high speed, so he didn't react until he hit the spider silk. At this time, footsteps were heard, and a few breaths later, Niji rushed over with an anxious face. Looking at the fake mysterious man with his head and body separated on the ground, he was stunned. You killed him. Shinji nodded slightly. He was careless and fell into my trap. Thinking of the amazing ninja tool traps that Shinji had set up during the day, Niji suddenly felt that it was not difficult to accept that this fake mysterious man was ambushed and killed. Squatting down, Niji checked and said, "Shinji, why do you think he pretended to be a mysterious person to attack us?" Shinji leaned against a big tree, panting, "I don't know." Although the opponent was a fake, he was at least a special jonin, so although the confrontation just now was short, Shinji was already covered in wounds. This was the result of the opponent not using powerful ninjutsu to cover up his tracks and underestimating the enemy. Otherwise, Shinji would never have won without the Mangeki Sharingan. Sasuke finally arrived at the scene at this time. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was as surprised as Niji just now. Did he kill her? Ningji hurriedly explained, "Shinji killed her alone." What? Sasuke looked at Shinji in disbelief. Shinji, who was still panting against a tree, waved his hand. He ran into my trap himself. After taking a close look at the wound on the neck of the fake mysterious man, Sasuke roughly guessed what happened just now. He was secretly grateful, but also felt embarrassed. It was him who opened his eyes, but he was not as good as Shinji in throwing ninja tools or ninja tool traps, which required pupil skills. No, I must catch up with him. Sasuke made up his mind secretly. Swish! The two Anbu just now appeared at the scene. They first looked at the body with its head and body separated on the ground, and then looked at Shinji together, all with surprise in their eyes. In their opinion, this colleague from the route was quite skilled, and it should be easy to deal with an 8-year-old ninja school student. Unexpectedly, he capsized in the gutter. Sasuke guessed that the two Anbu were sent by the village to protect him, so he asked, "Why did you just show up?" The Anbu said casually, "We just found out too." Shinji glanced at them and said nothing. The way they looked at him just now was like looking at a dead person, which meant that they had no intention of attacking him at all. Now they were just perfunctory to Sasuke. Feeling Shinji's gaze, one of the Anbu said lightly, "Our duty is only to protect Uchiha Sasuke." Ninji stared at the two Anbu, and finally said nothing like Shinji. For him, who has the Byakugan, he may not be able to see the specific battle situation in the woods, but he knows clearly how many chakras there are. So he, like Shinji, knew that the two Anbu had actually been in the woods for a long time. However, unlike the angry Sasuke, he had experienced this kind of thing once when he was 5 years old, so when Shinji didn't speak, he also chose to remain silent. Sasuke was still questioning the Anbu. Who is this guy? He is not the mysterious man in the daytime. He is obviously a fake. Why did he attack us? The Anbu said, "Leave it to us. We will investigate it clearly. You must investigate it carefully. How can you let such a guy commit crimes in the village at will?" After venting his anger to the Anbu, Sasuke said to Shinji and Niji, "Let's go to the hospital to treat the wounds." "Let's go." Shinji took the lead and walked towards the hospital. Niji and Sasuke followed immediately. Although Shinji was the most seriously injured, Niji and Sasuke also had a lot of injuries on their bodies. The three of them looked very embarrassed at the moment. Just because they defeated the strong enemy, Niji and Sasuke's spirits were not as humiliated as before by the river. After the three left, the two Anbu checked the wounds of the root ninjas. It should have been cut by a sharp ninja tool like steel wire. Well, this guy is too careless. He actually fell into this trap. Isn't dealing with this kind of trap a compulsory course for the route? That adult actually sent such a guy to do the job, and it caused us to expose our whereabouts. Yet, it was really embarrassing to be stared at by those two little ghosts just now. While chatting, the two collected the corpses of the root ninjas and then dealt with the scene. After everything was done, one of the Anbu suddenly said with emotion, "Do you feel that those three little ghosts have become much stronger today? Uchiha Sasuke is a genius that even the Hokage values. The other two are also famous geniuses in the ninja school. It is normal for them to grow faster. You have time to think about these things, so you should think about how to report to the Hokage first." At the hospital. After bandaging all the wounds, it was almost late at night, so after Shinji and the other three walked out of the hospital, they said goodbye to each other. Shinji hadn't walked far when Ninkai suddenly caught up with him and said, "I've thought about it carefully, and it seems that what happened just now was directed at you. Be careful." Shinji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I survived the night of the genocide, so this kind of small situation won't be a problem for me." Ningji nodded and turned away. Back in the apartment, Shinji opened the curtains and looked outside. Danzo should have received the news by now, so he was not sure whether Danzo would continue to assassinate him or stop. But his apartment was located in the center of the village. Even if Danzo didn't want to stop, he wouldn't be so crazy as to do it in this area. After repeatedly confirming that no one was watching him outside, he closed the curtains and went to the bathroom. After confirming again that no one had installed any monitoring equipment in the bathroom while he was away, he turned on the water pipe, letting the sound of water flow, then bit his finger and began to make a seal. Bang! Soon, a burst of white smoke surged in the bathroom. Megu still looked cautious and walked out of the white smoke. Finally, I would like to ask for a wave of recommendation votes, monthly votes, and follow-up reading. Classmates, success or failure is in your hands. Chapter 66. Danzo doesn't know what's good. Mikaio looked a little miserable at the moment. A large area of hair on his head was burned by the fire, and both ears were drooping. The hair on the originally thick tail was gone, and it looked bald. Shinji opened his mouth. What's wrong with you? Work injury. Mikhail looked serious. Shinji was a little confused. I mean, you've been back for so long, why don't you deal with it? Mikhail said confidently, if I deal with it, then you won't be able to see it. Shinji was speechless. Okay, it's bad luck. Let me tell you about today's situation. Cole Ball squatted down, took out the seal scroll, and told Shinji about the previous actions. As Shinji expected, Danzo really set traps in the secret vault, and there were 3 traps. The first 2 were cracked by Shinji's shadow clone, but the third was a very secret seal trap. Shinji's shadow clone triggered the trap when cracking it, and the activated seal technique instantly covered him, and half of his body was cut into pieces and sealed in. Because of this, the message sent back by the shadow clone was very Shinji only knew that the shadow clone died with the trap in order to break it. The activation of the 3 traps also triggered the alarm in the secret vault. Mikhail didn't care about avoiding the flames from the secret vault mechanism, and forcibly took away all the Sharingans in the secret vault before the root ninja arrived. Spreading the seal scroll on the ground, Mikhail made seals with his hands and said, if I had run 1 second later, you might not see me now. You can't imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. After saying that, Cole Ball's little paws were imprinted on the seal scroll. Bang! Another puff of white smoke was stirred up in the bathroom. When the white smoke dissipated, what caught Shinji's eyes were more than a dozen jars of different sizes, each with 2 eyes floating in it. These jars were new and old. The new ones were what Shinji had seen when he woke up in the morgue. They should have been collected from the corpses of the Uchiha clan members by the village's medical ninjas on the night of the genocide. The old ones were of different styles, and obviously had a long time span. And from the outside, as Cole Ball said before, some of them had obviously begun to decay. 1, 2, 3, 17, 19. Shinji counted them, a total of 19 jars, that is, 19 pairs of Sharingan. Then he asked Cole Ball, are these all? Cole Ball shook his head quickly. When I went there last time, there were at least 30 jars. I don't know why, a dozen jars were missing. Did Danzo take it for experiments? Or has he installed it on his arm? After secretly guessing, Shinji asked Mikhail again, are the missing ones new or old jars? Mikhail thought for a while, it seems that they are all new. Hey! Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. The new jars contain the Sharingan collected on the night of the genocide. Except for the pair of Uchiha Fugaku, the others should be ordinary 3 Magatama. So the real treasure among these Sharingans is the Sharingan in the old jars, which look a little decayed. Danzo doesn't know the value of things. Shinji smiled. However, if he didn't know the secret and only looked at the appearance, he would think that these Sharingans in the old jars were not valuable. Then, he picked up the jars one by one and observed them carefully. 10 of the 19 jars were old, so not every pair of the old ones were Mangeki Sharingans. There were also ordinary 3 Magatama. Seeing that Shinji looked carefully, Mikhail asked curiously, did you see anything? Shinji shook his head. From the appearance alone, even if he had a Mangeki Sharingan, he couldn't tell which pair of these Sharingans were Mangeki and which were 3 Magatama. It seems that only the Susanin lantern can be used to identify the details of these Sharingans. Thinking of this, Shinji was a little troubled. To activate the Susanin lantern, you must first activate the Susanin no. In the apartment, he really couldn't use the Susanin lantern to identify these Sharingans one by one. Thinking about it, Shinji smiled and said Cole Ball said, it seems that you have to go through this trouble again. Cole Ball became alert. What? Shinji asked, you should be able to reverse the spirit. Yes, but reverse spirit is very troublesome. It requires a contract scroll or... At this point, Cole Ball looked at Shinji, what do you want to do? Shinji cut his finger and took a small bottle of his own blood and said, I know that reverse spirit requires a contract scroll or blood of the spirit being conveyed. Take this blood and sneak into the Death Forest now. Find a hidden place to convey me to the spirit. Death Forest? What are you doing there in the middle of the night? And why do you want me to convey you to the spirit? Cole Ball asked one question after another. Shinji said, don't ask me about this. Just do as I say and your salary will be doubled today. Mikhail said without a word, I'll leave now. Go. Mikhail was moving at night. Without the white eyes, ordinary people really couldn't find him, so let him go to the Death Forest first, and then use the reverse spiritualism in the Death Forest, so that Shinji could appear in the Death Forest without anyone noticing. Of course, some preparations must be made before leaving. Shinji quickly formed a seal and separated a shadow clone to stay in the apartment to hide from others. Soon, he felt something. He didn't resist. With a bang, his original body turned into a white smoke and disappeared in the apartment. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a quiet forest. Cole Ball asked from the side, "Is this place okay?" Shinji jumped onto the treetops, looked around, and confirmed that he was in the depths of the Death Forest. He landed on the ground, paid Cole Ball, and waved his hand, saying, "Go back. Go back." Cole Ball counted the money, happily released the spiritual call, and returned to the cat country. After sending Cole Ball away, Shinji found a cave, and after confirming that there were no messy surveillance devices installed in the cave, he activated the Susanoo. In an instant, a yellow half-body giant appeared in the cave. At this time, Shinji in the Susanoo placed out jars of Sharingan jars. Which jar should I start with? His eyes swept over the old 10 jars. These old jars should be the Sharingan collected by the Uchiha clan themselves. As for why there are only 10 jars, it seems normal to him. After all, when Uchiha Madara left, he took away all the inventory of the Uchiha clan. These are probably collected by the Uchiha clan later. Besides, because Izanagi was banned in the clan, the Uchiha clan's willingness to collect Sharingan was not so strong. After all, without a mandatory order, not everyone is willing to give up their eyes after death. The first update is here. This is a critical week. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 67 Open the Jar. Shinji's psychological expectations are actually not high. In his opinion, as long as there is the pair of Mangeki Sharingan of his grandmother Uchiha Chiri in the 10 jars, even if the Sharingan in the other 9 jars are all useless, the risk taken today is worth it. So he nervously opened an old jar while activating the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan. At the moment, after he activated the Susanoo Toucan, there were only 2 pairs of eye sockets. In other words, if he wanted to identify other Sharingans, he had to first take off the pair of Mangeki that Uchiha Fugaku had previously controlled. After taking a deep breath, he activated the pupil technique and released the control. Ah! Soon, a stinging pain came from his eye sockets. Before, he had controlled 2 pairs of Mangeki, so it was not too difficult to activate Susanoo and Susanoo Toucan at the same time. Now that he had released the control of Fugaku's pair of Mangeki, all the pressure fell on his own Mangeki, and he immediately felt overwhelmed. Enduring the huge pain, he carefully placed Fugaku's pair of Mangeki into the new nutrient tank that he had prepared in advance. Then he swiftly took out the Sharingan from the old tank and held it in his hand. As the Susanoo tomb was activated again, a beam of light shot out from the empty eye sockets, shining on the pair of Sharingans in Shinji's hand, and absorbed them into the empty eye sockets of Susanoo. Ah! In just a few breaths, the information of the pair of Sharingans entered Shinji's brain, making him sigh. This pair of Sharingans is an ordinary 3 Magatama, and due to the long time and lack of maintenance, it has lost all its pupil power and decayed. After adjusting his mood, Shinji opened the second old jar, took out the Sharingan inside, and then activated the Susanoo tomb again to take out the decayed Sharingan and replace it with this pair. Then he was suddenly stunned and said in surprise, "Mangekyo." He opened the second jar and opened the Mangeki. But soon his surprise subsided, because he did not feel the feeling of blood connection on this pair of Mangeki. That is to say, this pair of Mangeki is not the one of his grandmother Uchiha Yuri. In addition, the owner of this pair of kaleidoscopes should have used Izanagi before his death. The right eye of the kaleidoscopes has completely lost its pupil power and sight. Only the left eye is still intact, but the pupil power loss is also very serious. According to the feedback given by Susanoo's tomb, if it is not nourished, the kaleidoscopes will also rot in half a year at most. Fortunately, I took it in time. If I delayed for a while, the kaleidoscopes would. I am afraid the Sharingan will be useless. Shinji was very relieved. And if the Mangeki was like this, it would be hard to say how much activity the Sharingan in the remaining jar would have if it was not a Mangeki. After taking out the pair of Mangeki, Shinji put it into a brand new nutrient jar prepared in advance, and placed it side by side with Fugaku's pair of Mangeki. Then, he opened the third jar. Rodden 3 Megatama. The fourth jar. Rodden 3 Megatama. The fifth jar. Rotten 3 Megatama. After opening 3 consecutive Rotten 3 Megatama, Shinji covered his eyes and rested. Repeatedly activating the Susanoo-shin's lantern put a heavy burden on his Mangeki Sharingan, and just for a moment, he felt the stinging pain in his eye sockets intensify. After a short break, he looked at the remaining 5 jars, and became more and more uneasy. His target this time was the pair of Mangeki of his grandmother Uchiha Chiri, but after opening half of the jars, it was still nowhere to be found. Then he opened the 6th jar. After replacing the Sharingan in the 6th jar, he was suddenly startled, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is it possible? This is another pair of Mangeki, but unlike the previous pair, this pair of Mangeki has lost all its pupil power. Even if Shinji uses the Susanoo sun lamp, he cannot extract a single bit of pupil power from it. Shinji was stunned for a long time before he murmured, even the Mangeki is rotten. If it was just a pair of 3 Megatama, it would be rotten, but he finally got a pair of Mangeki, and it was rotten, which made him very uncomfortable. As he continued to sense these old Sharingan, he gradually discovered the pattern of decay. Insufficient preservation technology and lack of reasonable maintenance are naturally the main reasons for the decay of these Sharingan. But in addition to this, the strength of the pupil power of the Sharingan itself is also an important factor in whether it is rotten or not. One of the elements. The weaker 3 Magatama Sharingan, in the absence of maintenance, decays most obviously, and many have completely decayed. The Mangeki's pupil power is much stronger than the 3 Magatama, so it can last longer. But the Mangeki in the jar, strictly speaking, cannot be considered normal Mangeki, because including the decayed pair, their owners have used Izanagi in their lifetime, completely consuming the pupil power of a Mangeki, so they were actually in very poor condition before they were collected. This naturally made Shinji worry about his grandmother Uchiha Yuri's pair of Mangeki. XXXX-. Because Uchiha's Hilly had used the forbidden technique of Izanami before her death, which would also completely deplete the pupil power of a Mangeki. After taking off the rotten Mangeki, Shinji put it into a brand new nutrient tank. After hesitating for a while, he put it side by side with the previous 2 Mangeki. After all, it was once a pair of Mangeki, and maybe there was still a way to save it. Shinji was a little unwilling to give it up. Looking at the remaining 4 tanks again, his heart was lifted. With the example just now, let's not talk about whether grandmother Uchiha's Hilly's Mangeki is in these 4 tanks. Even if it is still a question whether it can be used. Opened the 7th can. Decomposed 3 Megatama. Opened the 8th can. 3 Megatama in poor condition. This pair of 3 Megatama should have been collected recently, so they are relatively well preserved. Opened the 9th can. Decomposed 3 Megatama. Looking at the last can, Shinji was confused. He opened 2 pairs of Mangeki that were not related to him by blood. If he didn't find the pair of Mangeki that belonged to his grandmother Uchiha's Hilly, who was the main target, in the end, it would be embarrassing. I was never so panicked when I drew limited editions in my previous life. Rubbing his face with his hands, he opened the 10th can, then took out the Sharingan inside and held it in his hand to activate the Susanoo Sun Tomb. Soon, a special feeling was fed back to his brain. This pair of Sharingan is related to him by blood. No, it should be said that this pair of Mangeki Sharingan is related to him by blood. And the preservation condition of this pair of Mangeki is better than the previous 2 pairs. In other words, the owner of this pair of Mangeki, except for the blind left eye, hardly used the power of Mangeki pupils during his lifetime. The second update is here. Please recommend, vote, and follow me. I will continue to fight. Chapter 68 Naobi and Fuzu, the third update. There is no doubt that this pair of Mangeki is the Sharingan of my grandmother Uchiha Chisato. This feeling of blood connection is very easy to identify. When Shinji activated the Susanoo lantern to control this pair of Mangeki, he encountered almost no rejection, which was much easier than controlling Fugaku's pair of Mangeki before. Found it! Shinji was very excited. Not only did he find the Mangeki of his grandmother Uchiha Chisato, but he also found that this pair of Mangeki was much better preserved than the previous 2 pairs. This once again confirmed his idea. The state of the Mangeki itself will also affect the degree of corruption. The owners of the 2 previous pairs of Mangeki had obviously consumed a lot of their Mangeki pupil power during their lifetime, but the pupil power consumption of Uchiha Yuri's pair was much smaller, so the state is better preserved. After calming down the joy in his heart, Shinji began to think. 3 pairs of Mangeki were opened from 10 jars. Although one pair was rotten and unusable, the harvest this time was far beyond his expectations. But now a new problem has arisen. These 2 pairs of Mangeki that can still be used have used forbidden techniques and permanently lost the pupil power of one eye. They are in a defective state. Shinji used the Susanoo no Samatio Yuchan to sense that even the pair of Mangeki of his grandmother Uchiha Chiri could not be directly fused because of the incomplete pupil power. How to restore these 2 pairs of Mangeki? Shinji stroked his chin. It is not impossible to restore the permanently blind Mangeki. Uchiha Madara did it in the original time and space. The epic battle between him and the first generation ended with him activating Izanagi to fake his death. After that, he studied the first generation cells, combined yin escape with yang escape, and finally brought out the yin and yang unity of the power of all things, not only restored the permanent blindness of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but also evolved the eternal Mangeki Sharingan into the Samsara Eye in one fell swoop. So it can be seen that the yin and yang unity of the power of all things is the key to restore permanent blindness. But the power of all things is not so easy to get, which mainly involves the first generation cells. After the death of the first generation, the second generation recruited volunteers in Konoha to conduct a large-scale cell transplantation experiment in order to make the wood release reappear, but it ended in a tragic failure. You must know that there were many volunteers with the blood of the Senju clan at that time, but they still couldn't bear the tyranny of the first generation cells. Many years later, Danzo and Orochimaru secretly restarted the plan and used dozens of children to conduct cell transplantation experiments again. In the end, only Yamato survived by chance. So he really didn't dare to let Shinji touch the first generation cells. In addition to the miracle of Yamato, who was transplanted with the cells of the first generation, Danzo had the hidden danger of wood release going out of control. Even Uchiha Madara, who had the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and was the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, could not completely offset the erosion of the first generation cells after transplanting the cells of the first generation, causing a face of the first generation to appear on his chest. It's scary to think about it. In comparison, the special white Zetsu cells cultivated by Uchiha Madara through the sacred tree and the cells of the first generation have much less risk. After being transplanted to Obito, there are almost no residual problems. White Zetsu cells. Thinking of this, Shinji thought of Deidara, who happened to meet before. I don't know if he has joined the Akatsuki organization now. If he has joined the Akatsuki organization, maybe I can get some white Zetsu cells from him. The effect of white Zetsu cells has been verified by Obito. Obito, who only has one Mangeki left, can use the Mangeki pupil technique of Kamui as the Great Fireball technique casually, relying on the white Zetsu power bank. Retracting his thoughts, Shinji's eyes moved to the jars containing the Mangeki Sharingan. In fact, in addition to the white Zetsu cells, he has another way. That is to use the left eye containing pupil power in the pair of Mangeki to form a pair with the right eye containing pupil power of his grandmother Uchiha Yuri. Then use his own Mangeki to activate the Susanoo lantern and forcibly fuse the 2 Mangeki. Although the success rate of fusion will be reduced by doing this, there is still a high probability that a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan can be successfully fused. The only price is the permanent loss of a pair of Mangeki. After all, the 2 eyes of a pair of Mangeki have the effect of pupil power linkage. The 2 Sharingan in Obito and Kakashi's eye sockets evolved into Mangeki Sharingan at the same time in different people through this pupil power linkage. So if the 2 Mangekis with remaining pupil power are fused, the remaining 2 Mangekis without light will be completely useless. On the contrary, as long as the one with the eye power is still there, the other one has the possibility of restoring light. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinji finally gave up this extravagant method. At the moment when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Mangeki Sharingan is almost a non-renewable precious resource. If there is a choice, he doesn't want to waste every pair. In addition to his own Mangeki, he now has 4 pairs of Mangeki in different states. If he can find a way to restore the eye power of the permanently blind Mangeki, then the decayed Mangeki may also be able to restore the eye power. By then, he can fuse 2 pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan and still have another pair of Mangeki. If he gives up looking for a way to restore the permanently blind Mangeki and directly fuses it now, then he will lose a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I am now controlling Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki, and my pupil power can still support it for a while, so there is no need to make a decision in a hurry. Now that he is controlling 2 pairs of Mangeki, his pupil power can still support it. If his pupil power really cannot support it, if he has not found a way to restore the blind Mangeki, then he can merge the 2 Mangekis that contain pupil power in time. After letting go of his entanglement, Shinji carefully felt the pair of mangekis of his grandmother Uchiha Yuri. The pupil technique contained in the grandmother's blind left eye is called Hwajin. Because she has completely lost her pupil power, Shinji does not know what the effect of this pupil technique is. And the pupil technique contained in the grandmother's right eye is called Zhibi, which means a pupil technique that connects hearts. As long as the spirit is marked by the pupil power, and as long as the distance from Shinji is no more than 100 kilometers, Shinji can communicate at the spiritual level through Zhibi. How come this eye technique is similar to the phantom body technique of the samsara eye? I can use this technique to hold remote meetings in the future. While Shinji was thinking, he had another doubt in his heart. Why did his grandmother Uchiha's Hilly keep this eye technique that was obviously an auxiliary function? What effect did the Hwajin she sacrificed have? The third update is here. I feel a little dizzy after adding more updates in the past few days. Please recommend, vote, and read. Please everyone. Chapter 69 Medical Ninjutsu. Yawn. In the classroom, Shinji yawned for a long time. Bai turned around and looked at him. Mr. Shinji, didn't you get enough rest last night? A little bit. Shinji nodded. He was busy until late last night, and later he used the Susanoo Sun Lantern to check all the Sharingan he got to avoid any mistakes. The final harvest was 2 pairs of half-damaged Mangeki, 1 pair of completely damaged Mangeki, and 10 pairs of 3 Magatama in different states but all usable. Such a harvest would make him laugh even in his dreams, so he didn't sleep well last night. Is it because of the attack? After hesitating for a while, Bai continued, I heard that you were attacked again last night. Yeah. Shinji nodded, his reaction was very calm. Bai then asked, have you investigated the identity of the attacker? Why did he attack you? It should still be under investigation. Shinji said, and looked out the window. He couldn't predict what Danzo would do next, but as long as his previous deeds were not exposed, Danzo would not be able to deal with him openly. As for the assassination like last night, to be honest, he was not afraid, and even looked forward to it. Such a thrilling actual combat is much more effective than daily sparring. Not to mention him, even Niji and Suzuki have significantly improved their strength after what happened yesterday. Seeing that Shinji seemed to be worried, Bai didn't talk anymore and said, Mr. Shinji, if you need help, you can find me. Shinji smiled and replied, okay. He could understand Bai's good intentions, but he was really not worried about Danzo. What he was really worried about was how to maintain those Sharingans. Grandmother Uchiha Chiri's pair of Mangekis were fine. Even if they were temporarily soaked in a nutrient tank, there was no need to worry about them rotting immediately. But the other half-damaged Mangekis could no longer be delayed. If a host transplant could not be found as soon as possible to nourish it with active chakra, it would take at most half a year or at least several months for it to follow the footsteps of the completely damaged Mangekis. But Shinji couldn't replace his Mangekis and nourish them with his own body. With only one eye, his fighting power is not guaranteed at all. If he encounters any accident, he will easily fall. As his thoughts diverge, his eyes wander around the class aimlessly. Suddenly, his sight falls on Karin, who is sitting in the front row with red hair. Karin. If you have to find someone with a physique close to the first generation in the current ninja world, it must be Karin. As a member of the Uzumaki clan who has a sage body like the Senju clan, Karin's own physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. Coupled with her unique yang attribute chakra with healing effects, she is undoubtedly the best host to nourish the Mangeki. This is not Shinji's imagination. You should know that before Uchiha Madara died, he also placed his samsara eye in the care of Nagato, who is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. It can be seen that only people with sage bodies like the Uzumaki clan can bear and nourish eyes with powerful pupil power. Shinji's thoughts suddenly opened up. If he gets white Zetsu cells in the future, he can actually test the waters with Karin first. With the strong vitality of Karin's Uzumaki clan, it may be risky to bear the domineering cells of the first generation, but if the white Zetsu cells that even the half-dead Obito can bear are transplanted, there should be no problem. And the white Zetsu cells were cultivated by Uchiha Madara using the sacred tree and the cells of the first generation, which contain the powerful yang attribute chakra of the Senju clan. If Karin is successfully transplanted, she will have the immortal body of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and the yang attribute chakra in her body may be able to be raised to another level. By then, she will be able to become a power bank that surpasses white Zetsu. And being nourished by this powerful yang attribute chakra for a long time, the blind Mangekyo may have the hope of seeing the light again. If I transplant a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to Karin, will it be possible to evolve into the Samsara Eye? Shinji's thoughts were completely out of control. He knew the birth process of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye very well. It was to transplant the first-generation cells from Madara's half-damaged eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, obtain the powerful Yang attribute chakra contained in the first-generation cells, complete the fusion of the nature of Yin and Yang, and give birth to the power of all things. Not only did he restore the half-damaged eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in one fell swoop, but he also evolved the eternal Eye into the Samsara Eye. In short, it was the powerful Yin escape chakra of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus the powerful Yang release chakra in the first-generation cells completes the fusion of Yin and Yang. Then do the opposite. Use a powerful sage as a host, transplant the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, change from Yin and Yang to Yang and Yin, and theoretically, it can also complete the fusion of Yin and Yang and produce the power of all things. As for the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, Shinji sneered. He knows the ninja world very well that the two sons of the six-path sage are not irreplaceable. Everyone is the bloodline heir of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the bloodline can be traced back to the ancestor Chakra Yang. It's just that the chakra level of Indra Otsutsuki and Ashura Otsutsuki is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. The reincarnation with their chakra is relatively easier to complete the fusion of Yin and Yang. Because when no one knows how to evolve the Samsara Eye, there is really only the reincarnation of these two in the ninja world, and there is a slight possibility of evolving the Samsara Eye. This is why the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura have been entangled for so many generations, and it was not until Uchiha Madara that they successfully opened the Samsara Eye. But if you understand the evolution principle of the Samsara Eye, then others are not completely without a chance. After all, everything is just the use of chakra. Shinji, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at Karin? Just then, Bai's voice woke up Shinji, who was letting his thoughts fly. Shinji quickly retracted his gaze, perfunctorily said to Bai, and secretly reflected on himself, hey, why did I treat Karin as a guinea pig? Even if he wanted to do these things, he felt that he should first obtain Karin's consent. At least, it should be mutually beneficial. Not long after, the bell rang. Shinji hurriedly left the classroom and caught up with Irika, who had finished teaching. Arriving at the teacher's office, Irika said to Shinji, although we haven't investigated the identity of the mysterious man, it is absolutely safe in the ninja school. Shinji shook his head, I'm not asking about this, I want to apply to the teacher to learn medical ninjutsu. What? Irika was a little confused by Shinji's jumping thoughts. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and follow up. These few days are very critical, please everyone. Chapter 70 Destiny. After a while, Irika smiled and shook his head, Shinji, medical ninjutsu is not something you can master now. Medical ninjutsu requires extremely high chakra control. Not to mention a ninja school student, even many chunin and even jonin can't master it. Otherwise, medical ninjas wouldn't be so rare and precious. But I want to try. Shinji looked serious. Seeing that Shinji didn't seem to be joking, Irika also became serious. He knew that Shinji's talent far exceeded that of children of the same age. He might even have the talent to master medical ninjutsu. After pondering for a moment, he nodded, okay, I'll apply to the Hokage for you. Thank you, teacher. Shinji bowed and left the teacher's office. When he came to the playground, he found a corner to eat his lunch while planning his future. Considering that he might need to transplant and replace the Sharingan frequently in the future, the mastery of medical ninjutsu must be put on the agenda, which is why he asked Irika to apply to learn medical ninjutsu just now. Although Meiku knew a little medical ninjutsu, but when it came to the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't want to let others do it. After coming back to his senses, he glanced at the playground. In a corner far away, Niji was sweating profusely and venting his soft fist on a wooden stake. His palm technique fell on the wooden stake like raindrops. His attack was so fierce that Shinji felt frightened from such a long distance. Are you trying so hard? He looked away and glanced at Suzuki in another corner. Suzuki seemed to be practicing throwing ninja tools. He opened his Sharingan and kept shooting kunao, then used steel wire to control the flying kunao to change directions. Why does this guy seem to be imitating me? Shinji was speechless. He discovered yesterday that Sasuke's physical skills seemed to imitate him. However, the Sharingan does have nicknames such as Copy Eye and Copy Eye. General physical skills and ninjutsu can be copied as long as they are observed by the Sharingan and have the corresponding chakra properties. However, his physical skills are based on the breathing method, from the inside out, so Sasuke can imitate his moves and the use of chakra, but it is difficult to imitate his breathing skills. One of them has a grudge, and the other has hatred. If there is a chance in the future, maybe I can recruit them as my waiters. Sasuke's desire for revenge and Niji's hatred of being trapped in a cage are both cards that Shinji can use when recruiting. Especially Sasuke, the potential of this reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, is comparable to that of only a few people in the entire ninja world. If he can be subdued and recruited as a waiter, it will definitely be a profitable business. As for Niji, thinking of Niji's ending in the original time and space, Shinji sighed. A genius who fights against fate all his life, a boy who can only suppress his emotions forever, a ninja who never retreats in the face of a strong enemy, the final ending is to die from a flat attack. Such an ironic ending is really regrettable. From Niji, Shinji thought of himself. He was also struggling with fate, maybe he would die in a fateful attack like Niji in the future. Who knows? At this time, he remembered the last time he fought against the invasion. Karin took him around in the forest for a long time, but ran into Deidara, which was obviously very abnormal. So until now, he couldn't tell whether Karin had a misperception or other reasons. On the other side, Irika acted decisively. After agreeing to Shinji, he immediately informed the third generation of Shinji's application. In the Hokage's office. Because they were discussing the incident that happened in the Death Forest yesterday, the two advisory elders happened to be present. After Irika left, Yuta and Koharu looked puzzled. Uchiha Shinji applied to learn medical ninjutsu? He is not even a genin, why should he learn medical ninjutsu? Isn't this nonsense? Mito Kato-en said, could it be related to what happened last night? Yuta and Koharu asked, are you referring to what Danzo did? The third generation also looked at Mito Kato-en. After a pause, Mizudaman-en said, according to the reports from the Anbu who are protecting Sasuke, Uchiha Shinji may have guessed something about what happened last night, so he applied to learn medical ninjutsu today, perhaps to convey some information to us. Medical ninjutsu. Yuta and Koharu smiled and said, he wants to tell us through this that he is not a threat to the village? Does an 8-year-old child have such a mind? The Sandai thought for a while. Irika mentioned to me several times that Uchiha Shinji is very opinionated and not an ordinary child. Mizudaman-en nodded and said, I have paid attention to him. He is a very promising seedling. The Sandai picked up the pipe and took a puff. He was weighing whether it was worth intervening in person for the sake of an Uchiha remnant. Before, he had a very unhappy relationship with Danzo because of Sasuke. If he continued to put pressure on Danzo because of Uchiha Shinji, the relationship between the two sides would definitely deteriorate further. Midaman-en seemed to see the doubts of the third generation and said, Danzo has gone too far this time. He has taken the method of cleaning up his own subordinates and directly moved it to the village and used it on other people. This behavior must be curbed. Yes, we are also doing this for his own good. After a pause, Yutain Koharu said, besides, he has already been given a chance. It was his own subordinates who failed the mission. Under the persuasion of the two consultants, the third generation nodded. Obviously. Without the direct threat of the Uchiha clan, the three of them felt that there was no need to continue to let the increasingly domineering Danzo go. So the third generation waved his hand. Swish. Soon, an Anbu appeared in front of the third generation, Hokage-sama. The third generation ordered, go and inform Irika to allow Uchiha Shinji to go to Konoha Hospital for internship. Yes. The Anbu saluted and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Then, the third generation said to the two consultants, it seems that we have to have a good talk with Danzo. Yuta and Koharu said, that Uchiha kid got a bargain, but he is so cunning, is it really appropriate to keep him? Midaman Yan couldn't help laughing, the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and he alone launched a coup. The third generation thought seriously, Kakashi is not suitable to stay in the Anbu anymore, let Kakashi contact Uchiha Shinji. If he is dissatisfied with the village, we can only deal with him as soon as possible, and we must not let him affect Uchiha Sasuke. Yuta and Koharu and Midaman Yan nodded together. The three people who were high above decided a person's fate in a few words. The second update is here, please recommend, vote, and read. Please. Chapter 71 New Classmate, third update. The next day. After receiving Irika's message, Shinji finished his morning classes at the ninja school and rushed to the Konoha hospital after lunch. Uchiha Shinji reports to you. After finding the medical ninja who was in charge of guiding him, Shinji stepped forward and bowed. The other party was a female ninja in her 20s, with long hair tied up, and looked very capable. She looked at Shinji and frowned slightly. You are Uchiha Shinji, how old are you? 8 years old. 8 years old. She shook her head, her expression a little amused. The village is too chaotic, why did they send an 8-year-old child to me? Shinji smiled, because I am a genius. Genius. She was a little surprised, and then she restrained her emotions and said calmly, my name is Kusanagi Kaoru, and I am your instructor. Shinji saluted with a smile, Teacher Kusanagi. Kusanagi Kaoru picked up a book and threw it to Shinji, finish reading this book first, then come to me. Shinji took the book and took a look. The cover of the book said Human Structure Atlas. He changed his mind, accepted the book and left silently. I didn't expect Shinji to leave so abruptly. Kaoru Kusa was ready to teach Shinji a lesson, but she was choked back. She could only curl her lips and whispered, I want to see how talented you are. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Shinji did not return to the apartment, but turned around and went to the archives. He could naturally see that Kaoru Kusa had the intention of making things difficult for him, but for him who wanted to master medical ninjutsu, learning the basics like Human Structure Atlas was a matter of course. So he not only studied Human Structure Atlas seriously, but also borrowed all the books on medical ninjutsu that could be found in the archives. A week later, Shinji came to Konoha Hospital again with Human Structure Atlas and found Kaoru Kusa. Teacher Kusa, I have finished reading this book. When Kaoru Kusa saw Shinji, she was stunned. Shinji hadn't shown up for a week, and she thought Shinji had given up learning medical ninjutsu. After taking the Human Body Structure Atlas, she randomly picked a few questions to test Shinji. Seeing that Shinji answered them fluently, she was shocked and thought to herself, he finished this book in just 1 week? It took me a whole month to finish it. She was a little unconvinced, so she took out another book from the drawer and threw it to Shinji, finish this one too. Shinji looked at the cover of the book Hematology and smiled and said, Teacher Kusanagi, I've finished this one too. Kao Kusanaga's face froze, and he took out another book Chakra and Muscle Tissue. Shinji didn't wait for the other party to hand it over, and smiled and said, I've read it too. Kao Kusanagi was a little unconvinced, so she picked out the contents of these books to test Shinji, and the result was the same as before, all of them were fluent. She was full of doubts, these books. It's just these few days. Shinji pointed to the 2 books at the back and said, except for the Human Structure Atlas you gave me, I borrowed the others from the archives and benefited a lot from them. Kaoru Kusa put away the surprise on his face and said with a straight face, you can't master medical ninjutsu just by rote memorization. Come with me. As he said that, Kaoru Kusa led Shinji to the laboratory. Taking a live fish from the pool nearby, Kaoru Kusa gently scratched the belly of the live fish with a scalpel. In an instant, the live fish that was just jumping around was gutted and wilted. Kaoru Kusa made a seal at this time and used the palm fairy technique to gently press on the fish's belly. The cut fish's belly healed immediately, and the fish regained its vitality and jumped up. Did you see it? This is the most basic medical ninjutsu, the palm fairy technique. Beginners need to make seals to perform it, and they don't need to make seals after they become proficient. You should remember the order of the seals just now, go back and practice well. If you still can't master it after a month, come back and look for it. As Kaoru Kusanagi spoke, her voice gradually weakened. Because she saw Shinji meticulously start the seals, and then a stream of green chakra enveloped Shinji's palm. Shinji looked at Kaoru Kusanagi, Teacher Kusanagi, is that so? Kaoru Kusanagi murmured, not bad, not bad. Shinji looked at the live fish on the test bench, turned his head and asked Kaoru Kusanagi, can I try it? Kaoru Kusa nodded and stepped aside. Shinji imitated Kaoru Kusa and used a scalpel to make a shallow cut on the fish's belly, then used the palm fairy technique to move closer. Instantly, the interaction between chakra and the surface of the living fish was fed back to Shinji's brain. This feeling. He gradually felt it and found that the principle of medical ninjutsu was not treatment, but to infuse yang attribute chakra into the injured body to make the injured heal themselves. No. He quickly overturned this idea. If it was just to infuse yang attribute chakra into the injured body, then medical ninjas would not need to learn the complex human body structure. So he quickly realized that infusing yang attribute chakra into the injured body was the most basic treatment method. So he stopped, holding the scalpel and gesturing at the live fish, and asked Kaoru Kusa, "Teacher Kusa, is it okay?" Kaoru Kusa didn't quite understand what Shinji wanted to do, but seeing that Shinji had mastered the palm fairy technique so quickly, he nodded subconsciously. Snap! Shinji cut off the fish's head directly, just like cooking. Kaoru Kusa was stunned. While the fish was still twitching, Shinji quickly put the fish's head and body together, and then launched the palm fairy technique on the broken end. This time he did not stop at infusing the yang attribute chakra into the fish's body, but directly manipulated the chakra, participating in or even leading the recovery of the wound. Should I give priority to restoring the trachea or blood vessels? Is this the gill? The healing of fish bones is so much slower than muscle tissue. He pondered and tried. Soon, the broken fish head and body were connected by him. Of course, the fish had already died. Looking at the fish that had completely lost signs of life, Shinji felt a little regretful. If it was faster, maybe it could be saved. After that, Shinji took another look at the pond not far away and saw that there were still several big fish in it. He quickly asked Kusanagi Kaoru, "Teacher Kusanagi, can I try again?" Fine. Ninja School. Mizuki led a white-haired boy to Naruto and Sasuke's class and announced to the students in the audience, "Everyone be quiet, I will introduce a new classmate to everyone, his name is Kimimaro, and he will be a member of your class from today." It's white hair. Wow, he's so tall. Why does he look cooler than Sasuke? The audience immediately talked about it. Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro, then retracted his gaze. Light. Among his peers, only Shinji and Niji can catch his eye. He simply disdains the others. Just then, Kimimaro came to Sasuke with an indifferent expression, "Are you Uchiha Sasuke? I want to challenge you." The third update is here. This week will determine the future of this book, so I beg you not to keep reading. If you don't have time to read it, please turn to the last page, please. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 72 Genius. On the playground. Sasuke raised his mouth, "You challenged me as soon as you came to the ninja school. It seems that you have heard rumors about me." Kimimaro didn't seem to have much interest in talking, and said lightly, "Can we start?" "Then let's start. I don't want to waste too much time on you." Sasuke's face turned cold, and the ink-colored eyes in his eyes had turned scarlet, and two Megatama were slowly spinning above them. Outer circle. Who do you think will win? Of course it's Sasuke, do I need to ask? But Kimimaro looks strong too, and he's so tall. Is being tall useful? Have you beaten those senior students? Many of them are still recuperating at home today. The students were all looking forward to it. No one expected that the first thing this new student did was to challenge Uchiha Sasuke, the top-ranked genius in the class. Not to mention Sasuke's class, even students from other grades were attracted by the news and gathered together. Gradually, the teachers of the ninja school also began to pay attention to this challenge. Irika flipped through Kimimaro's admission file and said, "An orphan of the Kagaya clan? And a bloodline family of Kirigakure." Mizuki smiled, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to challenge Sasuke right away. Irika was a little doubtful, "Will nothing happen?" Mizuki said, "It's just a competition between students, what can go wrong? Look, they've started." In the field. Bang! Sasuke kicked the ground, and the whole person turned into a shadow, rushing towards Kimimaro confidently. He learned this move from Shinji. Because Shinji practiced the breathing method, short bursts are his strengths, so he likes to use the reaction of kicking the ground to further enhance the effect of the burst. Seeing that Shinji's move was effective, he learned it. In an instant, Sasuke, who was charging with all his strength, brought a whirlwind, which shocked the students watching around and made a series of exclamations, and even many ninja school teachers looked at him sideways. In the distance, Niji, who silently opened his Byakugan, looked solemn. Sasuke's explosive power had increased somewhat beyond his expectations. Bang! But just when everyone was looking forward to a fierce battle, with a muffled sound in the field, Sasuke was kicked out by Kimimaro. The noisy playground suddenly became quiet. The expressions on the faces of many students who were watching suddenly froze, their mouths opened, and their eyes were full of surprise. Sasuke was kicked to the ground, his expression was full of confusion. What happened? Kimimaro then slowly walked towards Sasuke, I heard that your brother wiped out your entire Uchiha clan overnight. You are lucky to survive such a disaster. Hearing Kimimaro mention Uchiha Itaki, Sasuke's expression suddenly twisted, and he roared, "Don't mention that person." Kimimaro said lightly, "Shouldn't you thank him? At least, he saved your life." "You bastard!" Sasuke climbed up from the ground, he was panting heavily, his anger seemed to be completely ignited, the two Megatama on the Sharingan spun rapidly, and the chakra on his body was about to dissipate. "No, Sasuke is serious." Seeing the situation was not good, Irika hurriedly said, "We must stop this competition." Shuimu stopped Irika, "This newcomer Kimimaro is really too much. Let Sasuke, the genius, teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he still thinks that our Konoha's bloodline ninja is not as good as their Kirigakuer." On the sidelines, feeling Sasuke's anger, the students watching stepped back one after another, leaving more space for the two people competing in the field. Shikamaru whispered, "Sasuke seems to be really angry. Why is he so angry?" Naruto, who has always been carefree, was also shocked. He had never seen Sasuke so angry. Shikamaru did not explain, but just shook his head. In the field, Sasuke, whose mind was taken away by anger, raised his arms and began to make hand seals in front of everyone's horrified eyes. "Fire escape, great fireball technique." Boom! Instantly, a huge fireball burst out of Sasuke's mouth and flew towards Kimimaro. No one expected Sasuke to perform fire escape ninjutsu during the competition. The students watching fled in panic, and the teachers of the ninja school rushed up to stop him. Swish! However, at this moment, Kimimaro disappeared from the spot. Sasuke's Sharingan swayed rapidly from side to side in his eye sockets, looking for Kimimaro's trace, but the next moment, a voice came from behind him, "Where are you looking at?" Sasuke was shocked and was about to turn around when he was knocked out by a heavy punch. The students who fled in all directions and the teachers who rushed to the field all stopped. She stood there, with a dazed look on her face. Ningji in the distance was also shocked. Is this the instant body technique? Konoha Hospital. After killing several live fish, Shinji finally mastered some tricks and recovered much faster. Kaoru Kyuzagi nodded secretly. Medical ninjutsu is like this. If you can learn it, you can learn it. If you can't learn it, you can't learn it. The difference between genius and mediocrity is particularly obvious in this field. So at this moment, she had to admit that Shinji was really a genius in the field of medical ninjutsu. After treating a live fish again, Shinji looked at Kaoru Kyuzagi, "Teacher Kyuzagi, what should we learn next?" Kaoru Kyuzagi was a little depressed. It stands to reason that a normal medical ninja needs at least several months of hard training to get to this point. She didn't expect Shinji to get it done in just 1 week, so for a while she didn't know how to continue to guide Shinji. After a pause, Kusanagi Kaoru said, "I didn't expect that you could control chakra to this extent. Many Chunins may not be as good as you. You are really a genius." "Yes, I know." Shinji nodded, without being modest. There is no need for him to hide in this field. He needs to learn more and stronger medical ninjutsu as soon as possible. And his control over chakra is indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. Opening the Manjiki Sharingan itself is a leap in the quality of Yintun chakra. The chakra control of the Manjiki Uchiha is not bad. In addition, the control of the second pair of eyes by the Susanoo Sun Tou is essentially a kind of control of chakra. The whole process of controlling the pair of Mangekis of Uchiha Fugaku is constantly tempering his control over chakra. Finally, the control of the subtle parts of the body by the breathing method also played a certain role in improving his control over chakra. Due to many factors, his control over chakra has actually surpassed his peers by a large margin. This is also the reason why he could easily master the Great Fireball technique and Shadow Clone technique before. Seeing Shinji so confident, Kaoru Kusa said, "Starting tomorrow, you will be my surgical assistant and learn organ transplantation and repair from me." Shinji's eyes lit up, which was exactly what he needed. After Shinji left, Kakashi came to the laboratory. He greeted Kaoru Kusa with a lazy look on his face, and then asked, "How about that kid?" Kaoru Kusa sighed and said helplessly, "Genius. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read." Chapter 73 Projection Space. Thinking about his own thoughts, Shinji slowly came to the ninja school. When he walked into the classroom, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Bai quickly told Shinji about Sasuke's previous defeat, and then said with some concern, "Shinji classmate, you have to be careful." "Why should I be careful?" Shinji was confused. Bai explained, "Everyone is speculating that Kimimura's next target is either you or Niji." Shinji smiled, "Don't worry, I won't easily accept other people's challenges." Sitting back in his seat, Shinji digested the news he had just received from Bai. Isn't Kimimaro with Orochimaru? Why did he suddenly come to the ninja school? Does Orochimaru want to stimulate Sasuke through Kimimaro? As soon as Kimimaro came to the ninja school, he challenged Sasuke by name. The provocation was too obvious. If it were someone else, they might simply think that Kimimaro wanted to win fame and make a name for himself by challenging Sasuke. But Shinji knew that Kimimaro didn't care about these things at all. The only thing Kimimaro cared about was whether he could help Orochimaru, and for this, he was even willing to sacrifice his body. So Kimimura's coming to the ninja school must have been instructed by Orochimaru. As for provoking Sasuke, it is very likely that he wanted to motivate Sasuke in this way and make Sasuke stronger as soon as possible. It seems that Orochimaru is already planning to take Sasuke's body. Shinji retracted his thoughts. He didn't want to interfere with Orochimaru's plan for Sasuke, because Sasuke's growth rate would exceed everyone's expectations. In the future, Orochimaru might shoot himself in the foot like in the original time and space. Besides, he had a lot of troubles and had no energy to care about other people. These days, he has been guarding against Danzo's assassination, but for some reason, Danzo seemed to have stopped. Not to mention the assassination, even the root ninja who used to haunt him disappeared these days. Despite this, he still didn't dare to be careless. During the period of learning medical ninjutsu, he was almost always active in the core area of the village and was always on guard against possible attacks. In a week at most, I should be able to perform a simple eye transplant surgery on my own. Now I have to find someone to nourish the half-damaged Mangekyo immediately, so as not to waste time. Those eyes can't wait any longer. Determined, he covered his eyes with his hands and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then he secretly activated the Mangekyo pupil techniques Hibi, marking Haku sitting in front of him and Karin sitting next to the podium. After completing the marking, he quietly closed the Mangekyo. Today, he came to school just to mark the spirits of Haku and Karin, and for this, he even changed the Mangekyo he was driving. After school, he declined Haku's invitation to practice and returned to the apartment alone. In the evening, Shinji, who was reviewing a medical book, put down the book and glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand it has pointed to 11 o'clock. It was almost midnight and Shiro and Karin should have been preparing to go to bed in their respective apartments. Seeing that the time was almost up, he changed into the red cloud cloak, put on the mask, and then sat on the bed to activate the Mangekyo pupil techniques Hibi. Unlike the mark during the day, this time he activated the link. In an instant, his spirit projection appeared in front of a round table. This is the projection space of Hibi, and the spirits linked by Hibi will appear here in the form of projection. Immediately afterwards, Shiro and Karin's spirit projections also appeared in other empty seats on the round table one after another. Where is this? When Shiro and Karin found themselves suddenly in front of a round table, except for the stone platform under their feet, there was endless darkness all around, and they were immediately terrified. Until they saw Shinji's spirit projection sitting quietly in front of the round table, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the spirit projection could not see the detailed appearance, the outline of the red cloud cloak could still be vaguely seen, so they soon understood that this was the organization calling them. After Bai and Karin calmed down, Shinji slowly said, "We will often meet in this way in the future, you don't have to panic." Bai asked curiously, "Sir, where are we? Is it a space-time ninjutsu?" Shinji shook his head and explained simply, "In the ancestral tomb of the sister, what appeared here is just a projection of your spirit, and this is just an illusory projection space. It's amazing." Looking at the round table in front of her, the stone platform under her feet, and the endless abyss around her, Karin couldn't help but admire it. It seems that everything related to the organization is so different. Shinji announced, "If nothing unexpected happens in the future, we will meet in this way every week to exchange information with each other." Seeing that there were only 3 people, Bai asked, "Sir, where is Deidara?" Shinji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Bai to ask about Deidara. He casually said, "He is performing other tasks and will not participate in the party for the time being." Karin asked timidly, "Sir, you summoned us today. Did the ghost appear again? Bai also became nervous and looked at Shinji. Today's party has nothing to do with ghosts. Shinji didn't waste any words and directly ordered, report your recent situation. Bai and Karin thought that the leader was not in Konoha village, so they reported the situation these days. Obviously, Bai and Karin were not idle. The experience of brushing shoulders with the god of death last time gave them a strong sense of urgency, so they have been practicing hard these days. Bai was secretly practicing the trophy ninjutsu speed that he had obtained before, and had already mastered it preliminarily. When it was activated, it could achieve the effect of instant body technique. Karin was secretly practicing her Kagura heart. Shinji nodded after listening. The invasion of demons is unpredictable, so you must be ready for battle at any time and anywhere. Yes. Haku and Karin responded in unison. Shinji snapped his fingers at this time, and Haku's spirit projection dissipated, leaving only Karin in front of the round table. Karin looked at Shinji in confusion. My lord, you. Shinji said, I have something else to tell you. Then, he told Karin in detail that he had a pair of half-damaged Manjiki Sharingan and needed living nourishment. After hearing this, Karin was very surprised. You mean you want me to transplant those eyes? Shinji nodded gently. You are the best candidate. However, this is not a mandatory requirement, you can choose to refuse. Karin wanted to refuse, but intimidated by the leader's majesty, she had to ask carefully, Sir, what about my own eyes? I will keep your eyes, you can rest assured about this. After a pause, Shinji said, This is my personal request, so if you agree, I can also agree to one of your requests. Considering that her eyes can be replaced, Karin's resistance is much less, but she still can't make up her mind for a while. Can I think about it? Shinji knocked on the table. I'll give you a week to think about it. After that, he directly cut off Karin's projection. The second update is here. Chapter 74 rolled up. The third update. There are other forces behind Karin, so nourishing the half-damaged Mangekyo can only rely on Karin's willingness, and can't be forced. Otherwise, if the news is leaked and the Manjiki is lost, it will be a loss. That is why he did not use his position as the leader of the organization to force Karin to do it. Fortunately, he still needs a week to practice the transplant surgery, which is just enough time for Karin to consider. Looking at the empty round table in front of him, Shinji thought, if Deidara can be marked, I can contact him through Naobi. He is still thinking about the white Zetsu cells. Letting Karin transplant a half-damaged Manjiki can only restore the activity of the half-damaged Manjiki. After all, with Karin's current Yang-style chakra, it should not be enough to restore the pupil power of the completely blind Manjiki. So if you want to restore the pupil power of 2 pairs of half-damaged Manjiki and 1 pair of completely damaged Manjiki, most likely, Karin's sage body will have to go a step further. And this will fall on Deidara, who has joined the Akatsuki organization. Shinji is not sure what the upper limit of Naobi can mark is, but he feels that it should be no problem to mark 7 or 8 spirits, so he really wants to see Deidara again and mark Deidara's spirit. At the same time, as he controls the pair of Manjiki of his grandmother Uchiha Yuri, he vaguely feels that the pupil technique Hwajin contained in the blind left eye is related to Naobi to some extent. The real power of this pair of Manjiki is probably not in Naobi, but in Hwajin. Why did she abandon Hwajin in the first place? Is it my illusion that Hwajin is stronger than Naobi? Or is there some unavoidable reason? Suddenly, the swelling pain in his eyes interrupted Shinji's thoughts. He sighed and released Naobi. After returning to the apartment, he took off his mask and red cloud cloak, thinking to himself, it's too uncomfortable without a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Everything I do is restricted. After a short rest, he looked at the wall clock and saw that it was still early, so he continued to read medical books. The next morning, Shinji didn't even go to the ninja school. He went straight to Kyusane Kaoru and learned organ transplant surgery from him. At this point, he was qualified to be a medical ninja. Kurumi Kyusane even began to consider accepting him into the medical class and officially becoming a medical ninja in Konoha. The next week, Shinji spent almost all his time in the laboratory. He performed hundreds of animal organ transplants of all sizes, either operating or dissecting every day. Seeing that he was so obsessed with medical ninjutsu, not to mention Kyusane Kaoru, even other medical ninjas in the medical class felt that he might be born to be a medical ninja. And during this week, the ninja school was not peaceful. Since the disastrous defeat to Kimimaro, Suzuki was deeply ashamed. He challenged Kimimaro 3 times in a week. The result is self-evident. All of them ended in disastrous defeat. This made Kimimaro famous. Just when everyone thought that Kimimaro would continue to challenge the other two geniuses in the ninja school, Shinji and Niji, Kimimaro stopped. While it made the gossipers regretful, it also made Suzuki extremely embarrassed. If Shinji and Niji were also defeated by Kimimaro, everyone would only praise Kimimaro for being strong. But now he was the only one who was defeated by Kimimaro, and Kimimaro didn't challenge Shinji and Niji for some reason, which made him stand out. Now when he walks on the street, he feels that someone is pointing fingers at him from behind. So, he, who was already practicing crazily, became even more self-torturing. Sometimes in the middle of the night, even Xiao Li, who was running around the village, was ready to rest, but he was still practicing hard in the practice field. Also stimulated by Kimimaro, Niji also began to practice madly. Different from his indifference on the surface, he was very panicked in his heart, fearing that Kimimaro would come to challenge him. Because he knew very well that even if he was stronger than Suzuki now, he was not much stronger. If he really faced Kimimaro, the ending would not be much better than Suzuki. And Kimimaro's practice was originally self-abuse. That kind of selflessness and indifference made others terrified. In this way, the ninja school, which was already very competitive, became even more terrifying after Kimimaro's arrival. Even Shikamaru, Kaiba, Koji, Shino, and others were taught by their parents and joined this training competition. Others didn't know, but Shinji knew that Orochimaru's goal had been achieved. A week after the last gathering, Shinji activated Niobe again at 11 o'clock in the evening and summoned the spirit projections of Bai and Karin. After a brief report, Bai asked, "Sir, didn't you find any ghosts this week?" "Yet." Shinji nodded. "It has been half a month since the last invasion, but there is no news from the light, which is obviously wrong." But he has no choice. The ninja world is so vast that he can only rely on the light to detect invaders, and his light will be interfered by the mysterious lantern bearer, so he is very passive now. I don't know whether those ghosts have given up invading the ninja world, or his light was interfered with and did not detect the invading ghosts, or those ghosts are holding back some big moves. After the communication session, Shinji first cut off Bai's projection, and then asked Karin alone, "What do you think?" Karin did not rush to answer Shinji, but asked, "Can I really make a request to you?" Shinji said, "Well, as long as it is within my ability." Karin no longer hesitated, "Okay, I promise you." Shinji was refreshed and immediately told Karin the details of the operation. Karin's eyes are rare red pupils, so after the half-damaged kaleidoscope is transplanted, the color of the pupils will change significantly. In order to deal with this, Shinji came up with a solution, which was to let Karin change the type of glasses she wore, from ordinary glasses to dark-colored goggles. Fortunately, Karin already wore glasses, so this change would not attract other people's attention. Seeing that Shinji was so meticulous, even the color of the pupils and even some problems that would be encountered in daily life after the transplant, Karin felt more at ease. After discussing these, Shinji said, "Tell me your requirements." Karin took a deep breath and looked at the projection of Shinji behind the round table, "I beg you to save my mother." Shinji suddenly understood and said in a deep voice, "Those people behind you are using the magic to force you to do things for them." Karin nodded heavily. Shinji only uttered one word, "Who?" Karin said with hatred, "Kusa village." The third update is here. I received a message from the editor in the afternoon. This book lost the PK with a slight difference of almost single-digit follow-up reading. Sometimes luck is hard to say. But here, I still want to thank everyone for their support. We have all tried our best. There will be another PK opportunity next week. If we win, we will have another chance to go to Sanjiang, so please continue to support us. Let's fight for another week. Go to Sanjiang. Please recommend, vote, and follow up. Chapter 75 I Exchange. Kusa Village. Shinji frowned. The last time I heard Irika say that Mizuki was by Karin's side when she was attacked, he analyzed that Orochimaru might be behind Karin. Karin continued, "It was the Kusashi village that arranged for me to come to Konoha. Last time, they forced me to divert the Anbu who protected Konoha Jinchuriki. Why did they do this? What is the purpose?" Karin shook her head, "I don't know their real purpose. They didn't tell me anything. They just arranged for me to meet an adult named Jiraiya. That adult seemed to have some connection with the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that I was alone, he took me back to Konoha. Let Jiraiya take you back to Konoha? Shinji was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but sigh that this was a great move. The wife of the fourth Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Jiraiya was unable to rush back to the village in time to save the fourth Hokage and his wife, and he must have felt deeply regretful. It is natural for him to feel compassion for an orphan from the Uzumaki clan at this time. With Jiraiya's endorsement, the village's suspicion of Karin will be reduced. Thinking of this, Shinji realized that the Kusagakure village alone could not do this. There should be the shadow of Orochimaru in this matter, so he asked Karin, the Kusagakure village took great pains to place you in Konoha, and it must not be just to let you act as a spy. Do they have any other plans? Karin recalled and suddenly said, they mentioned the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and it seems that they want me to become a Jinchuriki. Shinji was stunned at first, then he figured it all out. Tisk, this Kusagakure village is something special. He curled his lips, then said to Karin, don't worry, I will find a way to deal with your mother's matter. After that, in order to save his pupil power, he cancelled the projection space of Niobe. Back in the apartment, Shinji sneered. Karin's words made him instantly understand all the plans of the Kusagakure village. In the original time and space, the Kusagakure village had planned a very stupid action. That was to find someone to pretend to be Naruto to assassinate the fourth Raikage, frame Naruto, and force Konoha to send Naruto to the prison in the ninja world that specially detains serious criminals, Hojuna. The reason for doing this is that after years of research, the Kusagakure ninja found that in order to open the secret treasure of the grass country, the Box of Bliss, a huge chakra of the tailed beast level is required, so they framed Naruto and tried to steal the nine tails in Naruto's body in prison. In this time and space, perhaps because the research on the Box of Bliss had made a breakthrough in advance, the Kusagakure ninja realized the need to open the Box of Bliss a few years earlier. It requires tailed beast level chakra, and Karin, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, is still in the Kusagakure village, so they came up with this much smarter method than the original time and space. That is to first place Karin in Konoha, and then find an opportunity to assassinate Naruto. Once Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, dies, Konoha can only choose the next Jinchuriki in the village in order to continue to keep the Nine Tails. At this time, Karin, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, is undoubtedly the best candidate. It can be said that as long as Naruto is assassinated while he is young, Konoha will hand over the Nine Tails to the Kusagakure village. It is really a good plan. The next day, Karin changed into a pair of dark-colored goggles that could not see the color of the pupils according to Shinji's instructions. Sure enough, she was stopped by Mizuki at the end of class. Mizuki looked at Karin and asked with a smile, "Why did you suddenly change your goggles?" Karin took off her goggles. "You know I'm a little nearsighted, and recently sand has been getting into my eyes, which makes me uncomfortable, so I changed my goggles." Mizuki looked at Karin's eyes carefully, and after not finding anything abnormal, he pretended to be concerned and said, "If your eyes are uncomfortable, I can take you to the hospital for a checkup." Karin put on her goggles again and shook her head, "No need." Shinji saw this scene. Obviously, Mizuki, Orochimaru's spy, was tasked with monitoring Karin. This also confirmed his previous guess that Orochimaru was also involved in the Kusagakure village's plan. Fortunately, he was careful and asked Karin to put on goggles before the transplant surgery, which dispelled Mizuki's doubts. In addition to Mizuki, only Shiro expressed his curiosity about Karin's wearing goggles. As for other classmates, none of them cared about it. After all, Karin was usually very withdrawn. At night, Shinji sneaked into Karin's apartment with surgical instruments. "My lord." Seeing Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki, coming, Karin immediately became nervous. Shinji whispered, "It's a simple operation, don't worry Jong." Karin replied with a trembling voice, "Yes." Shinji was helpless, but the eye replacement surgery did sound scary at first. Karin is only a 7 or 8-year-old girl now, so it is inevitable that she is a little scared. After taking out the nutrient tank containing the 2 half-damaged Manjiki, Shinji began to disinfect the surgical instruments meticulously. Karin looked at the eyes in the tank curiously, "Sir, are these the eyes you want to replace for me?" Shinji nodded gently, "It is the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." He did not hide it from Karin, because he might need to perform cell transplantation on Karin in the future. It is better to talk about many things than to hide them and make each other suspicious. Soon, Shinji completed the eye transplantation neatly. Because this operation is not difficult, Nohara-rin, who had just learned medical ninjutsu, could transplant Obito's eyes for Kakashi on the battlefield. It's just that the operation was too fast, so Karin didn't react and was stunned. Is it over? Shinji carefully put Karen's eyes into the nutrient tank while observing Karen's post-operative condition. How do you feel? Karin hurriedly said, except that the right eye can't see, it seems that there is no other feeling. Shinji asked, no feeling of rejection at all. Karin shook her head. As expected of the Uzumaki clan. After sighing, Shinji said, your left eye is a real manjiki with pupil power. I have closed its open state before the transplant. Don't try to open it easily, otherwise, it may bring a certain degree of burden to your body. Kakashi was dragged down by a manjiki, although it was more of a joke. But he had to admit that the manjiki Sharingan was not friendly to people who were not of Uchiha blood. If ordinary people were transplanted, it would bring a great burden to the body. I know. Karin nodded obediently. I will keep your eyes for the time being. I will arrange someone to deal with your mother's affairs as soon as possible. Shinji said as he packed up the utensils. He didn't intend to threaten Karin with her mother, but he knew that only by rescuing her mother could Karin help him wholeheartedly. Here is the first update. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 76 I'll Take Your Life. The drizzle, like curtains connected to the sky, hung down from the deep night, as if it was still and never stopped. In the rain, 4 figures of different heights wearing thick black robes looked at the town bathed in the drizzle in the distance. Among the 4, a hunchbacked demon with the words lower string 2 engraved in his eyes licked his tongue. The hidden rain village is ahead. The lair of that organization should be here. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find. I swallowed more than 100 people to collect the information. A woman's voice sounded nearby. The woman's eyes were engraved with the words lower string 4, and she was also a ghost. Lower string 2 smiled and said, after all, she is a big shot in this world, so it is normal that she is hard to find. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Rui and Nightmare, they actually fell in such a place, and I thought it was such a terrifying world. The so-called jonin, the so-called ninjutsu, are all useless tricks. The adults asked the 4 of us to come together, which was a bit too cautious. The leading ghost with lower string 1 engraved in his eyes glanced at lower string 4, are you questioning the adult's decision? The woman shrank her neck and took a step back. At this time, the ghost with the words lower string 3 engraved in his eyes smiled and said, she is right about one thing. This world is indeed not as strong as imagined. Those ninjas with chakra are too fragile. The few jounins from Kyuzagakure that I ate before are not even qualified to be taken seriously by me. Lower string 2 followed with a smile and said, it's a pity that I didn't meet the shadow mentioned by those ninjas. I think those shadows should be more fun than the jonin. The jonin of the hidden cloud village that I swallowed swore to me that their raikage would avenge them. The woman interrupted and said, shadow is just a slightly stronger jonin. How much stronger can it be than a jonin? Can it beat 4 alone? Even the adults of the upper strings can't deal with the 4 of us alone, right? But the chakra here is really convenient. I feel that my blood demon art is several times stronger than before. The leading lower string 1 waved his hand and interrupted the other ghosts. The hidden rain village is the lair of the big man in this world. His strength should be far beyond those ninjas you ate. Maybe he can be 3 to 4 times stronger than those jonin you ate. Don't be careless. Lower string 2 asked, can we eat him? The woman drooled, he must taste good. Lower string 1 pondered for a moment and said, leave the heart to me. Several ghosts laughed creepily. Let's go. It's important to complete the master's mission. We don't have much time left. After that, the leading lower string 1 took a step and walked towards the hidden rain village shrouded in rain. The other 3 ghosts in black robes followed. Not long after, the 4 ghosts came to the hidden rain village. Walking on the street, they resisted the bloodthirsty impulse, passed the villagers of the hidden rain village, and walked towards the tower in the center of the village. Just as they were about to reach the tower, a figure fell from the sky, suspended in the air, blocking their way. The 4 ghosts looked up at the same time, and saw that the figure floating in the air was wearing a red cloud cloak, had orange hair, and there were circles of fascinating strange patterns on the pupils of his eyes. There is no doubt that it was Tendu Pain who stopped the 4 ghosts. He stared at the 4 ghosts in black robes in front of him, and said indifferently, intruders, it means that you are a member of the Akatsuki organization. The leading lower string one hid his face under the cloak and stepped forward. "We are here to visit the leader of the Akatsuki organization." Pain said, "I am." The lower moon one slowly took off his cloak and looked at Tendo Pain with an evil look on his face. "Respected sir, the lower moon one Musen Kibutsu is here, I will take your life." Pain had no expression. Konoha village. In the training ground. "You want to practice with me?" Looking at Suzuki with bruises on his face, Shinji scratched his head. Suzuki said seriously, "Shinji, you must help me this time." Bai, who was standing by, whispered in Shinji's ear, "Shinji, you haven't been to the ninja school much these days, so you may not know that Kimimaro beats Suzuki every day now." Shinji was stunned. "Every day?" Bai nodded, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. Obviously, Suzuki was not an idiot. After finding that he could not beat Kimimaro, he stopped challenging Kimimaro. But Kimimaro had no intention of letting him go. If Suzuki did not challenge him, he would challenge Suzuki every day. As a result, the spectacle of Suzuki being beaten by Kimimaro every day appeared in the ninja school. Shinji considered his words carefully. "How about I go and talk to him?" Suzuki gritted his teeth. "No. I must defeat that bastard." Shinji said, "Okay, I will practice with you." Soon, the two of them took up their positions. Swish! Suzuki could not hold back and quickly pounced on Shinji. So fast! Shinji was startled and subconsciously used the breathing method. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a series of punches and kicks echoed in the training ground. At some point, Niji also came to the sidelines, opened his Byakugan, and quietly observed the battle situation in the field. A few minutes later, with a bang, a figure flew out of the field and hit a big tree, shaking the tree and causing leaves to fall. Damn it! Suzuki held onto the tree and managed to climb up. There was no doubt that the figure that had just been knocked out of the field was him. In the field, Shinji was panting rapidly, his face was uncertain. Although he won, he was not happy at all. On the contrary, there was a storm in his heart. Suzuki is growing too fast. A few weeks ago, he was confident that as long as he activated the water breathing, he could easily crush Suzuki in physical skills. But after just a few weeks, he found that Suzuki had grown to the point where he could not give his all. It was so powerful that it could not be suppressed at all. Of course, the full power here means not using the Mangeki Sharingan or Spider Silk. Shinji now somewhat experienced the feeling of Lee in the original time and space. Then Niji also went down to practice with Suzuki. The battle lasted a little longer than Shinji, but Suzuki was still defeated in the end. After all, in terms of physical skills, the soft fist is still very strong. Shinji thought to himself on the sidelines, "I am now about 1.3 Suzuki, and Niji is about 1.2 to 1.1 Suzuki. Kimimaro can beat Suzuki, so he is probably much stronger than us." The plane is invaded. Countdown, 0. Please prepare for the attack as soon as possible. Suddenly, the sound of light sounded in Shinji's ears. The second update is here. I need to adjust my state a little in the next few days to prepare for the next round of extra updates. So there are only 2 updates. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 77 The Temptation of Eternal Life. Still in the unchanging drizzle, a figure was running madly. Even if you only look from a distance, you can clearly feel the panic and embarrassment revealed by this figure. And this figure is not someone else, but the lower one Musen Kibutsu who broke into the hidden rain village with full confidence not long ago. At this time, his face was charred, one eye turned into a bloody hole, and the entire left arm was gone. It seemed that he had lost the unparalleled recovery ability of the ghost. But compared with the shock in my heart, the broken body is simply not worth mentioning. Wrong, all wrong. He ran desperately, just to escape the town behind him that was always covered by the rain. For this operation, the 4 lower-rank ghosts quietly dispersed in various parts of the ninja world under the protection of the lights, devouring creatures to gather chakra while gathering information about the Akatsuki organization. In the process, they met ninjas from the Kyuzagakuer village, the Takigakuer village, and the Kumagakuer village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. Among these ninjas, there are Genin, Chunin, and Jonin who are apparently the top ninjas in the ninja world. But even the Jonin, under the sneak attacks of these lower-rank ghosts, almost no one can cause them trouble, and they are easily swallowed by them. So in their evaluation, the ninja world is not weak, but it is far from weak. Go to the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. And as more and more chakras are gathered, their strength is also expanding rapidly, which is why they dare to hunt the lantern bearer of the ninja world. However, all the beauty was ended under those weird eyes. Kisan Kibutsuji recalled the battle just now and secretly rejoiced. If the opponent had not been concerned about the town and restrained his moves, he would not have been able to escape. As ghosts, the four of them were not restrained by the opponent, but simply crushed by the huge force. If the opponent found a way to restrain them, they would not even have a chance to escape. Why is the gap between ninjas so big? Your caution is indeed right. The information must be passed back, otherwise, even if the upper strings come, the result will not change at all. Kisan Kibutsuji could not imagine the scene of defeating the man with weird eyes. When the opponent saw his terrifying recovery ability of regenerating his broken limbs, he did not even frown, and his expression was indifferent as if it was just an insignificant trick. At this moment, he felt something and turned his head. He saw a huge white bird flying in the sky behind him. On the white bird stood a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization. Oops! Kibutsuji Musen's face froze. He didn't expect that he had escaped so far, but the Akatsuki organization could catch up with him, and the other party could actually control the strange bird to fly in the sky. It's incredible. Immediately, he looked at the forest not far ahead. As long as I can escape into the forest, they won't be able to find me. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, Kibutsuji Musen accelerated again, and the whole person dragged a residual shadow in the rain, and rushed into the forest ahead. At the moment of rushing into the forest, the tree canopy covered his head, and his lost sense of security was restored a little. Escaped! He breathed a sigh of relief, but his footsteps did not stop, as if as long as the sky was still raining, the danger was not over. At this moment, he just passed through a patch of grass and ran into a huge yellow skeleton hand, which held him completely. Kisan Kibutsu was shocked. At the other end of the skeleton shadow, Shinji, wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization and a mask, walked out from behind a big tree. Hey, you seem to have been beaten badly. Karin stepped forward and said, My lord, I sensed another demon's chakra, fleeing in another direction. Shinji ordered, You go and intercept it, I'll be there soon. Yes. Shiro and Karin responded at the same time, and then chased in one direction. After Shiro and Karin left, Shinji's sight returned to Kibutsu again, and he fell into deep thought when he saw the lower string one in his eyes. The Demon King has become a lower-ranked demon. Although he knew that the world of Demon Slayer had undergone major changes and could no longer be measured by his old impression, he was still confused by the scene in front of him. At the same time, a thought echoed in his mind. The cells of the demon in front of him can live forever. Lifespan is not the only criterion for measuring whether a life form is advanced, but a lifespan as short as a summer flower is definitely not a high-level life form. In the ninja world, even if they are as powerful as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, they could not escape birth, aging, illness and death. This pair of powerful men who dominated the world did not even reach the limit of human lifespan and turned into a handful of yellow soil. But the embarrassed demon in front of him lived for at least 1,000 years. If Shinji remembered correctly, in the normal demon slayer time and space, this demon was poisoned by cells, and the cells instantly aged 9,000 years, but still maintained a sufficient degree of activity. In other words, this demon can live for at least 10,000 years, almost immortal. The only one who can reach this level in the ninja world is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of Chakra and the bloodline. The others are the Six Paths Sage, the son of Kagaya, who eventually cannot escape the exhaustion of life. In the ninja world, it is almost impossible to achieve the bloodline. The reason why Uchiha Madara in the original time and space was successful is that he stole Kagaya Otsutsuki's power rather than being promoted to the bloodline. This can be seen from the fact that Kagaya Otsutsuki can be easily resurrected in him. After all, the sacred tree and the nine-tailed beast split from the sacred tree are part of Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. Swish! Just when Shinji was thinking, Deidara fell from the sky. Looking at Shinji under the Susanoo, he looked up and down at the Susanoo with a surprised look on his face, and asked curiously, What kind of technique is this? Shinji said lightly, A kind of pupil technique. Tisk tisk, you are really extraordinary. Deidara smiled and admired Shinji's Susanoo, completely ignoring Musen who was caught in Shinji's Susanoo. And Shinji also recovered from Deidara's interruption. If the price of eternal life is that you can no longer bathe in the sun and eat flesh and blood like beasts all day long, then what is the meaning of such eternal life? Besides, the muezzin in front of him had already become a lower-ranked demon, and his ability as a demon king might have been taken away by others. With the thought, Shinji was afraid that he would regret it, so he let muezzin go and activated Amaterasu. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 78 Fake Wood Release. Ah! The black flame instantly enveloped muezzin's body, and the painful wail echoed in the forest. Seeing that muezzin could not be killed by his detonating clay after several bombardments, he did not struggle much under the black flame, and his breath became weak. Deidara was happy to see the prey and wanted to get closer to check. However, before he got close to the black flame, he instinctively stopped, and his sloppy expression gradually became solemn. What kind of fire release is this? Shinji was also watching muezzin under Amaterasu at this moment. If the opponent still has the power of the Demon King, then even Amaterasu should not be able to kill him easily. On the contrary, if the opponent dies easily under Amaterasu, it means that the opponent may have lost the power of the Demon King. It's gone. Soon, the wail of Kibutsuo became weaker. Under the black flame of Amaterasu, its body gradually carbonized, and then turned into powder, washed into the mud by rain. Shinji felt relieved. At least, he didn't have to worry about missing a chance for eternal life. Deidara stared at the black flame still burning on the wet mud. This is definitely not an ordinary fire escape. Is it some kind of change in nature? Shinji extinguished the Amaterasu on the ground, released the Susanoo, and then slowly turned his sight to Deidara. He was looking for Deidara recently, but he didn't expect that the invasion of demons sent him to the land of rain, and he happened to meet Deidara, who was sent out to chase demons. As for why the ghost appeared here in such a mess, he figured it out after a little thought. Obviously, his previous strategy worked. He pretended to be Akatsuki to eliminate the ghost, and indeed made the ghost mistakenly believe that the lantern-bearer of the ninja world was in Akatsuki. At the same time, it also confirmed his previous concerns. Last time, a ghost did escape his pursuit, and the basic information of the ninja world may have been leaked on a large scale. After figuring this out, Shinji did not mention the ghost, and directly asked Deidara, "How are you getting along with those people in the outer formation?" Deidara thought for a while. "Not bad, a group of interesting guys." This evaluation is not low. Shinji carefully observed Deidara's expression. Seeing that the other party looked natural, did not ask him questions, and did not test his intentions, he guessed that Deidara should not have revealed his existence in Akatsuki. So he thought for a while and said lightly, "Have you seen Zetsu? The guy with 2 leaves on his head?" After confirming, Deidara shook his head. "I'm not familiar with him. That guy is sneaky and not as easy to talk to as Brother Scorpion." Shinji ordered, "Get me some cell tissue of white Zetsu. Remember, do it secretly and don't let him find out." Deidara asked, "Cell tissue? What do you need that kind of thing for?" "I need to confirm something." Shinji didn't elaborate, just said, "I'll tell you about this later." After that, Shinji activated Niobe and marked Deidara's spirit. Before fighting the invasion, he adjusted the Mangekyo he was driving. Instead of driving Fugaku's 2 Mangekyo as before, he chose the one containing Amaterasu and the one containing Niobe in his grandmother Uchiha Yuri. Although this method reduces the pupil power because of the 2 scattered Mangekis, they are not paired, but they can use Amaterasu and Niobe at the same time. Deidara seemed to think that it was not difficult to secretly get some cell tissues. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "How can I give it to you after I get it?" Shinji took out a map and pointed to a small town on it. "After you succeed, you will stay here for a day, and I will contact you." The town he pointed to is a transportation hub in the Land of Fire, and it is just 80 kilometers away from Konoha village, which is within the sensing range of Niobe. Yet, Deidara had no objection. Shinji was still thinking about Haku and Karin, who were rushing to stop the other demon, and turned to leave. Deidara suddenly stopped him and asked, "By the way, who was that guy you just killed? Why did he suddenly attack us? And why are they just like Haiden, who Kakuzu just recruited, and they can't be killed no matter what?" Looking at Deidara, Shinji sighed softly. When his lamp can detect ghosts, it means that the shadow of the lamp that has been covering these ghosts and shielding them from detection has disappeared. And the shadow of the lamp of the mysterious lantern bearer, while interfering with the perception of Shinji's lamp, actually also enveloped the pollution of those ghosts. So after the shadow of the lamp disappeared, those ghosts who never had pollution suddenly became the source of pollution. That is to say, all the members of the Akatsuki organization who had just fought with the ghosts and the villagers of the Hidden Rain village who had seen the ghosts were now polluted by the information of the ghosts, including Deidara in front of him. Although the degree may not be deep, this kind of pollution does exist, and except for the lantern bearer, the polluted people have no idea that they have become the anchor connecting two different worlds. Deidara said, feeling a little scared by Shinji's stare. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Shinji asked, "How many of them are there?" "4, all with the words of lower string engraved in their eyes." After a pause, Deidara continued, "They rushed into the village with swagger and wanted to kill the leader as soon as they met." "Well, I'm talking about the leader of the outer formation." Shinji retracted his gaze and said casually, "It may be some wandering ninja organization, don't worry about it." Deidara questioned Shinji's judgment. "Wandering ninja organization? Some of them can perform wood release, but wood release does not seem to be as powerful as rumored, and it can't even stop attack as fire release." Wood release? Shinji was stunned for a moment, and then thought to himself, among the lower string demons, are there blood demon arts related to trees? Soon he remembered that Han-Tengu, one of the original upper rank demons, seemed to be able to perform a blood demon technique that controlled trees. However, the trees controlled by the blood demon technique were obviously not the same as the wood escape technique of the first generation of Hokage. The wood escape technique of the first generation was essentially a derivative of the power of the sacred tree and a part of the power of the bloodline network, which was far from being comparable to the blood demon technique. But at first glance, this blood demon technique that controlled trees could indeed be so real that people mistakenly thought it was wood escape technique. I don't know if there will be any in the spoils later. This blood demon art. After secretly saying this, Shinji told Deidara not to reveal his existence to the outer formation members, and then rushed towards the direction of Haku and Karin. The invasion was successfully blocked, the rift closed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Deng successfully resisting the invasion. Second update. There may be 2 updates in the next few days. There will be a big background and part of the worldview revealed soon, so I can't just pursue more updates, lest the plot goes wrong. Please recommend, vote, and read. Please. Chapter 79 Space Rift. The ghosts have been eliminated. Shinji's heart jumped and he quickened his pace. When Haku and Karin went to chase the ghosts, they left marks along the way, so he didn't spend much effort to find the 2 people collapsed on the ground by a pond more than 10 miles away. Glancing at the 2 people, seeing that they were just overexhausted and collapsed on the ground to rest, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Bai hurriedly stood up, but just as he stood up, he stumbled and fell to the ground again. No need to stand up. Shinji gestured to Bai and Karin to rest on the spot, while looking around. Bai sat on the ground, panting and said, "Sir, we intercepted a demon here, and then a battle broke out." "What kind of demon?" Karin hurriedly replied, "Lower Moon 3. Bai nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is a demon hidden in a jar that can control water and fish, but when we intercepted him, it seemed to be seriously injured." Looking at the ice debris all over the ground and the half-frozen pool, Shinji roughly guessed the situation of the battle just now. Obviously, this lower string 3 intercepted by Haku and Karin should be the upper string 5 of the original 12 demon moons, the Jade Pot Demon. The rainy country has abundant rain and a complex underground water network, which is like its home court for it, so it was able to escape from the Hidden Rain village by chance. It was just unlucky that it encountered Haku, who had the ice release Kekii Genkai while being seriously injured. Haku continued, "After I used ice release to crush its body several times, it did not revive again. I don't know if I have completely destroyed it." Karin looked solemn. "I can't sense it." Seeing that Haku and Karin were so nervous, Shinji comforted them, "Don't worry, it's dead, and the recovery ability of demons is also limited." The 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense spirits also relaxed. Scanning the trophy. Analyzing the trophy. Trophy, Water Attribute Chakra Affinity. Trophy, Water Attribute and Earth Attribute Chakra Fusion Technique, transformed by Blood Demon Technique. With the sound of light, 2 balls of light appeared in front of Shinji. He stared at the 2 balls of light in front of him, a little surprised. The trophy of Water Attribute Chakra Affinity should belong to the lower 3 Yahuagi who died here. And the technique of fusing the two chakras of water and earth is known to be would release as soon as it is heard. Bloodline Limit Experience Bar. To be honest, Shinji was very satisfied with these two trophies. What surprised him was that Deidara had clearly told him that there were 4 invading demons, and he had personally killed the lower string 1 Musen Kibutsu. As a result, only 2 trophies were collected. It seems that not all demons will leave trophies. After getting rid of this entanglement, Shinji thought about how to deal with these 2 trophies. Water Attribute Chakra Affinity is a bloodline limit that can improve the control of Water Attribute Chakra, enhance Water Ninjutsu, and the nature changes related to Water Attribute Chakra. He didn't use it much, and it would be best to give it to Bai, the Ice Ninjutsu Bloodline Ninja. What made him hesitate was the second trophy, the technique of fusing the 2 chakras of water and earth. This should be the trophy on Hantengu. Hantengu's blood demon technique itself is enough. It is not at the level of wood release, so the spoils it leaves behind are naturally just skills. It is equivalent to an experience bar. It is just that the bloodline limit of wood release is too special, so even its experience bar is extremely precious. The question now is who should eat this experience bar? If Shinji eats it himself, he can increase the success rate of the fusion of the 2 chakras of water and soil. After practicing hard for a few years, he may be able to master wood release in the most orthodox way. If it is given to Karin, wood release can tap the power of the sacred tree contained in the first generation cells. If Karin can master wood release through the fusion of properties, it will definitely be of great help to her to further tap the power of her bloodline and improve her sage body. So investing in yourself can harvest wood release. Investing in Karin can harvest wood release, plus the possibility of further improving Karin's sage body. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is my primary goal. I can't let the wood release dazzle me and confuse the priorities. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Shinji suddenly reacted. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is his top priority now. No matter how good the wood release is, I can't confuse the priorities. Because the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan can not only help him get rid of the dilemma of not being able to restore his pupil power, but also enhance the power of the Susanoo Sun Lamp. This is the foundation of his foothold. Before obtaining the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he should not be distracted by other things. Moreover, the wood release experience bar is not equal to wood release. He simply doesn't have the energy to spend several years to hone the nature of the 2 chakras of water and soil. Besides, without the support of a strong sage body, the power of wood release is actually. Having made up his mind, Shinji ordered, Haku takes the left one, and Karin takes the right one. After experiencing it once, both of them knew what this ball of light meant. Seeing that there were only 2 balls of light, they thought they had no share, but they didn't expect the leader to give them both without taking any. After a moment's hesitation, Haku touched the ball of light with water attribute chakra affinity, and Karin grabbed the wood release experience bar. Instantly, surprise appeared on their faces. While Haku and Karin were receiving the spoils, Shinji's light began to settle. Rewards being settled. Rating, A. Gifts from the ninja world, chakra, a small amount, natural energy affinity, a trace amount, A-level ninjutsu, random. Please select one. Achieve A-level evaluation, you can give up the ninja world gift and get a random reward. This time, Shinji didn't hesitate at all and decided directly, give up the ninja world gift. He must upgrade his authority as soon as possible and strengthen his control over the light, otherwise, situations like this time when the ghost swaggered into the ninja world for a long time and he didn't detect it will continue to happen. Random rewards are being generated. Achieved merit points, 25 points. Total merit points are being calculated. Total merit points, 76 points. 76 points. It takes 100 merit points to be promoted from primary lantern bearer to lantern bearer. He is still 24 points short, which means that he can be promoted after getting another A-level evaluation. Just when Shinji thought everything was over and was about to return, the voice of Lantern sounded again. Additional rewards are being generated. A safe space-time rift is detected. Shinji was startled. Is there a safe space rift? The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 80 Invasion. In the apartment. After washing up, Shinji lay down on the bed. Space rift. He wanted to rest, but his mind couldn't help but think of the reminder of Lantern just now. Obviously. His lamp found a space crack and gave a safe judgment. Because he had encountered several invasions, he was actually quite resistant to space cracks, so he didn't think much at the time and returned directly with Bai and Karan. But after he was free, he couldn't calm down. He didn't want to invade other worlds through space cracks. He instinctively resisted such things that destroyed other people's peace. But he had to admit that he was very curious about the world behind this space crack. He was eager to find out what the lamp was and what the lantern bearer meant. Why did the strange lantern bearer in the Demon Slayer world invade the ninja world? These problems could not be solved by him avoiding them. He must explore bravely and find the answers through exploration. And this time the space crack may be an opportunity for him to figure out what the lantern bearer is. Sitting up suddenly from the bed, he thought to himself, I use the shadow of the lamp to cover myself, so I shouldn't pollute other people's world. He felt that if he just went for a walk, without polluting or destroying, there should be no problem. With this thought, he couldn't hold back his impulse more and more. He confirmed with his lamp again, can I come back at any time? Yes. It has been confirmed that the space rift leads to a safe area. Shinji stood up and put on the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization again, put on the mask, and whispered to himself to determine the code of conduct: no pollution, no destruction, no communication unless necessary, just observation. After completing the disguise, Shinji shouted nervously, open the space rift. The space rift has been located. Do you want to invade? Shinji Zhonghe opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, invasion. Shua. Shinji disappeared in the apartment. After a dizzy spell, Shinji found himself falling to the ground. Before he could get up, he felt very uncomfortable in his throat, as if he was in a fire scene, and the air he inhaled was full of sparks. He stood up and looked around, and then froze in his place. The sky of this world looked like burnt glass, covered with mottled cracks. Through the cracks, Shinji could vaguely see the bottomless darkness outside the sky, and something seemed to be churning and roaring in the darkness. There was no sun, no moon, and no stars. There were only churning flames and scattered dust in the air. Retracting his gaze, Shinji looked around again. He found that he was in a wasteland ravaged by fire. What he saw was all burnt black and sparks flickering in the black. Is this a safe area? No wonder Shinji cursed. He felt that it was beautifying the place when he said that this place had just suffered a nuclear explosion. Then, he found a lamp in his hand. My lamp. He looked at it carefully. The style of the lamp was very ordinary. There was an exquisite lamp pot hanging on the bronze handle. There was a substance similar to gold sand flowing in the lamp pot. However, there was not much of this mysterious substance that looked like gold sand, only about 1/5 of the capacity of the entire lamp pot. After realizing that this was his lamp, Shinji put the lamp into the red cloud cloak and carefully hung it around his waist. Then, he looked into the distance vigilantly. When he observed the surroundings before, he had already found several figures over there, but he didn't know their identities, so he didn't dare to approach easily. Now it was confirmed that there were only living creatures over there in the endless wasteland, so after hesitating for a while, Shinji took a step and walked over. After getting closer, he found a total of 8 figures in the distance. 7 of them were wrapped in black robes. Except for their height, nothing could be seen. Only some corners could be seen from the robes, and it was barely possible to guess what weapons might be hidden under the robes. Even the weapons are wrapped, so careful. Shinji's heart trembled. Then, he noticed that although the 7 figures kept a distance from each other, they seemed to be talking, as if they were carefully conducting some kind of transaction. In addition to the 7 figures, there was another figure. It was a strong man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing an eye patch, seemed to be injured, with thick bandages on his body, sitting on a boulder and smoking a cigar leisurely. Seeing Shinji standing alone in the distance, the strong man waved to Shinji. Shinji was unmoved, still standing in the distance, cautious and alert. The sturdy man got up from the boulder and walked towards Shinji with a smile. When he got close, the sturdy man looked at Shinji and said, "Newcomer." Shinji did not comment. Admitting would reveal his true colors, denying would reveal his weakness. At the same time, he found that the other party was speaking a strange language, but he understood it without any obstacles. In addition, he also noticed that the other party also had a lamp hanging around his waist, but the gold sand-like substance in the lamp pot had already run out, and for some reason, the gold sand, which was not much, was shining very brightly. Feeling Shinji's gaze, the sturdy man looked down at the lantern on his waist and smiled, these are embers. If you have more embers, you can go and trade with them. As he said, the sturdy man pointed to the 7 figures in the distance who were wrapped in black robes, fearing that their information would be leaked. Seeing that the other party had seen through him, Shinji simply asked, "Who are they?" The strong man smiled, "Same as you. Those 7 are lantern bearers." Shinji was secretly shocked. He thought he would invade a certain world, but he didn't expect that he would intrude into a world that seemed to provide transactions specifically for lantern bearers. The strong man said at this time, "Time is running out. If you want to trade something, go over quickly." "What do you mean?" The strong man asked back, "What happened here?" As Shinji spoke, he became more alert. Normal lantern bearers would wrap themselves in black robes to prevent thieves, but the sturdy man in front of him had no cover and was so familiar, which made Shinji alert. Besides, the substance called embers in the lamp on the sturdy man's waist, which looked like gold sand, was obviously empty, so the other party might be targeting him. The sturdy man took a puff of cigar and said casually, "What else can happen? The Overlord is targeting me." "Overlord?" The sturdy man pointed to the sky. Shinji immediately realized that the Overlord the other party was talking about was the roaring giant shadow in the darkness outside the sky. The giant shadow that would make people tremble even if they just looked at it from a distance. The second update is here, please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 81 Witness the Destruction of a World. The sturdy man suddenly said, "Don't look too long." Shinji quickly retracted his gaze. For a moment, he found that his mind seemed to be distracted by the darkness outside. Attraction, there was an impulse to see the other person clearly. The strong man took another puff of his cigar. "Don't worry too much. Before this world is destroyed, it can't threaten you and your world." Shinji, who was still in fear, asked, "What exactly is it?" "A monster that feeds on the world. Some people call it Overlord, some call it natural disaster, and some call it doomsday." The strong man glanced at the sky, and then quickly retracted his gaze. Shinji's face was stiff, feeding on the world. Just from the names of Overlord, natural disaster, and doomsday, he could feel the horror of the monster. He couldn't imagine that there was such a monster in the universe. After calming down a little, Shinji asked again, "Why is this world targeted by it?" "Bad luck." Taking a puff of cigar, the strong man said while blowing out smoke, "Anyone can be caught, it's just a matter of time." Shinji couldn't help asking, "Is there no way to deal with it?" The strong man looked at Shinji and smiled, "Maybe, but I don't know." Shinji looked around the desolate surroundings. Where is the lantern bearer of this world? Why doesn't he resist? "You mean that idiot?" As if inspired by Shinji, the sturdy man found a charred boulder and sat on it. Of course that guy resisted, but he just used a stupid method. A stupid method? Otherwise, how can he be called a fool? The sturdy man smiled and said, "That guy knew that he couldn't stop the Overlord with his own strength, so he spread the news of the Overlord's attack and the coming of Doomsday to the whole world." "Want to gather the power of the whole world? Then what?" Shinji didn't think this was a stupid method, it was obviously a desperate struggle out of helplessness. "Then all of them worked together to create 3 defense systems?" Shinji asked anxiously, "And then what?" The sturdy man spread his hands and shrugged. "As a result, the Overlord locked onto this world faster. It could have survived for dozens or hundreds of years, but because of that idiot, the Doomsday came early." Shinji fell silent. He roughly figured out what happened to this world. Being targeted by the Overlord unexpectedly was obviously the beginning of the tragedy of this world. And the lantern bearer of this world did not choose to wait for death. He spread the information of the Overlord's attack to the whole world regardless of the pollution, hoping to gather the power of the world to resist the Overlord. As a result, they lost. This world became food in the mouth of the Overlord. But he always felt that the lantern bearer of this world was not a fool. The other party just chose the latter between slow death and fighting hard. And it is not easy for this world to be united. You know, not everyone can keep courage in despair. Shinji also gradually understood why the lantern defined this world as a safe area. Because this world is about to be destroyed, it will no longer be anchored with other worlds, and there is no spread of pollution, so the lantern bearers of other worlds can come here for a short time, either to trade items or exchange information. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Shinji looked up and saw the sky shattered in large pieces, and the darkness outside the sky quickly penetrated in. The 7 lantern bearers wrapped in black robes not far away saw this and ended the transaction one after another, and then disappeared in the wilderness in the flickering lights. The sturdy man holding a cigar said lightly, "It's over." Shinji didn't expect that his first invasion would allow him to witness the destruction of a world with his own eyes. He watched the sky collapse, the earth crack, and everything in front of him gradually fall apart. The shock in his heart was simply indescribable. Seeing Shinji like this, the sturdy man said, "Newcomer, you should leave." Shinji nodded. He really had to leave, because he could already feel the surging malice in the darkness that penetrated the world. That was a power that made him instinctively feel afraid. Now he was too weak in front of that malice. So he took a step back and took out his lantern from the red cloud cloak. Although the sturdy man in front of him did not show any malice and even answered many questions for him, he never let down his guard. So he kept in touch with the light while watching the sturdy man, alert for possible attacks from the other party. However, the sturdy man ignored him and looked at the sky quietly. At this moment, the other lantern bearers had left one after another, and now only Shinji and the sturdy man were left in the broken wasteland. So Shinji couldn't help asking, "Aren't you leaving?" The sturdy man suddenly said, "Remember the idiot I told you about before?" Shinji asked, "The lantern bearer of this world?" The sturdy man nodded, then smiled at Shinji, "Ha ha ha, I am that idiot." Shinji suddenly froze and stared at the sturdy man blankly. The other party turned out to be the lantern bearer of this world, which was really beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the other party would tell him the reason for the destruction of his world so easily in a teasing tone. At the same time, he also noticed that the last ember in the lamp pot on the strong man's waist was about to burn out. He lowered his head quickly, looked at his lamp pot. Will the world lose its protection after the embers are completely exhausted? This discovery made him feel a chill in his heart, and he immediately understood the value of the embers. Before the embers are completely exhausted, even the Overlord cannot invade the world. And once the embers are exhausted, he glanced at the sky, and the darkness had begun to seep in. The strong man waved his hand impatiently, "Get out. This is my tomb, it will be too crowded if there is one more person." After knowing the identity of the strong man, Shinji let down his guard. He knew that there were not many such opportunities, and hurriedly asked, "Is there really no way to fight against the Overlord?" The strong man was stunned. He didn't expect Shinji to ask this question before leaving. It is rumored that there is a powerful lantern holder who defeated the Overlord, but it is mostly false. At this time, light and shadow had already shone on Shinji's lamp, gradually wrapping him up. While being wrapped in the shadow of the lamp, Shinji asked vigorously, "If other lantern bearers keep invading my world and refuse to communicate with me, do you know why?" The strong man showed a contemptuous smile, "Oh, that guy's world should also be targeted by the Overlord." The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 82, Go Your Own Way. In the apartment. Huff. Shinji gasped for breath, with a look of shock on his face. Just now, a world was destroyed in front of him. No. To be more precise, it should be swallowed by the Overlord. Monster that feeds on the world. Just thinking about it, he felt creepy, and even worried that he might have been contaminated by the other party. He almost had PTSD. After a long time, he calmed down a little. He took off the mask and the red cloud cloak, and found that his back was completely soaked with sweat at some point. He got up and took a shower again, then came to the bed. The quiet moonlight poured in from the window, like a thin layer of silver frost, covering the bed. He lay on the bed, letting the moonlight imprint on himself. Until this moment, he recovered from the destruction of a world, his mind gradually became active, and he was no longer filled with shock and fear. Thinking back to the last words of the strong man, he narrowed his eyes. The reason why the lantern bearer of the demon world kept invading the ninja world and trying to anchor the ninja world was that the demon world was targeted by the Overlord. If this is the case, everything can be explained. After discovering that his world was targeted by the Overlord, the lantern bearer of the demon world chose a completely different way of self-rescue from the strong man. The strong man gathered the power of the whole world and fought a desperate battle with the Overlord. But the lantern bearer of the demon slayer world chose to anchor other worlds. Shinji couldn't tell whether the other party wanted to drag the ninja world to deal with the Overlord together, or whether the other party had some way to make the ninja world replace their world and become the Overlord's meal. But no matter what, it is beyond doubt that the lantern bearer of the demon slayer world wanted to bring the Overlord's disaster to the ninja world. This bastard! Shinji was shocked and angry. The Demon Slayer world has now been targeted by the Overlord, and the Demon Slayer world has anchored the ninja world. In other words, it is only a matter of time before the ninja world is targeted by the Overlord. When he thought that the ninja world would also face the end of being swallowed by the Overlord in the future, he felt desperate. What should I do? His heart, which had just calmed down, became anxious again. He had seen the horror of the Overlord with his own eyes. In front of the Overlord, he was as small as an ant. He really couldn't imagine how to fight against the Overlord. Suddenly, he remembered the rumor mentioned by the strong man. In that rumor, a powerful lantern-bearer had defeated the Overlord. The strong man thought that the rumor was false, but Shinji thought about it carefully and felt that it might be true. In the contact with the strong man just now, he actually instinctively collected a lot of information, but he didn't realize it at the time. For example, his intuition told him that the strong man was not a big threat to him. So when the strong man took the initiative to talk to him at first, he was just secretly on guard and did not refuse to communicate. From this point, it can be seen that the strength of the lantern-bearer in different worlds is also different. Among the ranks of lantern-bearers, Shinji is a newcomer with very little experience, but in terms of combat power, he who controls 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan may not lose to some senior lantern-bearers. And this mainly depends on the difference in the world. In some worlds that do not have extraordinary powers, or only have very low levels of extraordinary powers, the strength of the lantern-bearer can only reach the peak of that world at most. If you want to improve further, you can only trade with the lantern-bearers in other worlds. The embers as trading currency are not only the source of the lantern power, but also the last resort to protect your own world. Take Shinji's lantern for example. The embers in his lamp pot are only 1/5 of the capacity of the lamp pot. It looks like a shallow layer. So he can't consume too much embers to trade with other lantern-bearers. The ninja world is actually very special, because chakra and self because of the energy. The upper limit of the extraordinary in the ninja world is much higher than that of the general world. If Shinji can climb to the top of the ninja world, not to say that he will definitely defeat the Overlord, but at least he can try to fight. Because as long as he reaches the realm of blood inheritance net, the physical body can cross the universe and absorb the energy of the planet. This is what the Overlord can do, and Shinji can do it. This is his advantage. And there must be more than one lantern-bearer with innate advantages like him in the universe, so the rumor that a powerful lantern-bearer has defeated the Overlord is likely to be true. I can't give up like this, I still have time. Shinji gradually cheered up. According to the strong man, the world targeted by the Overlord will not be destroyed immediately. As long as it does not actively spread pollution, this time may be very long. Even if the lantern-bearer in the demon world used some means to make the Overlord find the ninja world faster, Shinji still has the lantern. There are still some embers in his lamp, not to mention decades, maybe 10 or 8 years, anyway, it can last. Such a long time is enough for him to grow. After calming down, he began to sort out his thoughts. Not counting his own, he now has 4 pairs of Manjiki in different states. Even if he excludes the unusable ones, he can now try to attack the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. If he can restore the 2 half-damaged and 1 fully damaged Manjiki, he can get 2 pairs of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. By then, if he uses the ability of the Susanoo Sun Lamp to merge the 2 pairs of eternal Manjiki Sharingan into one, the resulting eternal Manjiki Sharingan will surely gain the ultimate pupil power. Even without the chakra of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, such an eternal Manjiki Sharingan should also have the conditions to attack the Samsara Eye. With a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan with the ultimate yin release chakra, whether he ventures to transplant white Zetsu cells or directly transplants the first generation cells, the risk will be much smaller. Because from the situation of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Danzo, the Sharingan has the ability to check and balance the first generation cells, which should involve the mutual balance of yin attribute chakra and yang attribute chakra. The more and stronger yin release chakra you have, the higher the chance of transplanting the first generation cells to survive. As long as you have the Samsara Eye, then whether he copies Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara's way of collecting tailed beasts and resurrecting the 10 tails, or finds another way, the bloodline network will no longer be so far away for him. Bloodline network. Shinji's eyes are condensed. The strong man chose to ignore the pollution and gather the power of the world to defend the Overlord. The lantern-bearer of Demon Slayer chose to invade other worlds and use other worlds as scapegoats to escape the Overlord. And Shinji wants to go his own way. He wants to save the world in his own way. The second update. It's a new week soon. This week is the last chance to impact Sanjiang. Whether you can get to Sanjiang depends on this week. So please help me. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and follow-up reading support. Especially follow-up reading, this is directly related to whether you can get to Sanjiang. I hope you don't keep reading, try to turn to the last page. I will also try my best to update starting tomorrow. Finally, please everyone. Chapter 83 Gentle People. Suppressing all negative emotions, Shinji carefully planned the next arrangements. Even if you want to climb to the top, you must first retract your gaze and focus on your feet. The road must be taken step by step. And every step must be steady and down to earth. Karin. Soon, he thought of Karin. Karin is the key to everything. Whether those half-damaged and fully damaged Mangeki Sharingan can be restored depends on her. So before that, Shinji must do one thing well. So he immediately bit his finger and began to seal. Bang! A burst of white smoke rose, and Coal Ball walked out. While licking his fur, he asked, "What are you going to steal this time?" Shinji was speechless. Coal Ball immediately understood, and Mao Mao sighed, "Isn't it stealing? Then you must want me to spy on someone, right? Oh, it's such a tiring job again." Shinji was a little embarrassed, "Ahem, this time it's something else." Coal Ball looked at Shinji. Shinji said, "I need to go to Kusagakur to do something, but I can't go openly, so I can only ask you to go to Kusagakur first, and then send me there through reverse spiritualism." Kusagakur? Doesn't that mean going abroad? Coal Ball hesitated. Shinji frowned, "What's wrong? You don't know the way, do you? How is that possible?" Megu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Shinji suddenly felt that it was a bit unreliable to leave this matter to Megu, but after thinking carefully, he had no other way. With Megu's speed, even if he set off immediately and nothing happened on the road, it would take at least a week to reach the vicinity of Kusagakur village, so after he agreed with Megu on the approximate time, he cancelled the summoning and asked Megu to go back to prepare his luggage. After sending Megu away, Shinji thought about the white Zetsu cells again. Although the white Zetsu cells he asked Deidara to collect are safer than the first generation cells, there are still great risks in transplanting them. So if he wants Karin to cooperate, he must first show his sincerity. "Wait until I rescue Karin's mother, Deidara will, if Dara can get the white Zetsu cells, I can try to talk to Karin about the transplant of white Zetsu cells." Shinji estimated that Karin would not refuse. Firstly, Karin's Uzumaki clan's strong vitality and her extremely rare self-healing physique in the Uzumaki clan ensure that the risk of her transplanting white Zetsu cells is much smaller than that of ordinary people. Secondly, this is also a great improvement for her. Once the transplant is successful, her body will be equivalent to the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, the sage body of the Senju clan, and some of the characteristics of the divine tree. If she can tap the potential of her physique to the extreme, just in terms of the sage body, she can even be on par with Otsutsuki Ashura, who directly inherited the sage body of the six-path sage. And stimulating potential, Shinji also found a way to use her strength, which is to practice wood release. Wood release can affect the characteristics of the sacred tree in the blood, and to support wood release, one needs a strong sage body, so in the process of studying wood release, Karin will instinctively tap the sage body power hidden in her blood. This is just like Shinji using the Susanoo to control other people's eyes. The act of controlling is a kind of training for the ability to control chakra, so this is also the reason why he can master medical ninjutsu very quickly, because he is practicing chakra control all the time. Thinking about it, he felt his eyelids were a little heavy. That night he first sparred with Suzuki, then rushed to fight the invasion, and then witnessed the destruction of a world. Now he couldn't hold on any longer, so he turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Shinji yawned and came to the ninja school. After finishing the morning cultural courses at the ninja school, he hurried to the laboratory to help Kusanagi Kaoru and completed 2 operations. Perhaps it was because of his superb chakra control, or perhaps it was because of his mature mental age. In short, his talent in medical ninjutsu impressed the entire medical class. Even at the beginning, Kaoru Kusai, who was very picky about him at first, is now proud of him and praises him to everyone. Of course, Shinji still knows his own strengths. In the field of medical ninjutsu, he is still a beginner. Not to mention compared with Tsunade, the expert in medical ninjutsu, even compared with ordinary medical ninjas, he has many shortcomings. So he was not dazzled by the praises around him, but was madly absorbing all the knowledge in the medical class. At night, he walked alone and came to the practice field he often went to. Clang clang. Before entering the practice field, he heard the fierce sound of metal clashing coming from inside. Hey! Shinji was a little surprised that there were people in such a remote small place. But when he walked in, he found that it was Bai and Karin who were practicing inside. Seeing Shinji coming, Bai and Karin stopped immediately. Bai stepped forward to explain, Shinji-san, Karin-san, and I met by chance. Karin nodded to Shinji and turned to leave. Obviously, they had already regarded this place as Shinji's exclusive practice ground, and were afraid that Shinji would be unhappy, so one explained and the other wanted to leave. Isn't it more suspicious that you are doing this? Shinji complained in his heart. The posture of Shiro and Karin made it seem as if he was here to catch someone cheating, which made him scratch his head. Stop! Soon, Shinji called out to Karin who was about to sneak away. Karin shuddered and stopped immediately. Shinji looked at Karin carefully at this time. Wearing dark goggles at night was a bit strange, but ninjas were like that. Some people wore masks all their lives. A small bag was hung around her waist, and the bag contained the trophy that fell from the drum ghost. Shiro saw Shinji examining Karin like this, and was afraid that Shinji would see something, so he hurriedly said, Shinji, let's practice. Shinji said, why did you run away when you saw me? Ah! Karin was stunned. Stay. After saying this lightly, Shinji turned his eyes away from Karin and strode towards the center of the practice field. Karin looked at Bai with an inquiring look. Bai smiled and nodded, and said softly, Shinji is actually a very gentle person, stay. Shinji allowed Karin to stay, which actually meant that he recognized Karin to join his small team. Especially with Shinji's current reputation as a genius in the ninja school, it is not easy to join such a small group, especially for a lonely student like Karin. Throwing his coat on a bench on the side, Shinji turned to Bai and said, stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Bai smiled, here we go. Here is the first update. Please vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, and follow me. Chapter 84 Just You? Bang bang bang. In a flash, a series of punches and kicks rang out in this remote little training ground. Knowing Bai's strengths, Shinji did not hold back during the sparring. But despite this, he still could not break Bai's physical defense. After a long time, the two ended the sparring in a draw. Hey! Shinji panted and thought to himself. Bai was already very strong, and after several battles, his strength has improved significantly. If he doesn't use the Mangeki Sharingan, he is definitely not Bai's opponent. After a short break, Shinji looked at Karin on the sidelines, come and practice with me. Karin was a little unbelieving and pointed at herself, me. Shinji waved, hurry up. He had been thinking about how to reasonably include Karin in his small group so that he could keep track of the recovery of the half-damaged Mangeki Sharingan in Karin's eye sockets at any time. So he took the opportunity to let Karin stay. You know, Karin is his main investment project now, and he cares about Karin even more than himself. When Karin came to the field, he pretended to ask casually, how is your physical skills? Very bad. Karin shook her head quickly. In fact, her physical skills are not bad in the class, belonging to the average level of her peers, but compared with Shinji, it is definitely far worse. Shinji's expression was stern, and he suddenly pounced on her. Karin dodged and parried in panic. After the fight, Shinji found that Karin's reaction speed was not slow, but she was always hesitant and dragged her feet. This was a typical lack of confidence. When he first practiced with Bai, he always made this mistake. It was not until he gained confidence that he gradually overcame this problem. Then Shinji deliberately tried to launch an attack from the side where Karin was blind, and found that Karin's reaction was obviously much slower, so he withdrew his move. Obviously. As he had expected before, Karin's immortal body alone was not enough to restore the half-damaged Mangekyo. It could only nourish the Mangekyo and prevent it from further decaying. After retreating, Shinji said, don't ignore physical skills. It can train your combat instincts and sharpen your skills. Karin nodded blankly. At this moment, Suzuki, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly into the practice field and said to Shinji, I knew you were here. Shinji said, why are you looking for me? Suzuki glanced at Bai and Karin, then looked at Shinji. With your strength, you won't grow at all by practicing with them. Shinji, practice with me in the future. Shinji couldn't help laughing. With Bai's current strength, it would be no problem to beat Suzuki. And Karin, who is a little weaker, also has a pair of Manjiki Sharingan in her eye sockets. Suzuki is really not qualified to look down on them at the moment. Seeing Shinji laughing, Suzuki frowned. What are you laughing at? Shinji didn't explain, but just said casually, I'm studying medical ninjutsu recently, I'm afraid I don't have time to practice with you, you can find someone else. Suzuki was a little unhappy. Bai remembered the task Kirigakure had given him, and said quickly, Suzuki, I can be your sparring partner. Suzuki glanced at Bai, you? Forget it. He turned and left the practice field. Shinji continued to practice with Bai for a while, and after being tired and sweating, he said goodbye to Bai and Karin and left the practice field alone. After Shinji left, Karin breathed a sigh of relief. Bai said, you will know that Shinji is actually very easy to get along with after a while. Karin nodded, I can feel that the way he looks at me is different from others. He doesn't treat me as a foreigner. Karin's words made Bai feel the same. Just as Shinji felt it was easy to be with Bai, Bai actually felt it was very easy to be with Shinji. Karin felt a little regretful, it's a pity that we can't tell him our true identity. Yes, sometimes I also hope that Shinji can become a companion of our Akatsuki organization. After a pause, Bai shook his head again, but later I thought about it and let it go. He has experienced enough suffering. Karin put away her feelings and asked curiously, by the way, how is your trophy being absorbed? Bai did not answer, but stretched out his palm to Karin. Without making a seal, a water ball appeared in his palm, and then the water ball kept changing its shape, and finally solidified in an instant, turning into an ice knife with bursts of cold air. Wow! Karin exclaimed. Bai dispersed the ice knife in his palm and asked Karin, what about you? Karin was a little distressed, the fusion of the changes in the nature of water and earth chakras is too difficult. I have no idea now. Bai pondered for a while and said, then I will teach you the changes in the nature of water attribute chakras first. Karin asked, is it difficult? Bai shook his head, not difficult, very simple. In the apartment, Shinji sat on the bed and activated the direct vision. After carefully sensing for a while, he reluctantly released the pupil technique. In the sensing range, he only searched for Bai and Karin. This means that Deidara has not succeeded yet, or has not arrived at the town they agreed on. However, it was only 1 day since he issued the task to Deidara, which was normal. After all, Deidara and Scorpion were in the same group, and they might not be able to contact Zetsu at ordinary times. Suddenly, there was a swelling pain in his eye sockets, and he immediately reached out to cover his eyes. More frequent than before. His face was slightly gloomy. The pupil power was being consumed bit by bit, and this state of only outflowing but not inflowing was constantly increasing his anxiety. He knew that increasing this anxiety would do him no good, so he scattered his thoughts and directed them to other things. The sensing range of Shibi is still too small, and I don't know what will happen if I fuse the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel in the future. After this, can the sensing range of Shibi be expanded a little more? Unfortunately, I don't know what the ability of Hwajin is. Then, he thought of the pair of Manjiki in Karin's eye sockets. The pair of Manjiki, like his grandmother Uchiha Juri's Manjiki, also lost a pupil technique, and the remaining pupil techniques were relatively useless. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the pupil power of the pair of Manjiki was relatively well preserved in the end. Because the remaining pupil technique of the pair of Manjiki is called Suzanu, and the effect is to enhance the power of Suzanu. For the original owner of the pair of Manjiki, Suzanu is too luxurious for him who only has 1 Manjiki left, so the pupil technique of Suzanu is useless to him. But for Shinji, the situation is different. If he can fuse a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and then control the Manjiki containing Suzanu, his Suzanu will reach a very exaggerated strength. The second update is here. There will be a third update soon. Chapter 85, Kyuzagakure Village, third update. In the days that followed, Shinji went to the ninja school in the morning, learned medical ninjutsu at noon, practiced with Haku and Karin at night, and returned home late at night to activate the direct vision to sense Deidara. The days were busy and fulfilling. Soon, 9 days passed. That night, Shinji activated the direct vision again, but still did not sense Deidara. Just when he released the direct vision, he suddenly felt the call of the summoning technique, knowing that it was Cole Ball who was reverse summoning himself, so he quickly made a seal to separate a shadow clone and stayed in the apartment, and then the real body responded to Cole Ball's reverse summoning. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, Shinji walked out. Cole Ball jumped out from the side at this time, looking at Shinji pitifully. Shinji looked around and asked, "Why are you 2 days later than agreed?" Cole Ball complained, "Do you know how hard it is for a kitten to go abroad? Look, my feet are worn out." Shinji was helpless, it's considered a work injury. The grievance on Cole Ball's face disappeared immediately. It jumped onto Shinji's shoulder and pointed to the distance, "The Kusagakure village is over there." Shinji looked in the direction pointed by Cole Ball and finally saw the Kusagakure village behind the woods. Cole Ball asked, "Shinji, what are you going to steal this time in Kusagakure?" Shinji knocked on Cole Ball's little head, "Don't talk too much, hide in my shadow quickly, we are going to act." Oh! Cole Ball hid in Shinji's shadow obediently. Shinji flashed and sneaked towards the Kusagakure village. Soon, he came to a dense forest outside the Kusagakure village and quietly observed the Kusagakure village under the night sky. These days, he has done his homework. Although the Kusagakure village is not as good as the 5 major ninja villages, it is also a well-known force in the ninja world, with strong a complete ninja recruitment and training system. If the whole country is mobilized, it can mobilize a ninja army of thousands of people. So even if Shinji has the Mangeki Sharingan, he can't force his way in. Of course, he doesn't need to force his way in. After lurking outside the Kusagakure village for a while, he found a target. It was a middle-aged ninja wearing a Kusagakure village forehead protector, rushing back to Kusagakure village from outside. Swish! With a flash of his figure, Shinji blocked the other party's way. Perhaps because his village was right in front of him, the other party was not too vigilant, just staring at Shinji and shouting, "Who is it?" Shinji met the other party's gaze and activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Instantly, the other party's expression fell into a daze. After taking the other party into the woods, Shinji began to torture him with illusion. The name of this Kusagakure ninja is Daisuke, a chunin from Kusagakure village. He had just completed a commission to escort a merchant and was about to return to Kusagakure village. Through the interrogation with illusion, Shinji figured out the layout of Kusagakure village. Then Shinji knocked out the Kusagakure ninja named Daisuke, tied him up with ropes, and then used the transformation technique to change into the other party's appearance. After thinking for a while, he took out a kunai and cut Daisuke's body, took a little of Daisuke's blood and smeared it on himself, pretending to be injured. After confirming that there was no flaw, he flashed and rushed towards Kusagakure village. "Wakuma, Shuji, you two are on duty today." He came to the checkpoint at the entrance of Kusagakure village. Based on the information obtained from the interrogation by illusion just now, he greeted the Kusagakure ninjas at the entrance in a familiar manner. The Kusagakure ninja guarding the gate saw blood on his body and asked, "What's the matter? Did you encounter trouble during the mission?" Shinji shook his head, "Unlucky, I met a stray ninja." "Then you are really unlucky, go get treatment." Shinji nodded, and then swaggered into Kusagakure village. This Kusagakure village obviously thinks that it is the strongest ninja village outside the 5 major ninja villages, so it is a little lax in daily prevention. But this is understandable, after all, small forces generally dare not attack ninja villages like Kusagakure village. And the 5 major ninja villages need the buffer zone formed by the middle forces like Kusagakure village and Rain village. Under normal circumstances, they will not take action against them, so over time, they naturally relax. Based on according to the information obtained from the torture, Shinji turned left and right in the village and came to a simple hut. Could it be here? He was a little skeptical. It stands to reason that the Kusagakure sent Karin to Konoha to carry out a secret plan. As an important person to threaten Karin's mother should be under strict supervision. But the dilapidated hut in front of him did not look like a supervised place. Dong dong. Suppressing his doubts for the time being, Shinji knocked on the door. After a long time, a weak voice came from the room, "Come in." Then, the door was opened, and a pale and exhausted woman bowed to Shinji and said in a humble tone, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "You?" Shinji hesitated. The woman stepped aside, "Come in." Shinji walked into the room while watching the woman. There was nothing in the room except a bed and a table, a few worn-out boxes, and a set of clothes hanging on the wall that were so clean that they didn't fit in with the whole room. The clothes were very small and looked like they were worn by a 5 or 6-year-old child. They were obviously not the woman's own. Just as Shinji was looking around the room, the woman held out her scarred arm and said, "Please let me heal you." Looking at the woman's scarred arm, Shinji felt mixed emotions. He had doubted the woman's identity before, because the woman in front of him did not have the conspicuous red hair of the Uzumaki clan, but a head of white hair with wisps of light red. But now that he saw the woman's arm, he immediately understood that the woman in front of him was none other than Karen's mother. It can make someone with the Uzumaki clan's immortal body overdrawn like this. He was secretly shocked. Karen's special self-healing physique was inherited from her mother. A Uzumaki clan member like this, at the age of less than 30, was overdrawn into such a ghost state. He couldn't imagine how the Kusagakure village treated Karen's mother. Seeing that Shinji had not bitten her for a long time, the woman thought that Shinji could not find a place to bite, so she stretched out another arm. But she searched for a long time on her 2 arms and could not find a perfect place, and her expression gradually became panic. Shinji grabbed the woman's hand at once. "Don't be afraid." The panic in the woman's eyes turned into confusion. "What are you talking about? I'll take you away from here." Shinji took the woman's hand and was about to walk out. The woman followed Shinji for 2 steps, then struggled, got rid of Shinji, ran to the wall to take down the clean clothes, and hugged them tightly in her arms. Shinji walked over and said softly, "I'll take you to see her." The 3rd update is here. This week is very critical, and it is also the last chance for this book to be published in Sanjiang. Please support it. Don't support the book. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and follow-up reading. In addition, only turning to the last page counts as following the story, please. Chapter 86 Escape. It took a long time for Shinji to barely calm the woman down. Not only was her body devastated, but her spirit was also on the verge of collapse. It can be said that the only spiritual sustenance left was the set of clothes tightly held in her arms, the clothes that belonged to Karen. So Shinji couldn't stimulate her too much now, otherwise, it might backfire. So after the woman's emotions eased a little, he quietly activated the Mangeki Sharingan and made the woman fall asleep. Ah! He sighed. With the woman's current physical condition, she couldn't hold on until Karen completed her mission and returned to Kusagakure village, so from this point alone, it can be seen that Kusagakure didn't regard Karen and her daughter as their own people at all, and had no intention of letting them live. The Kusagakure village had obviously made up their minds to use Karen's mother to force Karen to complete the mission, and then take the 9 tails out of Karen's body after Karen successfully stole the 9 tails back, so that Karen, the Jinkriki who defected from Konoha, would die quietly. In this way, they could not only easily obtain the 9 tails, but also avoid a direct conflict with Konoha. The only loss was 2 foreign women. Shinji wanted to launch the Susanoo right now, make a big fuss in Kusagakure village, and kill these insects. But he knew that if he did so, the consequences would probably be beyond his control. Once the matter got out of hand and Karen's identity as a spy of Kusagakure village was exposed, it would be hard to say what would happen to Karen. After all, she had been coerced to help Kusagakure shinobi assassinate Naruto. As long as her identity was exposed, Konoha could easily investigate the matter. What's more, Karen's mother's current physical condition could not withstand the tossing. It would be best to create an accident and let the Kusagakure village mistakenly believe that Karen's mother is dead, so that she can escape and find a place to live a peaceful life. Thinking of this, Shinji had a plan in his heart. After a long time, someone knocked on the door again. Shinji opened the door and let the person in. "Daisuke, are you back after completing the mission?" The man greeted Shinji and walked into the house, then asked curiously, "Where is the woman?" Shinji suddenly punched him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Kusagakure who was punched by Shinji broke through the wooden door and fell out of the house. Before he could react, Shinji pounced on him, rode on him, punched him one by one, and shouted while beating, "You bastard, how dare you humiliate me!" The beaten Kusagakure ninja finally reacted. He kicked Shinji away and roared, "Daisuke, are you crazy, bastard? What the hell?" Shinji took out a kunao and rushed forward. Seeing that Shinji even used a kunao, the Kusagakure ninja didn't waste any words and took out a kunao from his ninja bag and rushed forward. Soon, the fight attracted many people nearby. It was just that the two seemed to have a real fight and looked a little bloodthirsty. For a moment, no one dared to step forward to persuade them to stop fighting. At this moment, Shinji suddenly pulled out a bunch of detonating talismans from the ninja bag on his waist. I want to die with you. The crowd of onlookers was shocked and fled outside. The Kyuzagakuer ninja, who was blinded by anger, was startled and calmed down. He realized that there was something strange about the Daisuke in front of him and said hurriedly, "Stop." However, before he could finish his words, the flames of the explosion completely engulfed him, and several houses around him were annihilated in the continuous explosion. In the woods in the distance, Shinji, standing on a tree branch, looked at the fire that broke through the night in Kyuzagakuer village, and raised his mouth slightly. Ninja fighting, implicate innocent people, how pleasant it sounds. Then he jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground. Karen's mother was sleeping against the tree at this moment, and Mikhail was treating her external injuries. Seeing Shinji coming down, Mikhail said quickly, "No, my medical ninjutsu doesn't work on her wound." Shinji looked at the haggard face of Karen's mother. She should be overdrawn in this situation. Compared with her own Yang attribute chakra, our Yang attribute chakra is too different in quality, so we can't help her. Mikhail was secretly shocked. A person with such a special Yang attribute chakra would be overdrawn like this, which made him doubt the cat's birth. "Let's go." Shinji stepped forward and carried the unconscious Karen's mother. Just now, in order to ensure that Karen's mother's hut was completely blown up and the body was destroyed, Shinji left almost all the detonating tags on his body to the shadow clone, and then let the shadow clone deliberately cause trouble and detonate those detonating tags outside Karen's mother's hut. It created a drama of internal fighting among the Kyuzagakuer ninjas. Then he killed the Kyuzagakuer ninja Daisuke who had been tied up before. In this way, there are many witnesses to prove the cause and process of the incident, and the explosion destroyed all the clues. In addition, the Kyuzagakuer shinobi does not attach importance to Karen's mother, so the final result is likely to be in vain. Karen's mother can fake her death and get away, and live the peaceful life she dreams of. Of course, the Kyuzagakuer shinobi will definitely hide it from Karen and use Karen's mother to continue to blackmail Karen. After all, Karen, who is in Konoha, has no way to verify the life or death of her mother, and when she returns to Kyuzagakuer shinobi, she will most likely have completed the task. At that time, the Kyuzagakuer shinobi will get rid of Karen as well. After rushing all the way, after being away from Kyuzagakuer shinobi village for dozens of miles, Shinji found a secluded place, woke up Karen's mother, and then used the illusion again to sneak into Karen's mother's consciousness. Now Karen's mother is very weak. This weakness is not only physical, but also mental. So after much hesitation, Shinji decided to use illusion to seal some painful memories in Karen's mother's mind first, so that she could relax on the spiritual level. Soon, he used the power of the Manjiki Sharingan to seal most of Karen's mother's experiences in Kyuzagakuer village and fabricated a false experience. During this false experience, Karen's mother took Karen away from Kyuzagakuer village, and met Jiraiya who was traveling around the world on the way, and then asked Jiraiya to send Karen to Konoha, so that Karen could become a real ninja. After doing all this, Shinji made a seal again and created another shadow clone. His original body had to return to the village before dawn, so he could only let the shadow clone escort Karen's mother to the land of fire to find a safe town to live in. Fortunately, Karen's mother's iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan was gone, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered by knowledgeable people. The first update is here. This is a critical week. I beg for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and follow-up reading. Chapter 87 Right and Wrong. Through the shadow clone left in the apartment, Shinji first summoned Coal Ball back to the apartment, and then Coal Ball used reverse summoning to summon Shinji's original body in the land of grass back to the apartment. After returning to the apartment, Shinji dismissed the shadow clone he left in the apartment, and then told Coal Ball, "You first help my shadow clone to settle the woman. If you encounter any accidents on the way, try to reverse summon me." Yet, Coal Ball nodded. He was already familiar with reverse summoning. There was Shinji's blood in his small bag, and before the blood completely dried up, he could reverse summon Shinji anytime and anywhere. After telling Coal Ball a few more words, Shinji dismissed the summoning and sent Coal Ball back to the land of grass. Then he glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was still early, so he activated Niobe and prepared to tell Karen the good news in the projection space of Niobe. However, and when he sensed it for a while, he sensed the third sensing point besides Haku and Karen. Did Deidara get the white Zetsu cell? He was immediately delighted. His Shibi only located the spirits of Haku, Karin, and Deidara, so the third sensing point that appeared now could only be Deidara who entered his Shibi sensing circle. Although he was eager to get the white Zetsu cell, Shinji still held back and connected with Karin first. Soon, the projection of Karin's spirit appeared in front of the round table. Seeing Shinji, Karin's heart tightened. "My lord, I'm sorry, I haven't mastered the changes in the nature of the two chakras of water and soil, and I can't perform wood release." Seeing Karin's cautious look, Shinji felt a little uncomfortable. After the destruction of Uchiha village, how much suffering did this mother and daughter who were stranded in a foreign land suffer? Karin didn't know the expression under Shinji's mask. She thought the leader was not satisfied with her training progress, and quickly assured, "My lord, I will definitely work harder." Shinji waved his hand at this time. "I asked you to come this time for other things." Karin sat down obediently and looked at Shinji. "I found your mother." After a pause, Shinji said calmly, "She has been rescued from the Kusagakure village now." Karin, who had just sat down, stood up in a flash. "Really? That's great." Shinji didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "When I found her, her physical condition was not very good." Karin became nervous. "Is my mother okay?" The chakra is seriously overdrawn, the red hair has turned white, and the spirit is on the verge of collapse. As he said, Shinji emphasized, "The Kusagakure didn't even think about letting her live. I thought that she was a good person." "My lord, did my mother and I do something wrong? Why do they treat us like this?" Karin clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face. Shinji did not answer. Karin's words reminded him of the cruel scene of the Overlord devouring the world that he had witnessed not long ago. What did the strong man's world do wrong? It's all just the law of the jungle. So he couldn't give Karin an answer. After a long time, Shinji said, "I created an accident in the Kusagakure village. They should think that your mother has died in the accident and will not search for your mother's whereabouts for the time being." Karin wiped her tears and asked carefully, "Sir, can I see my mother?" Shinji nodded, "I'll arrange it." After getting Shinji's answer, Karin finally felt relieved and asked, "Sir, what should I do next?" Shinji looked at Karin, "It depends on your choice." "My choice?" Shinji said casually, "The Kusagakure village will not give up their plan easily, so they will continue to use your mother to threaten you to do things for them. If you run away or reveal any flaws, they will know that your mother's incident was not an accident, and will hunt you and your daughter down." Karin immediately understood her situation. If she wanted to create a peaceful living environment for her mother, she had to pretend that she knew nothing. Only in this way would the Kusagakure village let her mother go. Shinji said, "Your mother sheltered you from the wind and rain in exchange for the Kusagakure village to accept you. Now it's your turn to shelter her from the wind and rain. As for right and wrong, when you are strong enough in the future, you will find those people yourself and let them give you an answer in person." Karin wiped away her tears. "I understand." Shinji thought about it and felt that he should not hide it, so he said, "I got a special cell, which contains the chakra of the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If you can withstand this kind of cell, your strength will get a qualitative leap." Karin nodded without thinking, "My lord, I am willing to transplant." Shinji interrupted Karin, "I want you to transplant this special cell in the hope of improving your sage body, using your extremely high purity yang release chakra to restore the pair of Mangeki Sharingan that I transplanted to you before. This is my purpose. Of course, in this process, you will also benefit from it and your strength will be unprecedentedly improved." According to Shinji's speculation, the yang release chakra of Karin and her mother is of extremely high quality in terms of purity, almost to the extent that a direct bite can heal fatal injuries. But in terms of quantity, the mother and daughter are very ordinary. Nagato, who is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, is the opposite of them. Nagato is the kind of Uzumaki clan member who is inferior to them in quality but far exceeds them in quantity. And the first generation has both quality and quantity, with a lot of strong chakra. So once Karin bears the white Zetsu cells, how strong her sage body will be, even Shinji dare not make a judgment. Karin thought about Shinji's words seriously and nodded again, "I am willing to accept the transplant. Transplanting special cells has risks, I will not hide this from you." Then, Shinji said, "But with your special sage body and the pair of Mangeki Sharingan in your eye sockets, this risk will be much smaller for you." The high-quality yin-style chakra contained in the Mangeki Sharingan has the ability to balance the high-quality yang-style chakra in the white Zetsu cells. Coupled with the strong vitality of Keirin's Uzumaki clan, Shinji is really sure that this transplant operation will not pose too much of a threat to Karin. Unexpectedly for Shinji, Karin answered even faster this time, "Sir, when can the transplant operation be performed?" There is no doubt that Karin is no longer the weak girl she used to be. The tragic experience of her mother made her eager to improve her own strength, and then go to the people of Kyuzagakure village to ask for justice in person. She wanted to loudly question those people, what exactly did they do wrong? The second update is here, please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 88 Please read. I heard that today seems to be the most critical day. Today's reading directly affects whether you can go to Sanjiang next week. So please help me, turn to the end of the page. This is considered effective reading. Last week, I lost by 10 readings, I was very depressed, this week is the last chance, please help. Finally, thank you for your support in the past few days, including rewards, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets. I see every bit of support from you, thank you. Chapter 89 A Difficult Guy. After cutting off Keirin's spirit projection, Shinji sat quietly in his direct space, his mind a little empty. Things went more smoothly than expected, but he was not too happy. In his opinion, the experience of Karin and her daughter was not an isolated case, but a common phenomenon in the ninja world. Let alone Karin. Isn't he also a remnant of the Uchiha clan? In the ninja school, Bai is a remnant of the Snow clan. Naruto lost his parents when he was born. When Neji was 5 years old, he watched his father die. Shin, who seemed carefree, actually longed for love. The ninja world needs change. Reduce meaningless disputes. This idea gradually took root in his mind. Then he thought of the return mission called Dawn that sounded in his ears when he just woke up. What does Dawn mean? He asked Deng, but Deng did not give him a hint. Withdrawing his divergent thoughts, Shinji calmed down, activated Niobe again, and searched for Deidara's spirit. Soon, the link was established. In the quiet direct space, a projection suddenly appeared. Hey? What is this place? Deidara was not frightened. He looked around curiously as soon as he arrived. Shinji, who was sitting in front of the round table, leaned back on the stone chair and said calmly, "This is a special space for our inner circle members to communicate. There is no need to worry about leaking secrets when communicating here." Deidara was amazed, "I didn't expect there is such a technique. It is quite similar to the phantom body technique of the leader of the outer circle." Obviously. Unlike Bai and Karin, he realized the magic of the direct space without Shinji's additional explanation. Immediately, he looked at Shinji with a bit more awe. At first, he didn't take the Akatsuki organization too seriously. In fact, with his fearless personality, he didn't care much about other members of the Akatsuki organization except Shinji, who recruited him. But after staying in the Akatsuki organization for a while, he found that the Akatsuki organization was much stronger than he imagined. Not to mention the leader who possessed the rumored six-path sage's eyes, the other people in the organization were all S-level wanted criminals famous in the ninja world. Because of Shinji, he always thought that the Akatsuki organization he was in was just the outer circle of the organization, so he was even more shocked by the overall strength of the Akatsuki organization. Then Deidara glanced at the round table in front of him and found that there were 7 seats in front of the round table. Are there 7 members in the inner circle plus me? With doubts in his heart, Deidara sat in an empty seat. In his heart, Shinji was actually anxious to confirm whether Deidara had obtained the white Zetsu cells, but he did not show it on his face. He said lightly, "Has there been any abnormality in the outer circle recently?" Hearing this, Deidara became excited, "All abnormal. Except for me, there is no normal person in the outer circle." Actually, you are not normal either. Shinji complained in his heart. Deidara asked, "By the way, who do you want me to monitor? Who are our own people in the outer formation? Who do we need to guard against?" This question stumped Shinji. It was purely coincidental that he met Deidara at the beginning. The so-called monitoring of certain people in the outer formation was also made up by him casually. Now that Deidara asked him, he really couldn't answer. So he pondered for a while and said, "Remember, don't trust Uchiha." Deidara looked at Shinji deeply, then leaned back and kept a distance from Shinji. Shinji was speechless. "Idiot, I told you to be careful of the Uchiha in the outer formation." The Uchiha in the outer formation. Frowning, Deidara said, apart from Uchiha Itake, are there other Uchiha in the outer formation? How come I don't know? Shinji said, that's why I asked Itake to hide his identity in the inner formation. Deidara rubbed his chin and said seriously, yeah, I'll be careful. Shinji immediately turned to the point, how is the task I gave you? I got it. Shinji was happy, but asked worriedly, didn't the other party notice it? Deidara said, it shouldn't be. I suddenly took action because I was unhappy with the other party's surveillance of me. He shouldn't have noticed my real purpose. But that guy's cell organization is really a bit special. IA strong yang release chakra was sensed above. Shinji found that he had underestimated Deidara, so he did not continue the topic, but just brushed it off and discussed how to hand it over. After the handover was agreed upon, Shinji cut off the connection with Deidara. After Deidara's spirit projection disappeared in the direct space, he changed his previous calmness, stood up and waved his fist fiercely, the white Zetsu cells are in hand. Karen's problem was solved, and the white Zetsu cells were also in hand. After several days of anxious waiting, all of them were harvested tonight, which made him feel extremely excited. At the same time, he was secretly glad that the previous step of pretending to recruit Deidara by the Akatsuki organization seemed to be a good move. Not only did it help him get the white Zetsu cells, but it also gave him an eyeliner inside the Akatsuki organization. In the hotel in the small town. After a whole trance, Deidara came back to his senses. The inner circle is indeed more mysterious than the outer circle. Deidara said to himself, besides Itake, is there another Uchiha hiding in the outer formation? In the woods outside the town. A figure wearing a one-eyed mask stood on the branch of a big tree, looking at the town where Deidara settled. At this time, another figure poked out from the trunk, slowly revealing half of his body. Deidara has never come out since he entered the hotel. No doubt. The two people in the forest were not others but Obito and Zetsu. Deidara thought he had concealed Zetsu, but what he didn't know was that Zetsu's perception ability was one of the best in the Akatsuki organization, so his hiding of the white Zetsu cells was quickly discovered by Zetsu. So, Obito and Zetsu followed Deidara all the way to the outside of this town. Obito asked, didn't he contact anyone? Ze shook his head. Strange, why did he do this? Obito frowned slightly. Deidara's attack on Zetsu made him confused. He couldn't tell whether it was Deidara's own behavior or someone else's. White Zetsu said, it's not surprising that someone like him who always talks about explosions will do anything. Black Zetsu said in a muffled voice, it's not that simple. Obito confirmed, was it Itake who recruited him? White Zetsu nodded, yes, Itake, Biwajozo and Sasori went together. Obito's eyes darkened, is Itake investigating something? Oh, he is really a difficult guy. The first update is here. Please recommend, vote, and read. Chapter 90 Preparation. Shinji was not aware that Zetsu and Obito had already known about Deidara's theft of white Zetsu cells, and he was even less aware that Obito had blamed Itake for this. According to the agreement in the direct space, Deidara did not personally hand over the white Zetsu cells, but used a clay spider to secretly deliver the stolen white Zetsu cells to a forest. That was why when Deidara himself left the town on a clay bird, Obito and Zetsu hurriedly followed him and had no time to check the town. 3 days later. One night, late at night, Cole Ball used transparent escape to turn into a shadow, carefully sneaked into the forest, found the clay spider left by Deidara, and took out the white Zetsu cells in a small culture dish from it. In the apartment. Counting the time, Shinji bit his finger, formed a seal and performed summoning technique. Bang! In the white smoke, Cole Ball walked out. Shinji asked, did you get the thing? Cole Ball took out the culture dish containing the white Zetsu cells from his small bag, and handed it to Shinji. Look, is this what you want? Shinji quickly took the culture dish, opened the lid and took a closer look, then heaved a sigh of relief. This small group of white cell tissue in the culture dish is very easy to identify. At just one glance, Shinji determined that this was a white Zetsu cell, because this group of cells was very active. Under the inside of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could even observe the slight wriggling of this group of cell tissue, which was completely different from the cell tissue of other organisms he had seen in the laboratory. Cole Ball also came over curiously, what is this? Can I eat it? Shinji knocked on Cole Ball's head in annoyance, you only know how to think about food. Cole Ball shrank his head and muttered, you only know how to order the cat around, and you don't even give it food, Stingy guy. I heard it all. Shinji glanced at Mikayu and asked, how is the woman settled? Shinji's chakra is limited, and he can't maintain the shadow clone for a long time. So after entering the land of fire, he handed the matter of settling Karen's mother to Mikayu. Mikayu said, I settled her in a small town not far from the cat country, and bought her a small house with the money you gave me. Shinji collected the white Zetsu cells and asked, is she in good condition? Mikayu nodded repeatedly, yet, her complexion has recovered a lot in the past few days. Shinji was relieved. After all, Karen's mother was from the Uzumaki clan. As long as she stopped overdrawing chakra, it was hard to say whether the energy she had lost before could be restored, but at least her life should be safe. Early the next morning, Shinji didn't even go to the ninja school, but went directly to the medical class's laboratory. Because he spent every day in the laboratory, Kaoru Kusa helped him apply for a laboratory exclusively for him from the medical class. After closing the door of his own laboratory, Shinji the white Zetsu cells were taken out and tested using the laboratory instruments. As the instruments tested one by one, Shinji's eyes became brighter and brighter. While recording the test data, he secretly said, the cell activity is 28 times that of ordinary people, the division speed is 5 times faster than that of ordinary people, and the peak value of chakra fluctuation is more than 60 times that of ordinary people. This is incredible. The ordinary people here are not ordinary villagers. Those who can be called ordinary people in the data comparison of the medical class are at least people with ninja talent. And the white Zetsu cells completely crushed ordinary ninjas in all aspects of data. From a biological perspective, the gap between white Zetsu cells and ordinary ninja cells is greater than the gap between human cells and pig cells. Suddenly thinking of something, Shinji quickly put away the white Zetsu cells, cleared the data on the instrument, and then found Kusanagi Kaoru. What? The cell data of the first generation. After hearing Shinji's request, Kusanagi Kaoru looked surprised. Shinji explained hurriedly, you know I've been doing transplantation-related experiments recently. When I was looking through old files, I found that the village had conducted a cell transplantation experiment on the first generation before, but all the data in the files were sealed, and I don't have enough authority. Kaoru Kusa was a little embarrassed, everything about that experiment is confidential. Even I need to apply to the higher UPS, and it may not be approved. Shinji said, I'm just curious about the first generation cell data, not all the files of that experiment. Kaoru Kusa thought for a while and said, okay, I'll apply for it for you. The medical class in Konoha has detailed archives of various data on the first generation of cells. Not only that, Shinji heard that the living cells of the first generation are still sealed in the warehouse of the medical class. It's just that because all the previous experiments related to the first generation of cells have caused tragic consequences, the village sealed the first generation of cells and suspended all related experiments, so now even Kaoru Kusa can't get access to the first generation of cells. But if it's just the data of the first generation of cells, Kaoru Kusa can still get it. In the afternoon, Kaoru Kusa handed the data to Shinji and told him not to take the data out of the laboratory. After getting the data of the first generation cells, Shinji immediately compared it with the data of the white Zetsu cells. In terms of cell activity, the first generation cells are more than 80 times that of ordinary people, the division speed is 15 times faster than that of ordinary people, and the peak chakra is nearly 200 times higher than that of ordinary people. Isn't this a human-shaped tailed beast? No, it's even more exaggerated than a human-shaped tailed beast. No wonder Madara and the Nine Tails can't beat the first generation. Shinji was secretly shocked. This data is simply exaggerated. The white Zetsu cells, which had completely surpassed ordinary people in Shinji's size before, were immediately dwarfed by the first generation cells. No wonder few people can withstand the first generation cells. It's reasonable that they can't withstand it. People like Yamato who can withstand it are simply a miracle in probability. Shinji sighed and was glad that he chose the white Zetsu cells. Because the first generation cells are so overbearing, this overbearing has exceeded the scope of normal biological cells. Even if the average person's body can accommodate the first generation cells by chance, there is no way to tap the full potential contained in the first generation cells. In contrast, the white Zetsu cells, which have only 1/3 to 1/4 of the first generation cells in various data, are much milder. In the next 3 days, Shinji conducted more than 100 fusion experiments on Karen's cells and white Zetsu cells in a culture dish. The results are gratifying. The fusion rate reached more than 55%. If we consider that the Manjaki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets has the ability to balance the yang release chakra contained in the white Zetsu cells, the fusion rate can at least increase by 20 to 30 points. With a success rate of about 80%, it can be said that as long as the luck is not too bad, there will be basically no problems. So after nearly a week of preparation, Shinji put on a red cloud cloak, put on a mask, and sneaked into Karen's room late at night. The second update is here. Please recommend, vote, and follow. Chapter 91 Transplant Surgery. Because they had already contacted each other in the direct space, Karen was not surprised at the leader's late-night visit. She looked at Shinji and asked, "Sir, can we do the surgery now?" "Yes." Shinji prepared the surgical instruments while looking at Karen with his peripheral vision. Although Karen did not seem to be afraid at all, Shinji still caught the flash of fear in her eyes. After everything was ready, Shinji said slowly, "I have done experiments. The risks of the surgery are controllable. Your cell tissue is much stronger than I thought. In addition, your Uzumaki clan has a strong vitality. Even if there is a strong rejection reaction during the surgery, I have enough time to perform the cell removal surgery." "I understand." Karen suppressed her fear. She still believed in the leader's strength. The last eye transplant surgery went very smoothly. So even though she was very scared, she chose to face the surgery. After instructing Karen to lie down on the bed, Shinji injected the prepared fusion fluid into Karen's body. Then, he said to Karen, "Look into my eyes now." Karen obediently looked at the scarlet Manjaki Sharingan under Shinji's mask. Instantly, she's eyes became dull, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in the eye socket, which still had pupil power, suddenly changed from normal ink color to scarlet, and then 3 Megatama appeared, slowly spinning, and finally all the Megatama condensed together and changed into a complex pattern. "Hey!" Shinji exhaled lightly and lifted the illusion for Karen. Karen exclaimed immediately, "Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan?" There is no doubt that Shinji used illusion to help Karen open the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eye socket. The purpose of doing this was mainly to stimulate the Mangekyo Sharingan to release high-intensity yin release chakra to neutralize the excess yang release chakra in the white Zetsu cells. Although Karen had transplanted this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time, it was the first time to open her eyes, so she was instantly shocked by the unparalleled powerful insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, the pupil technique information contained in the pair of Manjaki Sharingan also rushed into Karen's mind. Mangrenshi. Shinji did not start the transplant immediately. He had to wait for Karen to adapt to the Yintun chakra on the Manjaki Sharingan, and wait for the fusion fluid just injected to take effect. Time passed little by little. Soon, half an hour passed. Shinji said, "The operation is about to begin. Remember, if you find that your body cannot bear it, immediately mobilize the Yintun chakra in the Manjaki Sharingan, which can help you neutralize some of the excess Yangtun chakra." Karen nodded hurriedly, "I understand." The fusion solution has taken effect in Karen's body, so Shinji no longer hesitates and immediately seizes the window period of drug efficacy to start the cell transplantation operation. Cell transplantation is not much more complicated than eye replacement surgery. In addition, Shinji has practiced hundreds of times in the laboratory during this period and is already familiar with it. So in less than 10 minutes, he completed the whole process of cell transplantation, and even cleaned and sutured the wound on his arm. Shinji asked, "How does it feel?" "Just a little itchy." After a pause, Karen suddenly frowned, "Sir, my arm is so itchy, like a lot of bugs crawling on it." "This is normal." Shinji looked calm. The worst-case scenario is that the cell tissue in the transplanted area will die on a large scale, or the white Zetsu cells will become the master and go berserk in an instant, using the host's chakra to proliferate infinitely. Secondly, a strong rejection reaction will occur, with large areas of redness, swelling and bleeding in the transplanted area. Itching in the transplanted area and increased body temperature are very normal fusion reactions, which are the best results after surgery. Under Shinji's guidance, Karen began to use the yin release chakra on the Mangekyo Sharingan to neutralize the yang release chakra in the white Zetsu cells. This time, the effect was very significant. Not only did Karen feel that the itching in the transplanted area of her arm was reduced, but even Shinji, who was observing from the side, made an amazing discovery. In fact, there have always been some bite marks of varying ages on Karen's arm. These bite marks were left by Karen when she treated others, and one of them was left by Shinji. As Karin guided the yin release chakra on the Mangekyo Sharingan to neutralize the yang release chakra in the white Zetsu cells, yang style chakra. The bite marks on her arm were fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they became smooth and new, and so soft that they could be blown away. Looking at all this, Shinji was shocked. Karen's special physique made her extremely tolerant to yang-style chakra. This is also the reason why Shinji and Meigu's medical ninjutsu did not work on Karen's mother. So the scars on Karen's arms disappeared instantly, and it was definitely not just because of yang-style chakra. The surface may have the effect of combining high-quality yin-style chakra with high-quality yang-style chakra. Thinking of this, Shinji's eyes instantly moved to the half-damaged Mangeki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets. At this moment, the Mangeki in her left eye was gorgeous and seemed to be shining with a bewitching red light, which was obviously a reaction to being nourished. And her blind right eye also changed from the previous paleness, and there was a trace of ink on the pupil. Although these ink colors are not eye-catching, they are real. It's recovering. Shinji was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Before the transplant operation, he firmly believed that the sage body of the Uzumaki clan of Karin, the sage body of the Senju clan in the cells of White Zetsu, and the characteristics of the sacred tree could create miracles. But when the miracle really happened, he, the man who created the miracle, was still shocked by the scene in front of him. No wonder Obito only transplanted the cells of White Zetsu and used a Mangeki like the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He couldn't help but sigh that White Zetsu was worthy of being Uchiha Madara's greatest scientific research achievement in the decades after the Battle of the Valley of the End. Of course. Only Uchiha Madara, who combined the elements of the Rinnegan, the first-generation cells, and the Outer Path Demon statue, could create a special type of White Zetsu. Others, even famous technology madmen in the ninja world such as Orochimaru, Obaru, and Sasori, could not do this. Converging his divergent thoughts, Shinji asked Karin while recording the operation, "How do you feel now, how is it?" Karin said, "My arms are no longer itchy." Shinji nodded and continued to ask, "What about the eyes?" "Eyes?" Karin was stunned for a moment, then focused her attention on the eyes. Shua! In an instant, a red shadow was projected from her body. Shinji was shocked and immediately used his Mangeki Sharingan to cast an illusion on Karin. Here is the first update. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Chapter 92 Exaggeration. In just a moment, a red skeleton arm stretched out from Karen's body, and grabbed Shinji standing beside the bed, lifting him up in the air. Under the mask, Shinji's face was full of doubts. The moment he realized something was wrong, he cast an illusion on Karin. However, the illusion that had worked every time before failed this time. Karin was not subdued by his illusion, but was just slightly stunned and broke free. "My lord! How could this happen?" Like Shinji, Karin, who was lying on the bed, also had a terrified look on her face. She just followed Shinji's instructions and focused her attention on the Mangeki in her eye sockets. Somehow, she activated the eye technique. Shinji, who was caught in Karen's Susanoo, did not continue to struggle to stimulate Karin, but said calmly, "Don't worry, your eye power is out of control. What should I do now?" Karin was a little confused. Shinji continued to comfort Karin, "Too much restless yang-style chakra suddenly poured into your body, triggering the eye power of the Mangeki Sharingan, so this happened. Listen, don't resist my illusion now, I'll help you with the eye technique." "Yes." Karin nodded hurriedly. Shinji took it very seriously and used illusion on Karin again. This time, Karin, who was relaxed, finally fell into the trap. Her eyes gradually blurred, and the phantom of the skeleton extending from her body also dissipated. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief after gently falling to the ground from mid-air. Fortunately, Karin suppressed the outburst of pupil power in time and did not continue to transfer pupil power into the Susanoo. Otherwise, Karen's small building would have become a ruin. Despite this, Shinji still noticed that there were several places on the roof that were touched by Karen's Susanoo just now, causing large cracks. It almost got out of hand. While feeling extremely scared, Shinji's eyes when looking at Karin also became a little complicated. Even if it was the Mangeki Uchiha, only a very few people could open the Susanoo with one eye. And Karin, who was not a member of the Uchiha clan, did it. Although it was the unconscious state of the pupil power running wild, judging from Karen's relaxed state, as long as she was properly trained, it would not be difficult for her to activate the Susanoo with one eye. What a strong sage body! Shinji was amazed. The previous illusion was subconsciously broken by Karin, which means that in just such a short moment, the pupil power of the half-damaged Manjiki in Karin's eye sockets has increased significantly. Resolve. After a short pause, Shinji lifted the illusion on Karin. Karin, who came back to her senses from the illusion, apologized repeatedly, "My lord, I didn't mean to offend you just now, and I don't know why." Shinji raised his hand to stop Karin. "Try to close your Sharingan now." He just used the illusion to lift the kaleidoscope state of Karin's Sharingan, so now Karin's eye sockets are in the 3 Magadama state. Karin obediently tried it, and then shook her head, "My lord, I can't close my Sharingan." Shinji nodded gently, as expected. As for opening and closing, people who are not of Uchiha descent really cannot control it. This is also reflected in Kakashi. And this result is not a bad thing for Shinji. Because later he will transplant the half-damaged Manjiki of his grandmother Uchiha Chiri to Karin, and let Karin's sage body repair it. So as long as he doesn't help Karin open the Sharingan, Karin will not be able to detect the pupil technique contained in the Sharingan, and will not be able to use Niobe and Hwagen that may be restored in the future. This is not that he is worried about Karin. It's just that the pupil technique of the Manjiki involves the most core information of a pupil technique ninja, and it is better not to leak it if it can be kept secret. Afterwards, Shinji activated the Manjiki Sharingan and used illusion to help Karin close the 3 Magadama state, completely restoring the Manjiki to its original ink-colored state. "Now I've closed your Sharingan for you, and your pupil power will not run wild again." Karin breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank you, sir." Shinji packed up the surgical instruments and said, "It takes time for the cell to fuse. This cycle is usually 1 to 3 weeks, so you have to be careful during this period and don't get too excited." "Yes." Karin nodded quickly. Shinji continued, "During the fusion period, your chakra will grow rapidly. I can't tell how much your chakra will increase after the fusion is over, but judging from the current situation, it should be very, very exaggerated." Karin looked puzzled. "Exaggerated?" Shinji didn't explain, because he didn't know how much Karin's immortal body would be improved, so he said, "During this period, pay attention to the changes in your eyes, especially the blind right eye. You'd better record the changes every day in detail." Karin he promised, "Yes, I will record it carefully. Get used to it slowly." After taking a last look at Karin, Shinji disappeared into the room. After returning to his apartment, Shinji still couldn't calm down. The effect of Karin transplanting white Zetsu cells was too exaggerated. He felt that after Karin passed the fusion period, the activity of the cell tissue would be close to that of the first generation. If Karin further taps into the power hidden in her blood by practicing wood release, one day in the future, the activity of her cell tissue may surpass that of the first generation. By then, Karin will be a living power bank and a conscious culture dish. What am I thinking about? Shinji shook his head and drove this strange thought out of his mind. Then he gathered his thoughts and planned the next step. Karin's current Yangtsuku chakra has the ability to slowly restore the blind Manjiki. When the fusion period is over, Karin's Yangtsuku chakra will reach a higher level. By then, the recovery of the blind Manjiki may just be a matter of time. Once the half-damaged Manjiki is restored, Shinji can transplant the half-damaged Manjiki of his grandmother Uchiha Juri to Karin. When his grandmother's Manjiki is restored, he can use the Susanoo Shin's lantern to fuse the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. If there were various entanglements and risks in fusing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan before, then with the success of this cell transplantation, Shinji only has to wait to get a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. I don't know if Karin can restore the completely damaged Manjiki. There is still a big difference between a completely damaged Manjiki and a half-damaged Manjiki. Karin may not be able to restore a completely damaged Manjiki. But even so, as long as Karin can restore 2 pairs of half-damaged Manjiki, Shinji, who has 4 pairs of Manjiki, can also collect 2 pairs of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 93 will be available tomorrow. It will be available on Friday at noon, which is tomorrow. This book has been uploaded for more than a month. Thanks to everyone's support along the way. Although it still failed to be published in Sanjiang in the end, I tried my best and there is no regret. I will write seriously, and everyone will read it quietly. There is still a long way to go. Let's go together. Please subscribe tomorrow. This is very, very critical. Note, the author is a human being and needs food to survive. Students who have spare energy, please give a reward and vote for the monthly ticket. I am grateful. I thank you here. Chapter 94 Monsters, please subscribe. A week later. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shinji's figure flew backwards. At this time, Karen's attack came again. Shinji's eyes were stern, and his hands quickly formed seals, fire escape, great fireball technique. Boom! A blazing fireball spurted out of his mouth, carrying a rolling heat wave, and shot at Karen, who was rushing towards him. With the cover of the great fireball technique, his figure flashed and jumped into the crown of a big tree. Swish! Suddenly, his ears moved, and he heard the sound of breaking wind behind him, and he jumped high. As soon as he jumped up, the branch where he stood on his back foot made 2 ding-ding sounds, and 2 cold shining senbon were nailed on it. That was close. Shinji, who was jumping in the air, looked down and was secretly shocked. But at this moment, Karen jumped out from nowhere and punched him in the air with a punch. Seeing this, Shinji had to bite the bullet and take Karen's punch. Bang! Another low muffled sound. Shinji, who was unable to relieve the force, was directly repelled and barely stopped after hitting a big tree. Karen also fell from the air to the ground at this time, and asked Shinji anxiously, "How is it? Have I made progress this time?" Shinji supported the slightly shaking tree trunk and stood firm. The vibration was transmitted to the treetops, making a shasha sound, and leaves swirled and slowly fell from the air. Shinji opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Karen's changes were visible to the naked eye. The most direct manifestation is speed and strength. You must know that Karen herself is an extremely excellent perception-type ninja. Once the speed and strength are improved, coupled with the delicate perception ability, the combat effectiveness is really exponentially soaring. When he was fighting with her just now, Shinji's arm was shaken and hurt, and now his head is buzzing. What kind of monster have I cultivated? Shinji was secretly shocked. This is when Karen has not activated the wood release. Yes, after gradually fusing with the white Zetsu cells, Karen, like Uchiha Madara, Obito, Danzo, and others, directly possessed the ability to activate the wood release. This is just based on Shinji's analysis in the laboratory. This kind of wood release activated by the first generation cells or white Zetsu cells does not really master the wood release, but is just a more tricky method. The advantage is that there is no need to master the complex fusion of the properties of the 2 chakras of water and earth. The disadvantage is that once the emotions are too excited, or the chakra in the body is seriously unbalanced, the first generation cells or white Zetsu cells lose their restraints, there is a possibility of wood release going out of control. This is also the reason why Shinji has always emphasized that Karen should master wood release by her own ability through the method of property fusion. Because only in this way can she truly master wood release. In Shinji's eyes. In the ninja world, all ninjas who have transplanted the cells of the first generation and the cells of white Zetsu have not actually completed the real cell fusion. Not to mention the worst Danzo, he even needs to transplant a large number of Sharingan to barely maintain the balance of the yin and yang chakras in his body. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito's fusion level is 1 level higher. But they were not able to achieve complete fusion, and there were obvious transplantation marks on their body surfaces. Although there were few transplantation marks on Yamato's body surface, his was not considered complete fusion. Because he had rejected most of the first generation cells during the transplantation stage through a violent rejection reaction, and the body only accepted a very small amount. So although his condition is stable, his potential is limited. Karen's current state is close to that of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. There is still a wrinkled mark on the transplanted area on her arm, which cannot be removed no matter how hard she tries. So Karen is not yet the ultimate sage body that Shinji wants. Only when Karen completely digests the white Zetsu cells, all the transplanted marks on her body disappear, and the wood release never runs wild, can it be considered to have reached the ultimate sage body that Shinji wants. Of course. Karen is already very scary now, and Shinji can only imagine what the ultimate sage body is like in his mind. At this time, Bai came out of the woods. "Shinji, classmate is so sharp, you avoided my sneak attack just now." Shinji was speechless and thought to himself, "Can't you find any words to comfort me? If he doesn't use the Mangeki Sharingan now, he can't suppress Bai and Karen, the 2 monsters." So in the eyes of others, it is Shinji, the recognized genius in the ninja school, who is playing with Bai and Karen, the 2 tails. But the actual situation is that under normal circumstances, Shinji's combat power ranks 2nd among the 3, and it is very likely that he will be ranked 3rd in a short time. Let's go to school. Shinji waved his hand and walked towards the ninja school first. Shiro and Karin hurriedly followed. During this period, the three of them became closer and closer. Not only would they practice together after school, but they would also practice together in the early morning. Basically, they became a small group. This was of course intentional by Shinji, because he had to always confirm the status of the half-damaged Mangeki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets. And judging from the situation just now, Karen's blind right eye has the ability to sense light. He attacked from Karen's right side several times, but was blocked by Karen's keenness, so he decided to go to Karen's room again at night to actually confirm it. If the blind Mangeki really regained its light, then he could transplant the half-damaged Mangeki of his grandmother Uchiha Chisato to Karin. If everything goes well, he can fuse the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in another week. At school, Irika announced that the final exam would be held in 3 days. For this final exam, in order to cultivate everyone's teamwork ability, the ninja school decided to conduct it in the form of 3-person teams. When it came to the test scores, the students in the classroom immediately became agitated. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed how to form a team. Tenten pulled Niji over and said to Shinji, "Shinji, let's form a team of 3. I just asked teacher Irika, and we will have to compete with other classes in the end. The 3 of us will definitely win together." Ningji said seriously, "Kimimaro is not easy to deal with." Just as Shinji was about to answer, he saw Karin, who was sitting alone in the front row, secretly looking at him. When she found that he noticed her, she immediately turned her head back. Obviously, no one in the class wanted to form a team with the lonely Karin, and she didn't know who to team up with, so she was a little flustered. So Shinji smiled and said to Tenten and Niji, "Sorry, I've already formed a team." Tenten asked curiously, "Who are you teaming with?" Shinji pointed at Haku and Karin, "The 3 of us have made an appointment early in the morning." Haku, who was sitting in the front row, was a little surprised and looked back at Shinji. And Karin, who had been eavesdropping, breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on her face. The first update is here. Chapter 95 The Burdens, please subscribe. Tenten was a little disappointed. "Shinji, won't you think about it again? If you and Niji separate, your chances of winning will be much smaller." Ninkai also looked at Shinji, but didn't say anything. He longed for victory, but he didn't want to pin his hopes entirely on others, so if Shinji could team up with him, he would gladly accept it, and if he didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. Shinji shook his head, "I'm sorry, we've already formed a team, you can look for someone else." "Okay then." Tenten and Niji left with regret. As soon as the 2 of them left, Karin ran to Shinji and said pitifully, "Shinji, thank you for inviting me to join the team." Shinji said calmly, "Don't drag me down." Karin nodded repeatedly, "I will try my best." Bai smiled and said, "Great, the 3 of us can take the exam together." Shinji did feel sorry for Karin for not being invited to join the team, but he was more worried that Karin would not be able to take care of him. What if she kills someone with 1 punch during the exam? You know, Karin's chakra is increasing every moment, which is terrifying. He is very panicked now, wondering if he has gone too far. So this time he is not taking care of Haku and Karin, but restraining these 2 monsters. I don't know if it is the conclusion of the timeline, but the teammate that Tenten and Niji finally chose is Xiao Li, who ranks at the bottom of the class. Well, it is possible that Tenten saw that no one wanted Xiao Li, and she felt sympathy. Anyway, in her opinion, as long as Nisi is in the team, even if Xiao Li is holding back, it won't be a big problem. After the morning class, the students who had formed teams came to the playground and began to practice the cooperation between the 3-person teams. Shinji also led Haku and Karin to the playground. Suzuki saw Shinji, walked over quickly, and then frowned. "Shinji, why are you still involved with these 2 guys, don't you know that there will be a competition between classes in the end?" What Suzuki was referring to was naturally Haku and Karin, who were following behind Shinji. Haku didn't care, but Karin was a little angry when she heard Suzuki say that to her. Shinji glanced at Naruto and Sakura, who were walking with Suzuki, and said while lamenting the inertia of time and space, "Your teammates are not that good." "Hey, who are you talking about?" Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up to Shinji to argue. Suzuki raised his hand to stop Naruto. "Stupid, you are not his opponent. This guy, only I can beat him." Sakura also went up to persuade Naruto. At this time, someone suddenly shouted in the distance, "Shinji, this way, this way." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Shin holding Kimimaro in one hand and a girl who Shinji was not familiar with in the other hand, walking towards Shinji. When he saw Kimimaro, Sasuke's face suddenly darkened. He now competes with Kimimaro once a week. Although his strength has improved a lot, he is still no match for Kimimaro. So he has regarded Kimimaro as his lifelong enemy. Coming in front of Shinji, Shin greeted him warmly, "Shinji, have you been deliberately avoiding me recently? Why should I avoid you?" After a pause, Shinji continued, "No, why are you in the ninja school?" "Guess." Shin looked proud. Naruto said casually, "Aren't you a transfer student in our class?" Shinji was stunned for a moment, "Are you really coming to the ninja school?" Shin knocked Naruto's head in annoyance, then put her hands on her hips, "How about it, my lady Shin is also a ninja now." Shin actually wanted to join Shinji's class, but was arranged by the third generation to join Sasuke and Naruto's class, which made her complain for a long time. After taking another look at Kimimaro, who was dragged over by Shin and had an expressionless face, Shinji asked, "Have you formed a team?" Shin nodded immediately, "Yes, I pitted them so I formed a team with them." The girl who was also dragged over by Shin said, "Didn't the teacher arrange for Kimimaro to form a team with us because no one wanted us?" Shin was a little annoyed by her companions, Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo Kurama ignored Shin and bowed to everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Yakumo Kurama. I seldom come to the ninja school due to my health. Please give me more advice in the future." Shiro and Karin beside Shinji hurriedly returned the greeting and introduced themselves. At this time, Niji, Tenten, and Lee also came over. After learning that Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura formed a team, and Kimimaro, Shin and Kurama Yakumo formed a team, Tenten said, "This is interesting. 4 geniuses, divided into 4 teams, who can win in the end?" After hearing what Tenten said, Sasuke looked around and found that it was true. His eyes suddenly lit up with boundless fighting spirit. "Everyone brought 2 burdens, it's fair." Yet. Ninkai nodded gently. Xiao Li stepped forward and said to Naruto, "Naruto, although we are burdens, we must work hard this time." Naruto shouted, "I am not a burden." Shin also raised her hand to protest, "I am not either." Kurama Yakumo said lightly, "You are." Shin was furious, "You are." Kurama Yakumo remained calm, "Yes, we are all." In the competition, the 4 groups separated. Feeling the pressure from Sasuke, Niji, and Kimimaro, Karin assured Shinji again, "Shinji, I won't be a burden and hold you back." Shinji glanced at Karin and said to himself, "Just don't kill anyone." Hokage's office. The third generation's eyes swept over Kakashi, Kurenai, and Aoba Yamashiro in front of him. Recently, all ninja villages have reported that ninjas have mysteriously disappeared, including some elite Jonin-level ninjas. Kakashi's heart trembled, thinking of what happened in Kikyo Mountain not long ago. Krina Yui asked, "Hokage, do you have any clues?" After taking a puff of his pipe, the third generation slowly said, "It is rumored that these ninja disappearances are related to an organization called Akatsuki. The 3 of you will now form a temporary team, with Kakashi as the captain and responsible for investigate the missing ninja case." "Yes." Kakashi, Kurenai, and Aoba Yamashiro answered in unison. The third generation continued, "Kakashi stays, and the others go out first." Kurenai and Aoba Yamashiro left the office. Kakashi knew that the third generation had a secret to arrange, and said, "Hokage-sama, is there anything to pay attention to in this operation?" The third generation pondered for a moment. "The village actually has an insider in the Akatsuki organization, and this time you need to meet him secretly." Kakashi asked, "Who?" The third generation whispered a name. "It's him." Kakashi looked surprised. Here comes the second update. There will be more later. Please support me. Please recommend, vote, and subscribe. Chapter 96 Trap? Please subscribe. At night, Shinji, wearing a red cloud cloak and a mask, sneaked into Karen's room again. Facing Shinji, who was dressed as the leader of Akatsuki, Karen was still a little reserved, "Sir." Shinji nodded and first checked the transplant area on Karen's arm. That area was still wrinkled as before. So Shinji focused his attention on Karen's eyes. "How is the right eye?" Karen handed her notebook to Shinji and said, "These days, my eyes occasionally swell, and sometimes they jump in the eye sockets, just like heartbeat." Karen nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." This is the growth of the eye embryo. Shinji explained, and then asked, "Can you see anything now?" Karin said, "I can only barely feel some light and shadow." Shinji's face under the mask was filled with joy. Then he flipped through Karin's notes. Combining Karin's daily records with the situation she just reported, Shinji became more and more certain that Karin's blind right eye was already recovering, and the speed of recovery was accelerating little by little with the progress of Karin's cell fusion. He couldn't judge the exact recovery time, but it would never be too long. Shinji looked at the other eye again. What about the left eye? The left eye sometimes beats with the right eye. Suddenly thinking of something, Karin said hurriedly, "But the vision is getting better and better, and things dozens of meters away can be seen clearly." Perhaps because of malnutrition since childhood, Karin's own eyesight has always been not very good and she has to wear glasses for a long time. So after transplanting the Mangeki Sharingan, she was very sensitive to the improvement of her eyesight and felt that the world in her eyes had become different. Even the pupil power of the left eye is improving. Shinji understood. The amount of pupil power contained in the Mangeki will directly affect the vision. Therefore, when the pupil power is exhausted, blurred vision will occur. Shinji has experienced all this personally, so he knows that for the Mangeki, the improvement of vision is almost equivalent to the improvement of pupil power. Closing Karin's notebook, Shinji finally reminded, while infusing the yang release chakra into the right eye, don't slack off in practicing the wood release. Karin hesitated to speak. Shinji saw Karin's expression and continued, only by mastering the wood release through the fusion of properties and injecting the yang release chakra containing the characteristics of the sacred tree into it, can you completely digest the special cells implanted in your body and improve your sage body to the extreme. Karin finally asked, in this case, can I help mother with treatment? Shinji nodded slightly, by then, it will be easy for you to surpass your mother and help her replenish her lost vitality. After hearing this, Karin's eyes lit up. Shinji said no more and turned around to leave. The plane has been invaded. Countdown, 0. Please prepare to fight back as soon as possible. Suddenly, the voice of the light rang in his ears. Listening to this long-lost warning, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It's a 0 countdown again. With the experience of the last time, Shinji knew very well that the 0 countdown meant that the other party had invaded the ninja world for a long time, but it had been covered by the shadow of the light and had not been detected by his light. In other words, it was difficult to judge whether the other party did it intentionally when the light detected the other party at this time. Will it be a trap? Land of Fire, Green Pine Town. Walking through the crowded night market, Biwachozo sighed, I didn't expect that the night market in such a small town could be so lively, it is worthy of being the Land of Fire. Itaki, who was traveling with him, suddenly stopped and looked at a shop on the street. Biwachozang followed Itaki's gaze and looked over, dumpling shop? Itaki, do you like this kind of sweets? It's not good for your teeth. Itaki said, go in and take a rest. Biwachozang smiled, then I'll take a rest as you say. As they said, the two walked into the dumpling shop on the street, and each ordered a string of dumplings and a cup of high mountain green tea, a specialty of Luzong town. While chewing the dumplings, Biwachozang said, Itaki, I didn't expect someone like you to like this kind of thing. You don't like it? Too greasy. Biwachozang put down the bamboo stick with the dumplings and looked at the night market outside. The group of people who pretended to be us should be active around here. He and Itaki were not here to visit the night market. The Akatsuki organization is still in the stage of accumulating strength. Although it accepts various commissions, but did not take the initiative to provoke the 5 major ninja villages. In Nagato's plan, Akatsuki will probably need 6 to 7 years of accumulation. At the same time, he himself also needs a period of adjustment, so that he can be in the best and strongest state and set off a revolution in the ninja world. Yes. Although he has transplanted the samsara eye for more than 10 years, Nagato is still groping. Controlling the samsara eye is a very difficult thing, especially for Nagato as a member of the Uzumaki clan. If it were someone else, he would not even be able to get through the transplant. And even Nagato is very struggling to control the samsara eye. For a long time, he could not exert the true power of the samsara eye. It is precisely because of this that he, who has the samsara eye, watched his best friend being forced to death by Hanzo and Danzo. During the period when Akatsuki chose to develop secretly, for some reason, a group of guys suddenly appeared recently under the banner of Akatsuki and specialized in attacking ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. Nagato was very annoyed when he received the news. Anyone who hinders his plan must die, so he immediately assigned Itaki and Biwajozo to investigate. Itaka drank tea thoughtfully. Unlike the pure traitor Biwajozo, he still has people he cares about deep in his heart, so he appears indifferent on the surface, but is actually very anxious in his heart. Because he can't let the village think that he has completely betrayed. If that happens, he dare not imagine what kind of treatment his brother who stayed in the village would receive. Hey! Just then, Biwajozo suddenly stood up. Itaka came back to his senses and looked at the night market. He saw a figure wearing the Akatsuki organization's red cloud cloak passing by in the endless stream of people. His eyes fixed, and the expression on his face changed. At present, except for their group, there are no other members of the organization nearby. So when they saw the familiar red cloud cloak, they knew without thinking that the other party was the guy who pretended to be their Akatsuki organization to attack the 5 major ninja villages. Biwajozo smiled and said, "Let's do it." Itaka gently put down the teacup and nodded. First update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 97 Confrontation on the Long Street, please subscribe. At the same time. At the other end of the night market. Kakashi, Yui Kurane, and Yamashiro Aoba, wearing robes, were also walking in the crowd of the night market. According to Konoha's intelligence network, they locked on the Akatsuki members who had frequently attacked Konoha ninjas recently, in this small town. At first, only Genin and Chunin were attacked. The village immediately sent a team led by a special Jonin to investigate. The unexpected result was that the team sent to investigate also lost contact. This immediately attracted the attention of the village. You should know that the special Jonin of the 5 major ninja villages are already excellent ninjas who can stand on their own. Such a team led by a special Jonin disappeared without a sound, which shows that the situation is far more serious than imagined. Therefore, the village sent Kakashi this time. Yui Kurane whispered, "Who are these people in the Akatsuki organization? How dare they attack our Konoha ninjas in the land of fire?" Yamashiro Aoba was also quite puzzled, the other party is too lawless. In the land of fire, attacking the ninjas of Konoha village, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, is even more provocative than the attack itself. This kind of thing has not happened for many years. Kakashi did not speak. Unlike Yui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba, he got some information about the organization Akatsuki from the 3rd generation. Knowing that this organization must not be regarded as an ordinary wandering ninja organization. Almost all the members of this organization are wanted criminals of S level in various villages. Even Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, has joined this organization. So the task assigned to him by the 3rd generation this time is not to investigate the disappearance of Konoha ninjas, but to contact the village's spy in Akatsuki to find out what Akatsuki is going to do. Kakashi, who was thinking about his own things, suddenly frowned and stopped. Following him, Yui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba also stopped and looked ahead vigilantly. In the crowd in front, there stood a young man with white hair wearing Akatsuki's red cloud cloak. There was a weird smile on the young man's face, a smile that was obviously grinning but made people feel no warmth. He had a pair of colorful pupils, which were very eye-catching, and the words upper string and 5 were engraved in the left and right pupils respectively. Kurane leaned close to Kakashi's ear, "Is it him?" Kakashi did not answer immediately, but pushed aside the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing the scarlet Sharingan in his eye socket. The 3 Magatama Sharingan has the ability to observe the flow of chakra. After observing carefully for a while, Kakashi's face gradually became solemn. Although the Sharingan does not have the strong perspective ability of the Byakugan and cannot observe the enemy's entire body chakra, he can judge that the opponent's chakra amount is far higher than his just by the chakra flowing on the opponent's body surface. Kakashi, who is known as the Okapi ninja, is not good at chakra, but his chakra amount has definitely reached the level of a Jonin. This alone shows that the white-haired young man in front of him is not simple. Yamashiro Aoba asked, "Shall we do it?" Yui Kurane observed the surroundings and said, "There are too many passers-by here. Using ninjutsu may cause accidental injuries. Let me use illusion to capture him first, and then take him to a place with fewer people to interrogate him for information." Kakashi hesitated. He thought he would meet the person that the 3rd generation said, but he didn't expect to meet a strange member of the Akatsuki organization. Just then, his eyes fixed, and in the crowd at the other end, he found Itaki and Biwajozo, who were also wearing Akatsuki's red cloud cloak and wearing a bamboo hat. At the same time, Itaki and Biwajozo also found Kakashi and others, as well as the white-haired young man wearing a red cloud suit standing between the two groups of people. Biwajozo put his hand on the handle of the beheading sword behind him and said coldly, "Another guy with words engraved in his eyes." Itaka closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his ink-colored eyes were already scarlet. But he did not act immediately, because he felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. So, on the long street of the night market, 3 groups of people were facing each other from a distance, with a constant stream of people in the middle and the shouting of vendors. At this time, the white-haired young man standing in the middle of the long street suddenly covered his mouth with a golden fan, and smiled and looked at the roof of the shop on one side of the night market. Itaki and Kakashi immediately followed the white-haired young man's gaze. On the roof of one side of the long street, 3 figures wearing red cloud cloaks and masks appeared at some point. Among the 3 people, the leader stood quietly on the roof. He looked down at the white-haired young man on the street from a high place. Although he could not see his expression clearly because he was wearing a mask, he could not tell why, but Itaki, Kakashi and others could feel the indifference that naturally flowed from the other party. The other 2 stood behind the leader. Although they were wearing the same robes and masks, one could tell the master-servant relationship between the 3 at a glance. Yamashiro Aoba said. 3 more appeared. Ui Kurane frowned slightly. It will be hard to avoid hurting innocent people when the fight starts later. Although the number of opponents increased, Ui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba were not afraid. Under normal circumstances, they both had the strength to sweep a team of wandering ninjas. Plus the leader Kakashi, they felt that the chances of winning were not low. Kakashi shook his head. Don't act rashly. He was a little confused now. 3 groups of people wearing the same Akatsuki uniforms suddenly appeared in front of him, and these 3 groups were obviously not from the same group. So now he was eager to contact that person and find out what Akatsuki was all about. Itaki and Biwajozo were also confused. Biwajozo looked at the roof. Itaki, who are those 3 guys? Itaka shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. After seeing the white-haired young man with words engraved in his eyes, they have locked the target and judged that the other party is the culprit who pretended to be the Akatsuki organization and attacked the Konoha ninja recently. But just when they were about to take action, 3 people wearing the organization's red cloud cloak appeared. And just by feeling, Itaka could find that the 2 groups seemed to be hostile. Biwajozo leaned the beheading sword on the ground. Let's do it. Itaka said. Wait a minute, they don't seem to be in the same group. Biwajozo said, what does it matter whether they are in the same group or not? If you dare to pretend to be our Akatsuki organization, you must pay the price. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder in the field became strong. And at this moment, the white-haired young man standing in the crowd tore off the red cloud cloak on his body, bowed slightly to the 3 figures standing on the roof, and saluted, Upper string 5, Doma-san. After that, he opened the golden fan held in both hands and waved it gently. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar and the surging cold fog, a huge 20-meter-high ice crystal Buddha rose from the ground. Chapter 98 Is he crazy? Please subscribe. As the 20-meter-high ice crystal Buddha rose from the ground, the earth seemed to tremble. Ah! Instantly, the streets of the night market erupted in exclamations. The crowd fled in all directions. At this moment, exclamations, cries, and warnings intertwined and rose and fell. At this time, around the ice crystal Buddha with his hands clasped together, lotus flowers made of ice crystals bloomed. These lotus flowers opened one by one, and in just a short moment, the entire street was shrouded in cold fog from the lotus flowers. The town residents in the night market who were closer were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered all over the ground and turned into ice chips. Those who were a little further away also had difficulty breathing after inhaling the cold mist. They covered their chests and staggered to the ground. Ice escape. Whether Itaki and Biwajozo or Kakashi, Ui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba at the other end of the long street, were shocked by the scene before them. After the Snow Clan was wiped out by the Kirigakuer, ninjas with ice escape bloodline limit became rare in the ninja world. Under such circumstances, the sudden appearance of an ice escape ninja was surprising. What shocked everyone even more was that the white-haired young man in front of them actually had no seals and displayed such a terrifying ice escape bloodline limit. The 20-meter-long ice crystal bodhisattva was as high as 6 or 7 stories. Even if the Kirigakuer Snow Clan was still alive, they had never heard of such an exaggerated ice escape. Seeing the cold fog approaching, Itaki and Biwajozo immediately flew back. The strength of the enemy in front of them was somewhat beyond their expectations. Kakashi, Ui Kurane, and Yamashiro Aoba also flew back. Kakashi was fine, because he got some information from the third generation, so he knew that the Akatsuki organization was very strong and not an ordinary wandering ninja organization. Ui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba were quite shocked. This kind of ice escape ninjutsu in front of them was definitely not something that ordinary ninjas could perform, so they were very surprised that there was such a terrifying ninja hidden in the Akatsuki organization. And while everyone was watching the white-haired young man performing the ice escape, they quickly retreated. On the roof, the leader just raised his hand slightly. A member of the Akatsuki organization standing behind him, wearing a red cloud cloak and a mask, leaped up and rushed towards the 20-meter-tall ice crystal bodhisattva. Is he crazy? For a moment, whether it was Itaki, Biwajozo, or Kakashi, all three of them had such thoughts in their minds. Facing this level of ice escape, it would be death to fight head-on. Not to mention ordinary ninjas, even the shadows of various villages would choose to test first and slowly look for the enemy's flaws. This guy is dead. Biwajozo concluded. As a ninja of Kirigakure, he knows ice escape very well, and ice escape is by no means as simple as an upgraded version of water escape. And to be able to perform this level of ice escape away from the water source and without a seal, the opponent's strength must be at least an elite jonin. Itaki was also confused at this moment. It stands to reason that a ninja of this strength cannot be unknown in the ninja world, but he had never heard of this white-haired young man named Doma before. However, he recognized Biwajozo's judgment. Because even if it were him, in this situation, he would probably have to use the Mangeki Sharingan to control the situation on the field. Kakashi, who was also retreating, ordered Ui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba beside him, "Quick, send a distress signal." Ui Kurane didn't waste any words and immediately took out the signal flare and shot it into the night sky. After all, this is the land of fire, and there are probably Konoha ninjas on missions nearby. Yamashiro Aoba summoned a ninja crow and immediately sent the news back to the village. In the eyes of the three of them, the three members of the Akatsuki organization standing on the roof are probably not the opponents of the white-haired young man named Doma. They must now be prepared to deal with Doma and clean up the situation. But at this moment, everyone's expression suddenly froze, and then everyone's face showed a look of shock. The Akatsuki member who jumped in the air and rushed towards the ice crystal bodhisattva, who they believed was dead, suddenly projected a red shadow inside his body. It took only 1 or 2 breaths. The red shadow was composed of bones, forming a huge red skeleton giant. The red skeleton giant flying in the air first retracted his fist, then charged a punch, and swung it at the 20-meter-tall ice crystal bodhisattva. And at the same time as the red skeleton giant swung his fist in the air, its body composed of bones condensed into pieces of muscles, followed by skin, and finally a layer of burly armor. Boom! The huge roar resounded throughout the Green Pine town. Under the red giant's charged punch, the 20-meter-tall ice crystal bodhisattva was hit and staggered, and his body tilted down. The face hit by the fist had cracks spreading and ice chips flying. This! Biwajozo was stunned for a moment and even forgot to retreat. Itaki, who always kept his emotions to himself, was also broken at this moment. His face was full of shock and confusion, and he muttered to himself, "Susanoo? How is this possible?" Susanoo is the pupil technique contained in the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. In Itaki's opinion, the only people who can perform this technique in the current ninja world should be him and the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. So he could never have imagined that the guy who pretended to be a member of the Akatsuki organization could actually activate Susanoo. And Itaki's eyes fixed, and the doubt on his face became heavier. He naturally knew how many states Susanoo had, what these states meant, and how much pupil power would be consumed. The guy who activated the Susanoo in the distance actually used the strongest form of the Mangeki Sharingan, the half-armored Susanoo. This shows that the opponent's pupil power is very strong. After a brief shock, Itaki and Kakashi's eyes almost moved away from the battlefield at the same time and turned to look at the figure standing on the roof. Who is he? This thought flashed through their minds at the same time. An Uchiha who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan and can activate the Susanoo is willing to stand behind that person. It is conceivable that Itaki and Kakashi are very curious about the figure standing on the roof and quietly watching the battlefield. Biwajozo also recovered and asked, "Itaki, those 3 masked people are really not from our Akatsuki organization. People? They seem to be dealing with the guy with words carved in his eyes too. Maybe, it's other members hidden in the organization." Itaki was not sure at this time. With such strength, he really doesn't look like a fake. Here is the third update. Please recommend and vote. Chapter 99 Raiders, please subscribe. Amid the loud rumbling sound, the fierce battle between the Red Susanoo and the Ice Crystal Bodhisattva continued in the town. Because the two sides of the fierce battle were too large, every move had great destructive power. So in just a short moment, this long street in the town became a mess. The whole town was boiling, and the residents of the town began to flee with their families in the roar, shouting and crying. Swish! At this time, several figures went against the crowd and fell beside Kakashi and the other two. The leader was Asuma, who had just returned to the village. He looked up at the two huge monsters fighting not far away, with an unbelievable look on his face. What's going on? Even with his rich experience as the 12 guardian ninjas, the scene in front of him still made him dumbfounded. Whether it was the Ice Crystal Bodhisattva that was more than 20 meters tall and shrouded in cold fog, or the equally tall, armored red half-body warrior giant. They were all existences he had never seen in his ninja career. At this time, Ui Kurane glanced at Asuma. Why are you here? Asuma said, I happened to be nearby and saw your signal flares. In fact, even if there were no signal flares for help, Asuma and others would have rushed over to find out, because even if they were several kilometers away, they could clearly see the fierce battle that broke out in the town. Kakashi also glanced at Asuma's team, his face still solemn. Except for Asuma, a former 12 guardian ninjas, the other 3 members of Asuma's team were ordinary chunin in the village, and they could not deal with these vicious members of the Akatsuki organization in front of them. Asuma asked again, what is going on here? Ui Kurane explained to Asuma, we are investigating the missing ninja case. According to the clues, the murderer is likely to be an organization called Akatsuki. We followed the clues and found members of the Akatsuki organization in the town. Asuma had also heard about the recent missing ninja case, so he asked, which of the two parties fighting is the Akatsuki organization? Ui Kurane hesitated and said, both. Asuma was stunned. Yamashiro Aoba took over the conversation and pointed to Ataki and Biwajozo standing at the other end of the long street in the distance, including them. These 3 groups are wearing Akatsuki uniforms. That's Uchiha Ataki. Asuma's expression suddenly became stern. Because the two behemoths in the fierce battle attracted too much attention, and the battlefield was full of ice and fog, Asuma did not notice Ataki and Biwajozo at the other end of the long street at the first time. Yamashiro Aoba nodded, well, the one next to Uchiha Ataki is Biwajozo, a former S-level rebel ninja of Kirigakure and one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. Asuma's face became embarrassed. One is a S-level wanted criminal of Konoha who wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, and the other is a defected 7 ninja swordsman, an S-level wanted criminal of Kirigakure. No matter who these two people are, they are extremely difficult to deal with alone. Adding the 2 ninjas who were fighting fiercely, Asuma suddenly felt that this organization called Akatsuki was too terrifying. So he asked Kakashi, Kakashi, what should we do now? Kakashi shook his head slightly. It was difficult for them to intervene in a battle of this magnitude. Although he witnessed the entire process of the battle, he was still confused about the situation. Including Ataki and Biwajozo in the distance, there were a total of 6 members of the Akatsuki organization gathered in the town tonight. But it was obvious that these 6 members of the Akatsuki organization were not in the same group. From the fact that Ataki and Biwajozo chose to stop and watch and did not join any party in the battle, they were likely to be divided into 3 forces. Is there an internal conflict within the Akatsuki organization? Or is there something else going on? With this thought in mind, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Ataki in the distance. In his opinion, only by contacting Ataki could he figure out all the mysteries. However, Ataki at this moment had more mysteries in his heart than Kakashi. He looked at the Red Susanoo fighting with the Ice Crystal Bodhisattva with a complicated expression, and his doubts were beyond words. Just when everyone's eyes were attracted by the fierce battle on the battlefield. Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the masked Akatsuki member who was standing quietly on the roof at a very fast speed. This raid was extremely sudden. Even Ataki and Kakashi, who had been on guard, were shocked. Cassie and the others were also surprised, and their eyes were half a beat slower. However, as the target of the surprise attack, the masked Akatsuki member standing on the roof did not move, as if the attack that was right in front of him did not exist. Just when everyone thought he was going to be knocked down by the surprise attack, another masked Akatsuki member who had been standing behind him suddenly flashed and rushed forward. Bang! With a low muffled sound, the two figures that collided with each other retreated. At this time, everyone discovered that the attacker, like the white-haired young man who called himself Doma before, also had words engraved in his eyes, but on his left and right pupils, there was upper string engraved respectively. And the word Lu. In the fight just now, it was obvious that the attacker was better. The masked member of Akatsuki was pushed back further and was forced to do a force-relieving action when landing. At this time, the attacker jumped lightly and landed on the roof across the street nimbly. While posing a physical posture, he said, "Upper string Lu, Akaza." On the roof, the masked Akatsuki member who led the group just glanced at Akaza lightly, and then there was no more response. He still stood there quietly. It seemed that everything in front of him was under his control. Faced with such contempt, Akaza seemed a little annoyed. He stomped his feet fiercely, and the roof was shattered with a bang. Under the reaction force, the whole person rushed out like an arrow from a string, and shouted loudly, "Destruction kill, chaos style!" Almost at the same time, the masked Akatsuki member who had just fought with him quickly formed seals with both hands, "Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal." Instantly, on the long street where ice chips were already flying and cold fog was raging, ice mirrors appeared out of thin air, and then formed a crystal clear ice cover, covering Akaza with Upper Moon 6 engraved in his eyes. Then, the Akatsuki member who performed ice release slowly walked towards the ice mirror, and merged into the ice mirror in the surprised eyes of everyone. Another ice release ninja. Yamashiro Aoba was shocked. Asuma and Hong looked at each other. Kakashi's face became more solemn. At the other end of the long street, Biwajozo was a little speechless. Damn, where did these guys come from? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 100 Women? Subscribe please. On the long street filled with frost and fog, fierce battles broke out in two battlefields at the same time. On one side, there was a competition between two huge monsters, and on the other side, there was a huge ice cover composed of ice mirrors upside down on the long street. The fighting styles of the two sides were completely different, but both were equally terrifying. At this time, the residents of the town had been evacuated almost completely, and the only people still in the vicinity were Konoha ninjas such as Kakashi and Asuma, and authentic Akatsuki members such as Itaki and Biwajozo. Boom boom boom. In the roar that made people's eardrums hurt, the two giants were fighting the most primitive battle. But even if it was just the most ordinary physical battle, due to their exaggerated size, every move was accompanied by earth-shaking power. I don't know if it was an illusion of Itaki, Kakashi, and others. After observing for a while, they found that the Akatsuki member who controlled the Red Susanoo seemed to be trying his best to prevent the battlefield from spreading to the surroundings and causing greater damage to the town. He dragged the ice crystal bodhisattva who tried to expand the battlefield near the long street several times. The white-haired young man who called himself Doma, who controlled the ice crystal bodhisattva, seemed to have no such concerns. He waved two golden fans and launched attacks wantonly. It was just that the offensive of the ice crystal bodhisattva seemed to have no effect on the Red Susanoo, and could not hurt the Akatsuki member in the Susanoo at all. Although the Red Susanoo could destroy the ice crystal bodhisattva, causing cracks all over the body of the ice crystal bodhisattva and debris to fly everywhere, it could not completely destroy the ice crystal bodhisattva for a while. Doma jumped onto the shoulder of the ice crystal bodhisattva at this time. As he waved his golden fan, he smiled proudly. "How long can your lungs last in such cold air? This giant that envelops you should not be able to block the ubiquitous cold air, right?" Under the Susanoo, the masked Akatsuki members were obviously stunned when they heard this, as if they had just realized this problem. Then, it seemed that even if they breathed in cold air, it was only to this extent, and their bodies did not seem to have any obvious discomfort. So they continued to launch the offensive. Seeing this, Doma's smile gradually disappeared. He knew his situation very well. The reason why his blood demon art could become so powerful was all because of the chakra he had accumulated before. But even if he was an upper-rank demon, he could not change a fact. That is, there was only one way for him to obtain chakra, which was to devour the creatures of the ninja world. As an upper-rank demon, his body could not refine chakra by himself, so as the battle consumed, the chakra he had accumulated before was not much left. If the bitter cold air that permeated the battlefield could not destroy the opponent's lungs, then his chances of winning this battle are not high. Besides, he turned his gaze to the roof not far away. There, a figure stood quietly from beginning to end, as if the fierce battle between himself and Akaza was not enough to move the other party. And the other party's existence was the source of his uneasiness. At this time, the member of the Akatsuki organization who controlled the Susanoo also looked at the roof over there, looking at the standing figure. There was inexplicable fear and guilt in his eyes. When Doma caught this, he was puzzled. Such a powerful guy would also be afraid. Is he afraid of their leader? Or because he couldn't get rid of me, he felt guilty? Humph, he is too arrogant. As an upper-rank demon, Doma his self-esteem was hurt inexplicably. As if sensing the gaze from this side, the figure standing still on the roof in the distance slowly looked over. Instantly, the Akatsuki member controlling the Susanoo trembled. Being watched by the leader made her nervous all of a sudden. Then she clasped her hands together fiercely and shouted, "Ah!" Instantly, a clear female voice came out. Doma's face changed. Woman? He didn't expect that the one who forced him, an upper-rank ghost, to this point was actually a woman. What surprised him even more was that as the Akatsuki member shouted, a red spear appeared between the hands of the Susanoo, which was originally unarmed. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the red Susanoo also burst into a loud roar, and then waved the spear and stabbed at the ice crystal bodhisattva. Crack! With a huge crisp sound, the spear instantly pierced through the body of the ice crystal bodhisattva. Large chunks of ice crystals shattered as the spear penetrated them. This 20-meter-tall ice crystal Buddha, which was already covered with cracks, could no longer hold up after being pierced, and collapsed in the cold fog. With a large amount of ice and ice chips flying, the cold air on the long street became more and more intense, almost to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. At both ends of the long street, Kakashi immediately signaled everyone around him to continue retreating to a safer area. Itaki and Biwajozo looked at the cold fog that was approaching again, and also leaped back. After a few ups and downs, they stood on a farther building. And in the gap between the two sides retreating, the figure who had been standing quietly on the roof suddenly disappeared. Itaki was the first to discover this. His eyes were stern, and the Sharingan in his eye sockets carefully patrolled the battlefield, but because the cold fog on the field was too thick, even his Sharingan could not search for that figure for a while. Soon, Kakashi also found that the figure of the Akatsuki member standing on the roof was gone. Asuma was in doubt. Where is he? Yamashiro Aoba shook his head. The cold is too strong, I can't see anything. Not to mention him, even the ninja crows he raised could not get close to the core battlefield at this time, and could only hover in the sky higher, making 1 or 2 crow calls. Yui Kurane said, "Have you entered the battlefield?" "Yes." Kakashi nodded. Although he did not catch the disappearance of the other party, his consciousness told him that the person suspected to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization had taken action. Ah! Just then, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly came from the long street shrouded in cold fog. Even if you just listen from a distance, it makes people palpitate. What happened? Asuma was a little nervous. Yamashiro Aoba and Yui Kurane both clenched the kunao in their hands. You should know that the 4 people fighting fiercely on the battlefield at this moment, no matter which one, look at least at the level of elite jonin. As soon as the person suspected to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization made a move, such a shrill scream was heard in the field. This can't help but make people nervous. Itaki on the other side seemed to sense something, and his face showed an incredible expression again. Biwajozo asked, "What's wrong?" Itaki shook his head slowly and said nothing. In the pitch-black cold fog in front of him, he sensed the breath of Amaterasu.